Well, as for NA, I can't wait for the next longer drama in NA. I will have popcorn ready for the occasion this time.
I can't make his name out. How quick they're moving around. Zay, though, is looking to get himself a second kill for Volume Pink.
When we go to Nbpl, we're gonna show you guys who is better. There's no need for trash talk. Yeah, we're coming for you.
Alright, hello, I'm Coach Raven I cast regularly for EU and NA. So the second team going to represent EU is Volume Pink. One interesting thing about Volume Pink is that they run a Monk to Mulch comp, which is currently evolving into a new meta within CN. I think it's going to pay dividends for them because the comp is able to take boxes in mid game and lead to end game. I think what kind of differentiates themselves is their box comp with Matari to Mulch Justina. With these three comps and their aggression, I think they're going to be able to do super well at Worlds if they play to win and they play to their strengths with their aggressions. Now, if they get off spawn and gain some momentum, I see them going really far if they're able to deal with the CN Pros neutral game. Good luck to them, and I'll be cheering you guys on at Worlds.
我们不断接受各种挑战，不断解锁各种成就。我相信我的队友们，他们也同样相信我。正是这种信任让 OC 变得无懈可击。周冠是一种荣耀，也是一种认可。我们无法预知未来，但我们必须相信，现在所做的点滴努力，一定会在不远的未来反馈给我们更大的荣誉。
3、2、1 ，OC
救！破晓而生，大能扶摇。
也是利用一个鸟笼收掉了瓜，把秦九给击杀，而这边的话，OUG也是收掉 A 队的一个击败，是 YDG。正确这个位置，失恋我们看出顶不住这伤害，还在闪转腾挪晕住，又怎样呢？续不出来任何技能，只能拖时间。
这一次我们要成为场上的主角。
在关键时刻，压力和状态往往会产生完全不同的结果。我们一同承担赛场上的一切，一起用行动反击那些质疑。当然，我们更希望可以一同享受荣耀的洗礼。
基地加油！
团结不信极限，坚定造就不凡。
没接鬼反断，反手就为正了。哎呦，这个鬼反断真的是选手来了都能木压。卡卡西，我们打一打。细节处理掉头盘龙，但这边的话也是3连蜘蛛，捏了一个右键骗正抓升龙。我的天，打倒在地，带来一个沉默。BB 给到。
雷龙天翔，顶峰相见。这一次我们将拼尽全力。
从 S2 开赛到现在，我们经历过低谷，也创造过辉煌，但就像没有不想登顶的攀登者一样， 我们的目标从来没有变过，就是冠军。当我们同心合力
，3、2、1，姐姐我们加油！
必定所向披靡。
衣服的人能不能被晕住？反手的话，再给个3.5名来自接你们的别离。别离里面反手出了这个风压，这个风压应该是来自积极的。OC 被淘汰了 ，OC 的人头是小伟拿到的。
他是一个神将啊，现在真的不是很急。
别离还在等什么？别离在等这个神将变小，马上要进入一生的时间来了。他卡住了这个最后至关关键的一个信息，能起火吗？能打击杀吗？
剑指巅峰，无畏向前。
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to the Naraka Bladepoint Pro League Season 2. We're in our 4th bi-weekly split, and today is the last day of trios to be able to qualify for the last and final bi-weekly tournament here. And man, it is going to be huge for these finals, Dobby, because this is it. This is the last chance for all of these teams to accrue some points to head to the World Cup. And there is a lot online for many of these teams as we enter the stage here in Shanghai. The energy is high. The players on stage, the camaraderie is huge. We were watching some of those intro videos as we came in, you know, OC specifically talking about how they're kind of newly formed as a team here, but they feel like they're coming into esports with high momentum and trying to make something happen. Of course, the likes of GD as well. You've got Dong Quing, who's just the man's a machine, right? You know, since season 1, the only player who's participated in every single game of solos and trios across 2 very long. Yeah, he comes in and he puts in the work. He's been able to adjust to coming over to trios, and even you know, bringing some of that solos energies into trios when they need it. There was some huge moments last week where GD comes in and it's Dong Quing. That team only needs a couple of points to really make it there in the finals to move up to, I do believe, 3rd place and walk away with much more of a bag and many more points for the World Cup. Dong Quing splits away from his team as a solo player as he sees opportunity after opportunity as a solo to slip in, pick up some eliminations, put more points on the board for his team. His team goes out a little bit earlier than they would have liked in that match. I do believe they went out in 7th or 8th there, but because he did slip away, because he acted as a solo player in those moments where he saw opportunity to strike like a viper, he comes in and picks up kill after kill, and those points made it so the team was able to walk away with that 3rd place position in our last bi-weekly. And speaking of walking away with 3rd place position, you guys know the deal when it comes to points already. That 1st and 2nd place walking away with that coveted 1.6 times multiplier. And you guys should be used to the format now. It's going to be Morris Isle, then we're heading to Hollow Roth, then back-to-back Morris, one more Hollow Roth, and then we round out the day back on our home turf in Morris Isle. And that's how it's going to be here for the trios as well, just like it was for the solos yesterday, Dobby.
So even with all of that and coming into this, I mean, Dong Quing has really done an amazing job of not only being that main playmaker for their team, but also they've done a great job of really keeping the consistency for their team as well. Because at the end of the day, trios is really all about consistency. As we look at our trios, you know, standings here, you know, points matter, and obviously so does eliminations, but so does placement, and those placement points are very vital in these standings, because that really could be the difference between you being in 18th place versus you being in 9th place. And 9th place is qualifying for trio. That's qualifying placement right there. So you need to be able to put yourself in a qualifying position for you to have the opportunity, so that way you don't have to play in rep shop. And obviously in these places, especially now, you don't want to be playing in rep shops, because obviously it does give you that second chance, yes, but you don't want to be playing in the rep shops. You want to be resting, you want to be relaxing and getting ready for when Worlds happens. So even within these standings, 9th through 16, YZG, 17JL, OCXCG, they're in those opportunities, but they could get bumped out just as quickly as they're in currently. So you have to look at this and go, okay, now it's go time. I've always said this before. Every single week that desperation sets in. Those first 2 weeks, everybody's kind of relaxing. Everybody's kind of feeling the vibes from everybody, seeing how people are playing, how people are forcing their hand in some of these other players here. But now's the time where I think all of that strategy, all of that time, all of that patience now has to come into the form of being offensive and pushing forward and being aggressive as possible. Because like you said before, Gun Queen solo and getting away from their team to pick up those eliminations are massive. And sometimes you need that star player on your team to have the confidence to come in and take that out. Meanwhile, there's a 20-point deficit between first and second place, between 145 and 122. GG's and Wolves has a 20+ point deficit.
Look, we ain't even got to talk about that. Those top 3 teams have played all of their 2 days, right? They don't get to come in and play today. Take a look at Fun Plus Phoenix in 4th place, who's only played 1 day this week, Dobby. 1 day with 111.3 points on the board. They literally only have to put 44 points on, or actually 34 points on the board to be in 1st place. And they have 6 games to do that in trios. You're talking about where if they have one pop-off game in trios, they're easily walking away with 30, 35 points. Sometimes even 40 points if you have a really big pop-off game. If you get that 20 bomb that you're looking for, you're going to be walking away with that 40 to 45 points. Fun Plus Phoenix needs 1 good game today to walk away in 1st place. Period. Nobody even close to being there. And look at this. Here we go. We're going to take a look at the average points per game. And it's Fun Plus Phoenix with an 18.55. Nobody even close to the 16 range mark besides them, breaking it at an almost 19 points per game thus far this week. And they've been absolutely dominating this bi-weekly with their 1st day. The only team to break 100 points all season in a single day. I do believe it's actually a record. Season 1, we were very, very excited. We saw J-Team come in, the defending world champions, on their 1st day of performance, and they put in 98 points that day, but they did not break the 100-point mark. And since then, nobody's come close until Fun Plus Phoenix earlier this week, who put in 111 points. Not only did they break 100 points, they went ahead and said, we're just gonna go ahead and make it triple digits, 1s across the board, baby. We don't care. That's where we're at. And just a huge day for them, to the point where today, if they want to come in comfortably to the grand finals for this bi-weekly, or sorry, to the bi-weekly finals for this 4th bi-weekly, all they have to do is have 1 pop-off game. Literally nobody else can come close to them. EWG's got 90 points behind them. They would need multiple days to make that happen, right? Multiple to make it happen where they come over Fun Plus Phoenix. But realistically, Fun Plus Phoenix just needs 1 pop-off game, and then they can play middle of the road for consistency, period. They don't have to try to pop off. They don't need to chase kills after that. They don't need to exert themselves. They can just play clean Naraka, make it to the final circle, and that alone will just hold that 1st place for them. That's how dominant of a performance they had earlier this week.
I think even with that as well. First of all, did you see the mask of the trophy that somebody's going to be getting? That mask was amazing, okay? Whoever's doing the design work for the trophies, whoever's doing the design work for the entirety of Naraka, y'all doing y'all thing, okay?
So
y'all need a raise.
So I'm gonna this is the esports, but I'm gonna drop a little bit of lore on everybody in chat, and you as well, Dobby. If you're unaware, the reason all of these heroes come together on Morris Isle and these different isles is because there is a mask of immortality that is said to be there from where the old gods battled to the death. It created this mask, and these heroes are here for a chance to grasp immortality in their hands. hands. That mask you saw them holding in the back room is actually the mask of immortality that every hero here on the island is fighting for in the game. So it's very, very proper that these teams are here competing for a chance to walk away with the same mask of immortality that these heroes come together in Naraka to compete for, to risk their life for. And that's what these competitors are here to do the same thing, to walk away with that big prize and take home the mask of immortality.
I love the concept of that. It's always interesting whenever you hear lures and how those lures can really turn it into something great, especially once you put it in an IRL aspect here. And putting something together like the Mask of Immortality is another surefire reason why stories are so important to tell. And I think Naraka does a fantastic job of not only telling that from an aspect of really multiplayer, because this is, you know, this is still a very popular game in terms of multiplayer. Obviously the story is out, and you know, it's one of those things where, you know, the story is told, but the lore is always going to be there. And I love that they add to that, not only within this tournament, but the last tournament, and hopefully the tournaments beyond this, because, you know, the more that we start to really get in depth into Naraka Blade Point, the more that we'll start to see map changes, heroes getting added to the roster, and it's so many different changes and ways that we can see this amount of momentum go down. So I'm very excited to see what else we can see in the future related to Naraka, but just seeing that little bit from the Mask of Immortality as a trophy is just an incredible aspect that's added to the game. And also too, gotta give it up to the production team behind Naraka that does such good work behind the intros and putting up so much hype into these videos every single week that we see all of the madness coming into this. I'm excited to see what else they do for not only the remainder of the season, but beyond that.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, these guys with this production, I cannot sell this hard enough. I say this pretty often, but Naraka Esports, look at this stage, right? Look at this massive, beautiful stage with the VR, everything that's going here. Naraka Esports is in its second year. Most esports don't pick up and gain any sort of momentum until their 4th or 5th year into production. Naraka Esports is very much in its infancy and can only go up from here. The production quality is going to be insane in the next few years as we continue to run down this path. As we get ready to lock in for game 1 here, we're going to take a look at some of these hero selections, and I'm seeing quite a few Takedas here coming in for Morris Isle, as we see 4 different teams, J-Team, AOW, OUG, and YZG, all locking in some very aggressive Takeda team comps. I, however, am looking at J-Team. I think Matari slots into this team fairly well, but I have to agree with J-Team's pick here of taking this huge Viper pick, right? If you're running the V3 version of Takeda, where you can hit multiple people with it and do a ton of damage, that's massive. But the problem is locking down a team in one place to be able to get that ultimate off. If you're running a Viper Ning and she's able to land that ultimate onto multiple people in the final circle, all of a sudden you go from being able to realistically only capitalize on 3 kills from that. If they're grouped up, Takeda can come in and hit 7, 8, 9 people with his ultimate in that final circle and do huge numbers and pick up a massive amount of eliminations there in the end. I really like the strategy that's coming out from J-Team here. J-Team consistently the team that is the trendsetter when it comes to these competitive comps, and clearly still leading the pack as they take the Viper pick here into game number 1.
Game number 1 here is already giving out pretty promising results here as EWG Sansi is going to claim the first elimination on AOW's Cuckoo here. The massive longsword immediately trying to grasp more information here as the Wushin is immediately going to start shielding up some of their teammates, but it's not enough as Pingtao is going to claim the elimination onto Sansi here, immediately putting them right towards the grass, right in the front of it, as AOW will be able to finish off the rest of the team and claim the first squad wipe of today. off of the first game so far, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure to follow us here on Twitter at Naraka Esports, and here, right here on this very channel that you're watching at Naraka Blade Point, where there's still so much more action leading up to Worlds and more heightened experiences for all of the pro action, as we see 17JLZU getting caught within the sandstorm here and immediately gets hit by their Bauda Zaffel immediately trying to come through, but Rizu immediately coming through with the Terracotta Warrior, trying to create some defense here and trying to create some type of crowd control. Whole lot of insanity getting pushed in here as Alex immediately is going to keep the same energy right towards ZU here, immediately pushing in, but immediately gets hit by the heavy sword and immediately gets juggled by 17JL's ZU as Alex's ace immediately gets the elimination and claims it. Bauda and the rest of the team here still alive. Looks like they're also nearby, could actually capitalize on this. It looks like Ace might actually capitalize on Bauda here as they're going to push in towards the cave here. Jin immediately gets caught by the collateral. The Viper immediately comes out from the ulti, is going to go immediately for the stun here as it hits one, catches him in the corner. Jin's going to claim the elimination, claims two by Axio, getting a beautiful double finish with the dagger inside of that loot cave, and immediately coming into it, Fun plus Phoenix, the top team that we were just talking about earlier, dropping 111 points in one single day of trio games, immediately getting their squad of life here, eliminating Ventus and pushing them out towards their resurrection, as now going back towards J-Team and Q9, who there's immediately going into their fight. Viper ult immediately starts pushing out. Full Q9 team also caught close within the grasp, but was able to create a little bit of distance here to not get caught by the Viper, and immediately pushes in on Eagle, keeping that same momentum onto it as LXY might get caught in a corner here. Q9 is gonna have to keep this momentum and try to see what he can do here. Hits the Reza on J-Team's lead, immediately catching him inside of the corner. The Takeda comes in to tries to sweep out LWH, which does a successful job of it. Beautiful right click coming in and immediately claims the life of LWH, as now J-Team is going to pick up their team and keep their streak going.
This is exactly what I talked about. That Viper pick coming in huge for them. Then being able to drop the silence, as well as the ultimate coming out from Tumulk there. And then the coverage when Lee gets caught out by the Dragon's Rush into the Nezha's Might coming in from the Takeda to be able to just pull them back out of that. And it just huge for J-Team. They're able to come in on that third party, pick up multiple eliminations from both of those teams, easily take an early start here with 7 eliminations. And man, I really think J-Team might be onto something with this particular Takeda comp here, pulling Viper in. This could be J-Team's day if they keep this momentum rolling. As we look now to XCG and AOW, XCG hiding out here in the Bane's Breath that they dropped for themselves. We see Xiaonan here trying to use this ballista to their advantage. AOW not wanting to push into that ballista, though, making the smart choice to back off and get out of range, as well as move away from the Bane's Breath so they can't be baited back into it. XCG now pushing up to him. Ping Tao gets caught out, but their teammates waiting in the wings come in. XCG's 9HQ gonna go ahead and ult up here to try to keep their team from getting separated, but immediately deals for some reason after coming in with one big swing for the team. Now XCG picks up a couple of these AOW kills, but they are in a bad way as multiple teams start showing up for the third and a fourth party. KZ and Aces waiting in the wings here. XCG and Ling XQ down, and we're gonna see KZ show up, Fun plus Phoenix show up. Man, these guys, AOW is completely eliminated, but XCG needs to start thinking about getting out of this situation very quickly. The no ult zone's been popped, Ling XQ is down, and it looks like XCG has made the decision to go ahead and get out of here. It's really unfortunate that they're going to lose Ling XQ. No, they're going to lose Xiaonan as well. They're down to one player left, but it looks like they might be forced to go ahead and use those resurrections here, as so many teams descend out of nowhere into this one fight. Ace is going to back off here as they can't find some shots on the ballista. Alex still in the middle of it, though. It looks like there's a little bit of a miscommunication coming out from this team as Aces get split up there. When we are going to see the Wu Chen ult come out, Alex is going to be able to make it there in time, and Aces is going to pull themselves out of this absolutely insane fight. Fun plus Phoenix looking for some scraps here. KZ able to lock down Ace's position. LXX trying to come in, but going to be counter grappled by the rest of Aces. Now Jin going to pop a massive Viper ultimate here and looking to stun out the Yodohime, but now they're going to counter with a Wu Chen ult of their own and send themselves out, but they need to be careful. Aces still just down below, and Fun plus Phoenix also nearby, waiting, watching for the opportunity to come in for a third party. Alex now going to pop their ultimate. Aces, this is it. This is the last ultimate they have in their tank. tank. They need to be very careful if they continue to stay in this fight with KZ, because they don't have any ultimates to turn the tide of things if it gets hairy, and KZ still has one, well, had one, as they eliminate Rain from KZ, the person who still had the ult, making the smart decision, but Ace is going to lose Jin as well. It's a 2v2 situation here, KZ versus the likes of Aces. Herzli almost goes down, there it is. Hazy is going to go down. AlexX finds their ultimate back again. Alex is going to take one hit, is going to take two hits. Alex is going to be forced to pop their own Yoda ultimate to try to counteract AlexX here. It is still a 2v1 situation, but not for long, as AlexX keeps Alex busy. The other teammate here going to go for the resurrection. Hazy looks to be coming back up here very soon, and it looks like all of KZ able to get back into this fight. Ace is going to be down to just Alex. They still have resurrections. Alex needs to be careful here not to lead the likes of KZ to where they resurrect and end up in another bad engagement.
Definitely don't want to get caught in many bad engagements here, as they keep getting caught within more and more of these bad confined spaces here, as Kakaxi caught within a nice charge here, trying to keep the game alive here, but sadly just gets absolutely tossed by J-Team. J-Team keeping the pressure on GD, really claiming those eliminations the way that they need to here, is J-Team's going to lead the pack with 9 eliminations. ASE, it looks like they're also going through their resurrections as well here, but they have 7 eliminations on the board here, so they're looking good towards this space, as OUG Zinyu sadly does get eliminated and claimed by Zhaohu, by part of the YZG. YZG still fighting out on the other side here. OUG still making it not easy for them, still trying to create a little bit of some distance here, creating a lot of damage here, but it looks like YZG will be claiming those eliminations with repeating crossbows. Nonetheless, of all the things in this game to really be getting these eliminations, though, really gets the finish from all of this, as now NAD and Fun Plus Phoenix TXJ getting a little brave, being by himself here, trying to see if he can create some damage here, and he does with those pistols. Doesn't look like he's really going to try to do anything else here. It's just trying to keep a little bit of a distance here, but he was kind of dangerously close. He was kind of poking the tiger. Definitely wouldn't have been good, though. He would have got claimed by that one, as TXJ will be able to back out of this. And AOW right nearby here. It could be caught in a sandwich. Fun Plus Phoenix has to play this a little bit careful. Meanwhile, all the way on the other side here, Ventus, and looks like Valda, looks like they could be finding it out, as TXJ pops the first ulti of the Monk. Looks like they will be using that as an advantage here to get the protection for this Morris Blessing that immediately pops up here. Let's see what type of goodies they get out of this chest here. Is immediately doesn't look like anybody's going to contest. I mean, I wouldn't contest either. A large Monk with 4 arms. Definitely don't want to get caught by that, as you come out and you just see this massive one, as you see purple shield, purple dagger. Looks like they got a couple other goodies as well here. Could be very happy. It looks like they have the Draco Storm. Fun Plus Phoenix, the first ones to get and claim this Draco Storm.
Yeah, we're going to see Bao claiming in the likes of one of these boxes as well. Meanwhile, J-Team just continues to claim kill after kill here, moving into the double digits after picking up GD's Don Quing here in the kill feed. J-Team's going to be at 10 eliminations already, and we're only into zone 2. J-Team setting themselves up at a record pace here. If they can continue to pick up eliminations at this rate, they could easily set the league record for trios here today. EWG going to be picking up a box as well. Many of these teams just waiting for as long as possible to pick up those buffs. But you know who's not waiting? J-Team is not waiting, as they find the likes of AOW. We're going to see a massive flip come out on AOW League, trying to lock down Lu Yi. Lu Yi still in that ultimate form. J-Team's Lee coming in with the Viper ult, but unfortunately, the Matari going to counter that out here. They're going to lose Lee, and the rest of J-Team able to split off from this. Unfortunately, they were not able to pick up any eliminations here on to AOW. We're now going to see EWG and Fun Plus Phoenix pick up those Draco Storms. J-Team's Eagle getting caught out here, not in a good situation. Town is able to get the parry and come through with a clean elimination. J-Team 10 kills under their belt. Unfortunately, only one member left alive, and that's ZK. ZK, only 5k Dark Tide coins on him, not enough to buy back one of his teams yet. He's going to have to risk it and head towards one of these Morris Blessings, where these big buffs have been picked up, and slide in and try to find a resurrection charm for at least one of his teammates, that or head out and look to try to find some of those coveted Darktide coins so they can potentially buy back one of their teammates. We're going to see which happens first, but J Team still holding on to the lead right now, but that momentum going to slow down a whole lot considering they are down to a single player left alive. Fun plus Phoenix with the Draco Storm out here looking for anyone they can find, looking for those eliminations. Hasn't spotted anybody, sees the likes of NAD in the distance if I'm not mistaken, but don't want to push as they are sitting on that no old zone. 40 IWNL riding the ballista as well, and even though they have the Draco Storm, not a great position for them to be in. They're going to move off the ballista as they see Fun plus Phoenix come over the hill. VVV waiting here with LOYD as the rest of Fun plus Phoenix starts to collapse here, trying to chase down NAD for the next 38 seconds. They still have Draco Storm, and they want to use that to their advantage as much as possible. The no old zone coming down. NAD looking to try to take this fight without the likes of Fun plus Phoenix having that ultimate. Coming in, trying to get a parry off here onto LYD. Does get some damage traded onto him. They only have 23 seconds. NAD playing this very smart here. They force him to the no ult zone so they don't have the ults to take even more of an advantage on top of the Draco Storm. They then
but KZ, they're right on the other side.
Yeah, KZ waiting in the wings here. The thing is they just need to buy out 8 seconds for that Draco Storm to go down, and they know it's coming, right? If they've been counting how long those buffs are still available, they know when they're going to go down. Those Draco Storms are down now, and it looks like the likes of Fun plus Phoenix is going to stop trying to push onto NAD here because they no longer have the advantage. Balda, on the other hand, with their Vermilion Birthright for the next 107 seconds because they waited much more patiently before they took those buffs, going to come in and immediately take this fight with KZ. Rain going to get shoved out through the Temiol here. We're going to see the Wisps go down. XO moving back over immediately, trying to capitalize on it. Is not going to use the ultimate to reset the Wisps here as he tries to turn back in, but he gets separated entirely from the rest of his team here, and it looks like KZ was going to clean it up until Apple monks up and is able to pick up LXX. That said, it is a 3v2 here. The Monk, one more in hand, looks for the second, can't quite find it, does get the double grab, but no eliminations yet. And we're going to see the channel go out. And now Balda is in a 2v3 situation as another team, Aces, shows up to try to clean them up here. Balda does have that Vermilion Birthright, so they are going to be able to get the resurrection here, but they're not going to get anything off the back of that Vermilion's Birds. And they are unfortunately just going to feed kills to like of KZ and Ace here. So Balda going to be sent back to the Soul Altar off the back of a really, really terrible engagement for them.
How did they not claim that elimination? That double slam was beautifully timed, but also too, they were both low. They didn't have any shield. They were at least more than half health lost. And even with that slam down, I definitely assume they could have at least got one of those slams and gotten one of those eliminations. So I'm very surprised that he was not able to get those eliminations. And sadly, that ends up in a no 0 kill before the Vermilion's Birdmite. Really unfortunate though. You definitely don't want to come up short with a massive advantage like that, knowing that you can get those eliminations, get eliminated, and still come back with another opportunity to get more kills and go all the way to the very end of this game here. So unfortunate coming in with that, but you live and you learn, as I always say. As Ventus, TJ, full team still alive here as we see NAD nearby, J Team and EWG all within the grasp of this. Meanwhile, plays have been going all over the place here. We're seeing 10 eliminations coming in from J Team, but J Team is one player solo by himself here. He's gonna have to play it to the best of his ability here, and it's unfortunate. Meanwhile, Balda's full team is eliminated and going to have to go back towards the resurrection as well here. Curious what happened. They're only 2 eliminations deep here, so they're gonna have to try to see what they can do here to try to make some noise.
Well, Balda had the Vermilion Birthright, so they're going to come back with all of their gear there, right? They have that really terrible engagement there. And we talked about why that Monk Slam didn't pick up the elimination, even though they got the double grab. For whatever reason, their Monk was only rocking a blue weapon when they transformed. Either they had a purple weapon in the backpack that they meant to swap to before they transform and they panic ulted, or for some reason they made the decision to give the purple weapon to the Yueshan on the team and not give it to the Monk, and that actually cost them both of those eliminations. And I bet they're beating themselves up over it right now because that Vermilion Birds might got them absolutely nothing. And they waited till the last possible minute to pick up that buff so they could hold on to it for as long as possible. And then off the back of it, not able to do anything with it feels really, really bad, especially if it's off the back of a bad decision or a player mistake, and there's no in between there, right? Look, they went to Amorous Blessing. There was a purple weapon there for them to take, and they either didn't give it to the Monk or their Monk player forgot to swap to it before the transformation because they were panicking because one of their team members got separated from them. And because of that, they came up with only the blue tier hands and did not do as much damage as they should have on that double grab, which is very, very unfortunate for the likes of Baoda. And now they have to come back and try to find some kills here into a mid game where they don't get to secure Morris Blessing because of when they got eliminated. They were able to resurrect but not go contest another one of these Morris Blessings, which means they aren't going to have the buff, which means they can't aggressively push out and try to take fights here. They just have to wait and look for an opportunity once the mid game starts moving into the late game to find something here. And so yeah, Baoda's Apple does have a purple greatsword here, so it looks like either he found a purple greatsword or I was correct and he forgot to swap over to the purple weapon before transforming, and it cost him pretty heavily here. YZG, Baoda, all looking to trade blows here. YZG trying to push onto Baoda, Baoda trying not to be pushed into some of these other teams and hold a good position, but AOW waiting just in the wings to be able to come on top of them here. J-Team solo player out in the zone right now. Super unfortunate for him as OUG is stalking the edge of the zone, looking for solo players or stragglers to come in. And ZK needs to be very careful as the zone tick starts to hit very, very heavily. OUG moving on the opposite direction now. So ZK going to look for his opportunity to move forward here. And get back into the zone. He needs to be looking for a way to get to one of those Morris Blessings while he has the opportunity, kind of sneak one in there after these teams have picked up the buffs, pick up one of those resurrection charms and try to get lead back into the game.
Looks like they are going to try to here. Zhao and the rest of this team of NAB looks like they're going to be very aggressive towards AOW. Pingtao has really been a massive MVP for Pingtao. We talked about Don Queen and him being the MVP for his. I feel like Pingtao is a massive MVP for AOW here, really putting so much on the back of his team here, but also doing it not only doing it in style as well here, as we're able to see the amount of momentum that he is going to be able to put in towards this. If he's going to be able to find it here. Xiaonin's going to be able to go through and get the heal on Lexing Hen. Meanwhile, the Bane's Breath is going to start surging and coming in here. 17 jail, the rest of the team's got to be careful here. Meanwhile, ASE, oh, CXE is absolutely destroyed and gets eliminated. Or no, gets the elimination to Jin. As EWG still keeping it alive here, maneuvering so many cannons forming around a lot of these players here, really trying to get that long range. As Axial does get hit by one of those cannon shots here. Dai Liu really trying to see if they can balance off and really get something from these hits. Really trying to do what he can within the space that he has. Meanwhile, ASC's Alex immediately gets shut down by a massive greatsword here. Makes it really, really hard for him to try to do anything. Kind of crazy coming into it. Meanwhile, YZG all the way around on the inside here. Alex caught in the very center as the Takeda will take Alex out. Caught within a corner. You definitely don't want to get caught in the hut. Those spaces there aren't necessarily your best friend, especially in these tight little corners like this. Now let's see what happens here, as we are going to be able to go through with the rotation as Apple immediately gets hit. Oh, it's bound to get hit by a massive bow coming out of nowhere. Still got to figure out where that came from.
Baoda up here now looking to take a hold of some of this space, just trying to buy themselves into the late game here. 3 eliminations under their belt. Ace, unfortunately, our second place team, eliminated here with 9 eliminations under their belt. J-Team still holding on to first, but only with 1 player left alive in those 10 eliminations. Fun Plus Phoenix gonna actually secure that legendary armor here for TXJ. Absolutely huge for the likes of their Monk coming into this late game. TXJ going to be able to throw mad hands when we get to those final circles in Fun Plus Phoenix. Still only 4 eliminations under their belt, but they are playing a comp here that can do well in the mid game, but really pops off late game. And the fact that they've been able to secure those more as blessings, very, very big for them here, as they all have the gear they really want. LYD here, still on the blue sword here, would be much better with a purple weapon in his hand, but just kind of chilling right now. I do believe he has a purple in his back pocket, if I'm not mistaken, but clearly favoring the longsword here, possibly having maybe that longsword legendary soul jade, so that's why he's holding on to that weapon for now. I would see AOW moving across the map here on the edge, kind of stuck between a lot of these teams, so looking for a little bit of space with some cover where they're not just kind of dogpiled between so many of these teams that if they get picked out, there's not any place for them to go. Bauda here also holding the edge strong, just sitting topside, throwing down lots and lots of cannon shots as they wait for things to pop off. Zone 4 is collapsing onto Zone 5 as we speak. There's still 37 players left alive. Only 3 teams completely eliminated here, GD, Alliance, and Ace in match 1. So many of these teams still a full trio. Actually, I think J-Team, the only team that's not still a full trio. This is kind of a rare sight to see this late into the game. Usually we've got a lot of duos, maybe a couple of solo teams left, but we really only have the one team that has lost any members but still holding on, and that's going to be J-Team. And this is really bad for J-Team, right? That means that any given scenario that they get caught out, it's a full trio that's going to be hunting them down, and then the rest of this lobby is getting so tight because there's so many players left alive that if he starts getting hunted, there's no ground for him to go to. Ventus TJ coming in here trying to pop that Viper ultimate, or to see Matari ult come out in a return for that, and it looks like they're also going to have Ventus Zhu drop their ultimate, and they're going to lose all of their ultimates here except for their Wu Chens. They need to be very careful. If another team pushes onto them, it could be very bad right now, and we're going to see FunPlusPhoenix actually pick up AOW's Cuckoo here as they move out of position, and that's going to be FunPlusPhoenix's 5th elimination. Now EWG's Zhao Liu coming in with a Viper ult, trying to lock down multiple people, and it looks like they're going to be able to catch out 2 members of 17JL here. XCG Xiaonan going to be able to pick up one of those eliminations, but it looks like they're going to pick up at least 2 of them, and EWG also moves up to 5 eliminations. AOW coming in trying to lock somebody down there, but unfortunately AOW doesn't look like they're going to be able to get pinked out back into this fight. They are just a solo member left alive now, and the 2 top teams currently holding on to 1st and 2nd place, each down to a single member. Not quite sure where J-Team's final member is off to at the moment. No opportunities really for him to bring his team back in at this point. There's not going to be any more blessings for him to go grab any of those resurrection charms for. There's no shops for him to buy resurrection charms at anymore, as we are into Zone 5, and realistically not any resurrection altars in this final zone for him to do the thing either, and that zone tick going to be too heavy for him to go out into the zone and try to make it happen. FunPlusPhoenix getting absolutely blitzed down here, forced to pop both of their ultimates as TXJ comes up into the monk form looking to throw hands and try to grab somebody here. He does have that legendary armor, so he's got himself quite a nice buffer in terms of HP, and we're going to see the flame breath come out onto TXJ, or no, that's their flame breath. I don't know where all that damage all of a sudden getting pumped onto TXJ came from, but he took a ton of damage very quickly. FunPlusPhoenix able to pick up their 6th elimination as things continue forward. Bao Da gonna monk up now. Apple looking to throw hands as well, Dobby.
Looks like Apple was able to get a grip on one. He ends up finding the 2nd, and finally with all of that, Ascenzi is gonna have to force the Yorihime ult here as Apple ends up getting hit by that, but ends up getting grabbed yet again. Liu, WEWG comes through with a massive Viper ult. Looks like it might be a massive shutdown, and it looks like it does. Claims a lot of people as FunPlusPhoenix Triple V is able to capitalize, and so does ZK as they both claim eliminations on the Axial and Gua. Gua part of Q9 here as TJ still trying to keep us alive here. I'm curious, he was actually getting hit by some bullshit. I'm surprised that he didn't really get anything towards that, as the Wushin from the enemy team is going to be taken away here and move to a different section here. Does a fantastic job of not getting caught in these bad situations here as TXJ. He's gonna be able to go through. Let's see if maybe he's gonna be able to get one grab. He does. Does he get a 2nd? Oh my goodness, yes he does! He does end up getting claimed, but he ends up getting ricocheted a lot by the repeating crossbow though. TXJ is gonna have to force it as he immediately, FunPlusPhoenix gonna keep the game alive here and get the team pickup. FunPlusPhoenix playing this to the best of their abilities, holding on. They have this full top spot up to themselves here. 6 seconds left on the clock as the circle 6 is going to start closing in here really soon. Not even soon. Now, circle is closing in here immediately as the pressure starts to build more and more here, as we are seeing all of this momentum strike coming in as the Roshan immediately is going to start throwing in the shield to protect them during all of this madness. TJ immediately getting hit by that bow. Cannons coming in from XCG down, and at the very bottom here, TXJ trying to see if he can go through and try to get a runaway hit. He's gonna have to be careful though. What is the Triple V doing? Triple V is getting shredded by the circle here. Immediately he's gonna be able to get the heal and dodges the massive heavy sword take coming in as the spread is starting to close in more and more, making it so much harder and so much tighter. ZK and Zinyu up top here trying to force their hand and getting up top here. Meanwhile, ZK immediately gets hit off of the tree. Zinyu saying, get out of my face and get out of my way. Meanwhile, duo arms getting thrown on each section. XCG down and trying to see if maybe he can get a grab though. He ends up grabbing one. Does he grab the second? Trying to see if he can find it. Yes, he does. XCG is able to get at least one elimination from those 2 grabs here. Question is, can he find another? Can he find one just fast enough where he might be able to get it? And no, unfortunately, not unfortunate, as TXJ is able to find one, but he doesn't able to get the throwdown as he immediately gets pelted and destroyed by so much of the repeating crossbow. LXX trying to use a little bit of timing with their Yorihime just to try to pop it now, knowing that he's going to be able to have the time to use the Yorihime at the very end of this circle, trying to keep this game alive here. KZ fully alive here. TX at Fun Plus Phoenix, I think, still has their full team available here. Full team alive still. NiHQ has to immediately as Rain immediately comes through with the Viper, immediately shuts down XCG here as they're going to be able to come in. So, NiHQ dangerously low, doesn't even matter about how low his health is, still tries to get some type of elimination here. Gotta give him some love here as he was trying to see if he can get something here, but it's unfortunate here. Meanwhile, XCG still trying to keep the game alive. NiHQ is going to get picked up though. The line of heals is going to be able to keep him alive as the Wushin is going to be able to take them out. It looks like they probably will get them from the tree as Triple V ends up getting grabbed by XCG's down and getting massive damage, and he ends up getting grabbed again. The question is, how is he going to be able to keep the game alive here? And he does it, sadly, as he will have to demonk in this small circle here. The Yorihime ends up getting pulled and forced, and now Zinyu, Xiaonan, dangerously low. Both end up getting eliminated by one massive strike. NiHQ is also dangerously low as well. KZ's LWX claims all 3 of those bodies. Can he claim another? Lexing hangs dangerously low as KZ Double X runs the rest of the lobby and trails with a smile on his face and says, this is my game. I'm going to take it as the MVP. Thank you. Give me my bread, and I'll see you in game 2.
Yo, KZ's LXX coming there in the end and absolutely clutching that out. Most of those teams except XCG down to a single player left alive. KZ's LXX just holding on for dear life, is able to come in, finds the meter dump off of the nunchucks with the Dragon Sword there in the end, picks up multiple eliminations, takes that first place, and those eliminations gonna give them just enough points off the back of the multiplier for KZ to walk away our MVPs here for game 1. So many teams coming in and putting in absolute work, and then it just getting obliterated. We saw the likes of J Team at the start of Zone 2, 10 eliminations under their belt, dropped down to a single member. That single member managed to make it all the way from the start of Zone 2, where every single team except one still alive, all the way to 7th place for J Team, and was able to pick up at least one extra elimination in the final circle there. Really good job coming out from J Team's last remaining player there. Kedzay, though, here in the end, XCG really looked to have this on lock as they had all 3 members still left alive. They were able to resurrect NiHQ, keep the fight going here. Funk getting multiple grabs. All these solo players not looking to coordinate, but as soon as Xiaonan demonks in the face of all these solo players, all heck breaks loose. Everybody dives in. We see players come in with a flame breath, just trying to pump damage out onto everybody, but it's Team KZ who's able to capitalize on all of the madness and walk away not only first place, but also our MVPs of game number 1, Dobby.
It was able to make it really good though, but LXX definitely claiming that MVP slot here and just saying, hey, I'm going to be able to run the show for the rest of it. You guys be able to do what he can, but massive eliminations coming in with those massive pickup slashes from the Yorihime ulti at the very end there. I mean, just coming through, getting a double off of the first one, almost getting a double on the second strike, and then being able to finish by the third. By the end, he's literally has to focus on one person and just goes absolute stupid. Absolutely stupid with the nunchucks and goes crazy on Lexing Hang. Not even ready for any opportunity, though, for anybody to try to heal, try to get away. You know, any chance of somebody just going, nope, I'm not going to give you the kill. I'm just going to die off circle. Nope. Where you think you going, big boy? Come here.
Yeah, Alexx really locking things down in the end. Those nunchucks, and of course that legendary Soul Jade there, the Dragon's Roar for the nunchucks, really serving Alexx very, very well in those final moments as he's able to pick those up, lock those players down, and like you said, keep them from running away or doing anything. The points on this one going to be very, very tight. Many of these teams with like 10 eliminations would go out. We saw it. J team, 10 eliminations, goes out in 7th place. Then we saw the team that went out in 8th place before them was at 9 eliminations. Then in 6th place, the team that goes out there was at 11 eliminations. 5th place, they go out at 5 eliminations. KZ is sitting at like 8 eliminations and then picks up those final eliminations in the end. Oh no, they picked up more than that. I misspoke. KZ with 15 eliminations here. I thought they were going to be at 12, but no, 15 eliminations coming through here for KZ as they take first place is going to be huge for them. The 30-point game. But I want to talk about Fun plus Phoenix because they're taking 3rd place, and we're talking about a team that already put 111 points on the board across 6 games in their first day. They only need to play consistently today to be first place. They only need 30 points total to take first place away from the 3 teams that aren't here and able to compete today, and they've already put together 17. Imagine if they continue to play this consistently all day and have a singular pop-off game, Dobby. They are going to be an absolute force to reckon with. XCG, however, taking control, able to survive a little bit longer than Fun plus Phoenix here, 12 eliminations as well, walks away with a 22.2. But look, it's a really tight leaderboard except for KZ. I thought KZ was going to be at 12. They're at 15. I'm not sure where I missed the 3 extra eliminations, but still very impressive coming out from KZ here. YZG goes out at 9, J Team goes out at 11, EWG goes out at 7, and these score lines very close. It's like 22.2, 17, 16.5, 15.3, 10.8, 10.1, 9.9. They're all just like a point something away from one another. Really, really tight leaderboard here, but KZ really the dominant force here, walking away with a massive scoreline, and no surprises here. LXX coming up as our MVP with 8 kills, 24,000 damage, 5 assists, gonna be his 2nd MVP of the season. Most of that damage coming from cannons, believe it or not. Even though he put in so much work in that final circle with the nunchucks, he pumps out almost half of his overall damage with cannons alone, Dobby.
Absolutely insane. There's still so much of that momentum all around these spaces, but the 2nd MVP, 8 eliminations, a Rupture Gale Orb, 3 attack Soul Jades, and 2 melee resist Soul Jades. He basically had nothing but blues in his Soul Jade list except for his Rupture Gale Orb. Very interesting coming in from a trio that absolutely dominates towards the very end here. It makes it look good.
Oh yeah, well, look,
very surprised at how they were able to make that happen.
When you're in Immortal War, you've got to take what you can get, right? We sometimes take for granted how little loot there actually is in Immortal War, right? And gear is so much more important than Soul Jades at the end of the day for these players, especially for these Transformer comps who are so reliant on that gear, right? If you're going to a box where isn't something like ranked or something like that, you're going to find purple armor, you're going to find purple weapons. That's pretty normal. Here in Immortal War, those are kind of hard to come by unless you're getting those Morse blessings, and there's only so many of those Morse blessings, and everybody in the map is looking for those. It's easier to take the money you get to go gamble at the box and try to get weapons instead of spending that money to gamble on Soul Jades. But you know what's not a gamble? The fact that we're getting ready to throw to another great interview with Jaeger before we come back for game number 2.
Hey everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. Today we are very glad to invite Rain from the Team KZ and let him say hello to our audience. 好的 ，Rain 先和大家打个招呼吧。
Hi, I'm Rain.
Wow, fantastic. So thank you for your English self-introduction and congratulations that you guys get the highest score in the Trios game, Game 1. And so 再次恭喜你们在刚才这一把直接就拿到了一个最高分啊。So today we saw a very excellent performance at the end of the game. It's your Yodos in your team have very high damage in the final circle. So I would like to know how you guys like your communication and strategy at that time at the final circle and can let our Yodo have very high damage. 那首先要再次恭喜你们之后呢，今天在决赛圈的最后时刻，其实看到一个非常精彩的操作，就是你们的妖刀姬啊，最后打出了一个非常高额的爆方。想问一下，你们自己团队内是怎么样去计划，怎么样去沟通，可以让妖刀有这么高的一个输出和伤害呢？
就是我们在头上那个双变交完大招的时候，我就上去开大，然后他大招差一点嘛，我就上去开大，然后让他收头，让他吃一个花去打那个梅花桩，然后就这样进行的。
是你们吃到了这个花，实现了一个奥义循环，对不对？好的。好的。So actually in the final circle, we like watch that the double transformer, they use their ultimate, and after that I just use my ultimate because I'm using the Viper today. So after I control the opponent in the end of the game, and our Yodo can have very high damage with her ultimate. And also like when we use our ultimate, and I also can catch the soul flower at that time. So we can just like can have start our ultimate circulation at that time. So that's why we have very high damage at the end of the game. So also we saw that today Teams KZ, you are like really like, I feel like very stable status from the beginning to the end. So I would like to know how can you do that? 那今天也看到，其实今天 KZ 状态，整个队伍你们的状态，其实从前中后期，整个用我来评价的话，就是非常的稳定。非常稳定的在前中后期都有人头去拿到，那这一点你们对自己是怎么调节的这个状态和心态呢？
就是我们无尘3号有大招的时候，我和妖刀姬就打得凶狠一点，尽可能去拿分。如果出现了意外或者有人来劝架，那种我们就传走，等无尘的大招我们再稳一下嘛。
非常稳定的一个发挥啊。So because today we are using the hero combo, which is the Viper and Yodo and Wu-Chen. So when our Wu-Chen have his ultimate and we can transfer, so our Yodo and Viper will be more aggressive. If he don't have the ultimate, so maybe we will be more stable at the game. Okay. So also because like now it's only the game 1, but we like saw every team is very aggressive today in the Trios game. So how you comment on like this situation? 那今天我们也看到，今天到目前其实只打了第一把比赛，但第一把比赛所有的队伍今天都打得非常的激进，今天这第一把就打得很焦灼，你觉得是为什么呢？
是因为赛季将要结束了，然后为后面的赛程取得更大的前序优势嘛。就尽可能的去争夺那个周决的排位分。
好的。So actually, because it's the last double week of our game, and we would like to be more aggressive and have more score in the game now, and maybe later in the final, in the final week, we will have more advantage and benefit at that time. 好的，谢谢，再次感谢 Rain 接受我们今天的采访，也再次恭喜你们，希望接下来也会有个很好的发挥，期待你们表现，好吗？
谢谢。
好，谢谢 ，Thank you Rain for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
哎，我被喷了，我被喷了，我被喷了，看我。有你的，你借符去草路可以吗？能来吗？
可以。
第二杯背流。
没事。
不行，我得走了，我
他不行。走。哎，我躲不，还是逃不过去。
就把钱花2千。
他也被炸一下。他被炸2下。
我把钱花了，我搞不了，我现在
炸死他！差一点，打不死。好杀！
吃花自己走。
我吃了。
吃花走，
自己玩，
不用管我。我
没事。我杀一个。
我炸，你自己玩，别管我。自己该吃花。
好吃。我吃了。
哎，好喂。稳住，不用和他博弈，自己狗命就行。自己绕。哎呦。
傻。哎呀，你谁呀？大妈！好枪！东江毁灭，伏魔。好惨！好推！
我死了
4100。
对啊。像这种我们直接就看摁一下勾就知道我们炸没炸。
裁判，还有水没的，给我拿一瓶呗。好，谢谢。
苍天笑，切了跑了。鸭子给我唱首歌，放松一下。
我唱歌很贵的。
哦。不然，
门前大小巷，游过一群鸭。
1、2、3、4、5、6、7。
死了，刚说完死了。
刚说完啊。
兄弟，刚说完。
啊，老爸，对呀。哎，老爸。啊？哦，吓我一跳。他们玩常规双变了。
他们一把杀佛，一把常规佛。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to a good stack of games that we're about to have so far. Our first one was already interesting. LXX goes absolutely nuts, making KZ claim their first dub of tonight for our trios. I'm accompanied by my man RuneKeeper here. My name is Nbpl, and I'm a caster here for Naraka Blade Pro League. And we're headed to Holleroth for our game 2 here, which I almost can guarantee it's going to be very, very exciting for this new map here. How you feeling, Rune?
Oh, I'm feeling great. Especially after yesterday, our first game on Holleroth was very, very diverse in terms of like hero picks. It wasn't just the Takeda and, you know, Z-Ping that we're used to seeing.
Oh, you lost
so
your
much
mind on some of these picks. I mean, to be fair, I lost my mind too. Especially when I saw Valda, I got very, very excited for Valda coming into the final game. And I was like, finally, she get a little bit of some love. Let's go.
Look, game 1 still by far my favorite game. Had a ton of different picks, right? Speaking of picks, by the way, if you guys want your chance to walk away with a gold weapon skin here, you need to answer the question very quickly. How many kills did KZ get in game 1? Is it A13, B14, C15, or D16? First person to lock this in, gonna get a whisper here on Twitch with some codes for a legendary weapon skin. So I hope you guys were paying attention here in game number 1. And speaking of games number 1s, you know, yesterday's game 1 in solos was absolutely lit. You know, we had 3 Tarkas, we had a bunch of Tamulks, we had Mataris coming through. You know, it wasn't just the usual suspects we're used to seeing here, and absolutely great. Our game 1 in Holleroth was fantastic, but trios in Holleroth really is where things get interesting. In solos, the meta's kind of developed where it's either Z-Ping or Takeda, right? That's the one game out of most of the games we usually usually don't see a lot of diversity given the new hero rule, but trios in Hollow Roth gets really crazy. A lot of these teams have been trying so many different things here for trios in Hollow Roth, trying to find different viabilities. We definitely get to see some Takeda picks coming out into Hollow Roth as well. We see kind of some of the standards, and we see a big variation onto that Transformers comp, right? It's not just the typical same Transformer comp we usually see when we come over to Hollow Roth. And I really like that, especially because that transition to that particular monk comp is served really, really well. We see a little bit of it on Morsile. Like, we see a lot of like Temmie coming through now, and Temmie has done a lot for that Transformers comp, because before what we would see is that Transformer comp really only worked well in the late game, right? Which means they missed out on that opportunity to secure all that gear from the Morse Blessing in mid games. They came into late game with like no kills, and it was like, okay, you just have to be the better monk in the final circle. And in season 1, we saw how that played out. There was 4 monks who clearly stood out above the rest in those final circles, who were the ones who were always able to make it happen. And a lot of these teams stopped playing Transformers comp because they were just like, look, I don't want to risk it on trying to be a better monk than the likes of Eagle from Q9, or, you know, 330 from Team GG, right? Like, those big monks were the ones who were always dominating those final circles. But now adding Tumult to that comp has really opened it up, where like early a game they can afford to be aggressive because they have that lifeline, they have that resurrection, so they get to do something early game. They don't have to be afraid to play early game and put points on the board. In the mid game, they have that Temmie ultimate, which allows them to skirmish and fight over those Morse blessings, get that gear that is so coveted by the Transformers comp much earlier into the game, which means they can be aggressive in the mid game because now they've got better gear. Their ultimates are even better on top of the fact that they have that better gear. And they still have the monk. So going into that final circle, they also pop off in the late game. It's taking it from a comp that's only good at one part of the game, and it's turned it into a comp that's good at every part of the game, right? Especially that mid game, and being able to fight for those Morse blessings that particular comp really needs. They're structured around it. You have to have that purple armor for both the Yuashan and the monk, and you have to have the purple weapon on your monk or Yuashan so that they're doing as much damage as you want. And we've even seen some of these teams start to drop the Yuashan and pick up some other picks that are fairly interesting as well, trying to kind of cover more of that mid game or cover more of that early game on Hollow Roth, and it served them pretty well for the teams that have been able to lock it in and survive past the early game with those comps. So I love seeing that coming out. I love seeing the adaptation by the teams, and Hollow Roth has forced these teams to adapt even more, and I'm all for it. We need some different comps. We need people to come in and be thinking on their toes, because that's realistically what wins games here. J-Team, very good players, right? But the reason they dominated Worlds was they were the team that adapted Viper Ning into their comp, because World Cup last year was Transformers comp. That was it. That's what people were playing. That was what was dominating, until J-Team brought Viper in to counter the Transformer comps. And because of that, they became the dominant force and walked away the World Cup champions last year. And that's what we need to see these teams doing now, is experimenting with these comps before they get to Worlds, so that they can figure out, hey, this is our winning formula in terms of a comp.
You have a lot of information. You are good. Because there's certain times when you play, there's certain times when you're playing this and you think about the comps and how people have been playing this, the counters can be just as lethal, right? Because sometimes it's good to just officially shut down some of these teams and just be like, hey, let them know we don't do this here. We don't do that there. So when we finally see some of these start to work, which counters do you think are better? Personally, I still think a Viper is still very, very important in this comp scene. And I think Viper is still one of the best counters of this game.
Look, Viper brings a lot to a team. The thing with Viper in the current meta is you have to be very careful about how you're playing her, right? You're coming in here, and towards those final circles, realistically, if you're running a team comp, and you get a Viper stun in that final circle, it doesn't matter how many people you stun, right? You can stun the whole lobby. You can stun 17 people. You're 3 people. So realistically, with that Viper stun, you can only shut down 3 of those kills before the stun runs out, right? So you need to be selective about when you're using that Viper ultimate, because if you don't lock down the entire lobby, any of the other teams that didn't get stunned are now able to capitalize on your stun and start picking up eliminations. And it doesn't matter if your team picks up 3 eliminations off of a stun if 3 other teams also pick up 3 eliminations, because then you're still technically 6 eliminations behind in the overall point, points, because the other teams are getting points. You have to think about it as every time a team who's above me or very like tied with me gets points, that's more points I need to slip another position up, right? So if you're picking up 3 points, but 3 teams that are relatively close to you in terms of points also pick up 3 points each, okay, wow, now that's 9 points I have to overcome. I got 3 points of that back. You're actually at a 6-point deficit, right? So you need to be careful about when you're using those Viper ults, but they can be very good to counter people. That's why we see, like when we saw those Takeda comps, right? We were seeing the Matari come through because it hard counters the Viper in those final circles, and then Takeda can capitalize on all those stuns that come through because, hey, look, my team can't be stunned because we're invisible. You stun half the lobby, now we can go pick up free eliminations. So there's a lot of thought process that goes into it, and it even comes down to small things like the time of day on the map, right? We drew what time of day each game was going to be. The reason we saw so many Takeda comps in game 1 was because it was that dusk or nighttime for the map, which means there's more fireflies, which means these teams can play around the fireflies and pick up the ultimate for Takeda more often. That's why we saw so many Takeda picks, because they were playing around those fireflies to get that ultimate charge and keep their team momentum going. And that's the thing, right? It can come down to the littlest of decisions when you're picking these team comps, and it can even come down to what is everybody else playing in this particular lobby. And then you also have the hero point system on top of it. So many of these teams making decisions based on the smallest of factors. Speaking of interesting decisions, EWG bringing Z-Ping into trios for the first time that I've seen here. It's going to be very interesting. But speaking of interesting, tell me about this map, Dobby.
I mean, with everything going on here, Plummet Castle is going to be the absolute forefront of insanity that we're going to see for the first game of Holoroth here. Meanwhile, XCG is going to decide to head all the way to Jin's Armory, way on the bottom left side here. It looks like there's going to be a team, at least in the snow section here, and that's going to be YZG, right? Going to be at Campfire, right near Nbpl Village on that far right side here. It looks like there's also going to be some people, at least towards right side, near City of Tang as well. That could be also a very popular location for some people, but as of right now, that Plummet Castle is going to be seeing a lot of people, a lot of fights, and a lot of engagement. Trios are going to be an absolute bloodbath, and I feel nothing but excitement going into our game number 2. Locking it in with KZ, immediately popping that bell, knowing where everyone is, picking up some loot, and getting ready for the massacre that's about to ensue.
Yeah, KZ here trying to get that early information while they're on the back picking up some loot here. Of course, as is tradition, we started with KZ, our MVPs from last game. J-Team here getting into an engagement with Q9. Q9 forced to push to the edge of the tower as Eagle was topside up on the Ballista. That Ballista not able to shoot directly down means Eagle jumps off the tower to come down to help the likes of the rest of J-Team here. But Q9 here absolutely coming in with these dual blades, putting in work here onto J-Team. We see the charged left click come out for the 3rd time here. Ego going to be forced to monk up here as Lee goes down. ZK trying to keep at least LWH busy here. Now we're going to see the longsword slash come out. This communication is why J-Team is so strong. Eagle, one of those huge monk players that we were literally just talking about, right? Transferred from Q9, ironically here, to J-Team. Q9 facing their former team leader here, one of the best monks in the lead in the face of J-Team. absolute irony here for the start of the game as J-Team picks up 3 eliminations. They're going to get their UA brought straight back into this, and we turn our attention back to KZ at Plume Castle, who's engaging with Team Ventus. We just saw the likes of I do believe Gone By actually land a Dragon's Rush into Nez's Might, but it doesn't matter as Ventus is able to just come back in, take control of the fight, and clean this up. They're going to send KZ back to the Soul Altar with only 3 eliminations under their belt.
Unfortunate coming in, but at least they still have a chance for the resurrection though, which means they can easily come back and easily go for the salty run back. And let's see what type of magic that they can ensue here. Meanwhile, ZK caught in a different situation here, absolutely hit by a bunch of dual blades coming in from ZK here, trying to struggle to get this out, but oh my goodness, ends up getting taken and finished within seconds though. Meanwhile, OUG and Ventus are on a whole nother drawstring here as Pixel trying to keep it alive here, but with the massive monk being dangerously low, not looking good as Pixel will get eliminated and claimed by a 1v3. And obviously, you know, remember when back in the day when you used to be a monk and you had to run away? The same with the Terracotta Warrior. And now look at everybody. Everybody is pushing in, claiming these eliminations from the monks. And it doesn't even matter that he can grab you, he can pull you in, give you the nice slam jam, mama jam. You don't want to get caught in those bad situations. And back in the day, people used to run from them, and now they're running full speed ahead from these massive, massive ultis. And you love to see the confidence of these pro players really grow throughout all of this. Meanwhile, WX98 looking real low here, not looking good. This man is scrambling to try to figure out what just happened to his health and his shield as he ends up trying to get away here. He's trying to not to get claimed here by EWG, but it looks like he's gonna fight it out as best he can, but it's not gonna be enough as they will be able to claim that body and get the finish going here. WX98, tough, trying to scramble it out. Meanwhile, oh no, it looks like they was able to whoosh him out. The massive pull, massive opportunity though to keep him alive. Looks like they might have found him though, and OUG, it looks like he had enough time to be able to pop that heal and that shield. Full, almost full HP here, and pretty much ready to fight again.
Yeah, the problem is Zinyu completely separated from his team here. No, OUG finally going to show up. EWG missed the opportunity to catch them out. This is very interesting to see here in the Pro League. This is something we typically don't see. A lot of these teams here, OUG and EWG, started taking the ones, right? Which is what we call it when you separate your 3 members and each of you try to 1v1 a member of the other trio. You don't see that here in trios in the pro leagues because you're looking to isolate a single player, eliminate that one player so you have the numbers advantage to take it on in the 3v2. It didn't last for too long as they realized, okay, hey, this is probably just a bad habit from us playing, you know, casuals or ranked, and immediately turn their attention back to a singular target here, and OUG's been able to take control of the fight. It is currently a 2v2 situation. EWG still pressuring on to OUG. Wade looking for an opportunity to come in with that bow and hit somebody. Doesn't, but does find an opportunity with the longsword. Is able to come back in with the Wu Chen, get the bodies back out. The problem is EWG going to be able to get Yiran up way faster, and do they know where OUG is? They're going topside, taking a look here, and they actually are heading the opposite direction of OUG, who's down here just below, literally inches away from their face. Wade able to get both of his teammates back up before Sanzi from EWG is able to find them. We're going to see the F come out, and EWG Sanzi here can't afford to push because the rest of EWG is too separated away. OUG might be able to get this full reset. Looks like they're going upstairs trying to find that reset, but Wade gets caught out as all 3 members of the team come in. There we go. There's the triple elimination. EWG able to follow it back up onto OUG, pressures them, catches Wade out. The other 2 then forced to take the fight there, and OUG gets sent back to the Soul Altar.
Meanwhile, XCG able to do what they can here, keeping the game alive for themselves here. XCG 3 eliminations deep. So many teams. Look at all the teams. Every team has at least one team wipe. 1+ team. XCG, 17JL, J Team, KZ, OUG, Vengeance. They all have at least one full team comp elimination under their belt. Meanwhile, Benshu gets absolutely sent to the ground and says hi to Snow to the face as Benshu's gonna force the Terracotta Warrior to come out here. Are we gonna see a monk fight? Fight! 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 Push in! Punch him in the face! Meanwhile, AS gonna try to see what he can here, as he's gonna force the Monk ult to come out. Beautiful bell timing though with the defense. Zhao is dangerously low though. He's gonna have to maneuver as best he can here, trying not to get. Oh, beautiful dodging coming in from all of these plays here, trying to keep the game alive. Does a nice shield swap with the gray shield. Gonna try to see if maybe he can hold it for as long and as best as he can here, as he is gonna be able to dish this out. DU dangerously low here. Is gonna have to also try to do some dodging and maneuvering. Sadly, QGG does get claimed though, as 17JL will be able to get the finish off of the team, and it looks like they will be able to go back for their resurrection. But OUG really holding it together here, dangerously low, dodging everything possible and still getting damage though. That really could have been a different turnaround if he had just a little bit more heals.
Yeah, absolutely. As we take a look here now, turning our attention here to KZ. You know, that fight was very, very interesting. 17JL was able to finally take back control of it, but for the longest time, YZG really just kept the momentum moving, was able to land the dodges, was able to force the trades the way they wanted to, but weren't able to create any sort of damage onto the enemy team, just keep themselves alive. And 17JL finally was able to find one pick, and off the back of that, the numbers advantage, was able to find the other 2 picks there and pick up all 3 eliminations. Taking a look here, we are going to see those Moore's Blessing start to come in, and it looks like there's going to be 1 Mystic Might, 1 Draco Storm, and 1 Vermilion Bird's Might, if my eyes do not deceive me. Up at the top of the order, we have EWG with 9 eliminations already, 17JL with 6, and Fun Plus Phoenix and a ton of other teams tied for 3rd with 3 eliminations each here. 1 squad wipe under their belt each. EWG really setting themselves up for success here with the only Z-Ping here in our game number 2. So it's going to be interesting to see if that comp continues to pay off for them, or if it's just going to be an early game comp where they can pressure that aggression because of the healing and then fall off in the mid to late game. Q9 here, Gua gonna go ahead and ult up here, is able to find Ventus' WX98, not able to find another one, is not gonna get the slam as he gets frozen out and pushed back by Ventus' Pixel. Gua going very, very low off the back of it as well, gets pushed away by Pixel again. Gua 1 HP in a dream, is gonna get eliminated by WX98 here, the person he did end up grabbing. Ventus trying to move away, cover for Pixel. Pixel very low, but at least has the full armor. WX98 is going to scale rush up. Not quite sure what he's doing, why he's not down below covering for Pixel here. He's just kind of sitting top side. It's very, very weird to see. I'm literally confused here. Why is their team not together? They picked up the elimination off of the other team here, and now they've separated, right? Ventus just letting themselves get picked off one at a time, and Ace comes in for the 3rd party and is going to be able to pick up multiple eliminations there instead of them grouping together when all 3 of them are still up. I'm not quite sure what happened there. WX98 already with a Rebirth Charm in hand, though, is going to be able to bring back at least Pixel from Team Ventus there. So
you know what happened? You know what happened?
Pixel there.
You know what happened? He split off and he went X Games mode. He went crazy. He tried to see if he could. He tried to pull the Dunk Queen. He was like, I'm gonna be the solo guy. I'm gonna try to see if I can get some eliminations, pop some damage, see what I can do here. I'm kind of nice with it. Yeah, you know who it is, and I'm just that guy. He said I'm built different. Better pay attention and watch me. You don't know what I'm about to do next. Be careful. I might be right behind you on your doorstep. You never know.
Not built different enough as he is eliminated by Ace right off the rip, but he tried. We'll give him that. His teammates, though, I think what happened there is they saw the 3rd party getting ready to come in from Ace there and decided to leave Pixel because they knew they could easily go get a Rebirth Charm nearby at the Moore's Blessing, and that's exactly what they did. They prioritized just letting Pixel go and get the Rebirth Charm instead of potentially killing all 3 members of their team to that fight, right? Because there was a 3rd party coming in and they had burnt quite a few resources. It's a pretty smart decision if that's what they did, knowing they could guarantee the Rebirth Charm, and they almost immediately do get the Rebirth Charm and get Pixel back into the game. So Ventus, all members still here, 4 eliminations on the board for him, doing fairly well for themselves. Just was very interesting in the moment to watch, because you're just like, why is he not going in? Like, why are they letting him fight, you know, Pixel 2v1 by himself? I don't understand. EWG here looking to come in and find some picks. It looks like on to I can't really tell. Visual bug on the name there if that's Fun Plus Phoenix. Yeah, it's gonna be Fun Plus Phoenix's VVV, right? No, that's Bowdow's AXO.
No.
Okay, yeah, the visual bug there on the name made it very hard to tell.
I can understand why. I can understand why you was a little confused by that. That makes sense. Yeah. Sometimes it's all about just how you can look at it too. And sometimes you just look at me like, what is that? I don't remember that being a thing. Huh? Excuse you?
It's Bowdow loses AXO there.
Yeah, that's unfortunate coming into this. They will be able to go through with their rotations. Looks like 40. Looks like NAD's also lost one of their other mains too, is Doshi. Looks like he's gonna start getting pushed in and absolutely annihilated as KZ Rain's gonna keep up that same momentum here. And it looks like Xiao is gonna try to do it again. Oh, massive carry coming in. Trying to shut down one of the players here. Does what he can. And it doesn't look like it's gonna be enough as KZ is going to claim GD, or no, NAD, and says, see you later to this team. You guys did well. You guys tried. Back at it again. Let's see if they can figure this out.
KZ's Rain here, moving across EWG once again. EWG just on the hunt here, moving across the map, looking for stragglers, trying to find eliminations. Able to string together quite a few eliminations for themselves here. I do believe they're up to 10 elims already. And again, the only team here with that Z-ping, my only concern with this is that into the late game, that they don't know, or sorry, they're going to fall off a little bit as they don't really have a way to dominate that final circle with that particular team comp, right? Early to mid game, it's very easy for them to make picks off of these teams, but in the chaos of a final circle, they don't really have a way to make picks off of individuals and are going to be forced to fight absolutely everybody all at once. And the Temi ult really the only thing going to buy them any sort of space, but the problem is that's only going to allow them to get one pick against a massive number of players in that final circle.
Do you think final circle, do you think it's beneficial for these final circles, especially with their ultis? Do you think there should be more, do you think people should be as patient as they are so far within these trio games? Do you think people should be more aggressive within those times where people are being patient? I feel like people should be a little bit more aggressive in those moments while people are being patient.
So I think it comes down to what your team comp is, right? So if you're playing something like the Monk team comp that we're typical of seeing, you need to be patient. What you're doing is you're buying time for your Monk to get his ult back, right? He's generally going to be playing full rage runes where he generates a lot of rage, and you're just trying to play defensively. Temi's going to be popping the ult to buy him space when he gets low. Your Yueshan's going to ult up and just use those attacks to threaten the space around the Monk so he can get a full reset back up and he can start throwing out damage at range with something like a cannon. That's typically why we see monks with the cannon so often, because you're able to splash damage onto multiple targets, and the more damage that you're dealing, the more rage that you're building back up with those rage glyphs that you start with at the beginning of the match. So those particular comps need to be playing patiently and waiting, right? Some of the other comps need to be playing aggressively. If you're playing like a Yodo Viper comp, you need to be going in aggressive and trying to make space, because you want to capitalize on these teams that need to wait. Like if you find that the Monk is forced to de-monk, that's the moment you need to go in and strike. You don't want to wait patiently in that moment, because then you're playing exactly into what that team's trying to do, and your team is not going to be happy once that Monk comes back up. You want to eliminate him before he has the opportunity to get the ult back in. And then if you're playing, you know, kind of a more middling team, something with Takeda or something like that, you're basically always looking to be as aggressive as humanly possible. So you're not wanting to play patiently ever at all there. And that's why it comes down heavily to what the team comps are and what you're up against in those final circles. Speaking of playing aggressively, EWG here pushing pretty aggressively onto AOW, and it looks like it's going to cost them Sanzi off the rip, as Cuckoo is a little bit quicker on that ult finger, and it goes ahead and transforms into the Yueshan, the Terracotta Warrior here, and it blitzes Sanzi down before EWG can do anything. AOW, however, does lose one of their team members, so it's currently a 2v2. Ping Tao being caught out by the members of EWG here, but look at this, Ping Tao playing patiently, but still close by, right? He's using every ability he's got. He's creating space. Unfortunately, he's going to go down to a massive assassin's lunge from Yi Ron. Cuckoo goes low as well, and AOW is going to get cleaned up here. Man, that absolutely sucks for them. They were just trying to buy time till that Terracotta Warrior went away. They were able to survive until the Terracotta Warrior went away, turned his back to turn the attention to the other member of the team there, and gets assassin lunged in the back, and they followed up with a second assassin lunge, because now you can follow it up from one to the other. And if you get caught in that cycle of assassin lunges, it does so much damage. It's very parryable, but if you don't see it coming and you take multiple hits, your life bar disappears in an instant. And that's exactly what we just saw happen to the likes of AOW.
Unfortunate with that timing, trying to get that space to claim the elimination. Sadly ends up getting claimed. As it looks like now, Pixel and Ventus is deciding to back out. 17JL is going to decide not to push in to keep that aggression. Looks like they're going to be trying to go in for some form of loot here. Looks like Draco Storm is going to pick up their second, or J Team is going to pick up their second Draco. XCG within the crawl strings here, surrounding this little itty bitty lake here, as ASE is just looking and just ready to hunt down like a wolf pack. They want XCG. They have their eyes on them. They know they're there. They know they're nearby. Looks like they will be able to push in here. Looks like Ace is just gonna let them push on in nearby. Curious if XCG is gonna decide to push it all, or if they're gonna fight this out. YZG also is a very similar situation as well here. Doesn't necessarily want to force anything. It's very interesting.
YZG just pushing over here, looking to get a hold of.
Oh, look at CXG! CXG ends up getting absolutely destroyed. Right, I think it was bows, and at least I don't even think it was a cannon. It was just nothing but bows. I don't know where it came from, but CXZ just gets absolutely pelted all the way to basically like 15 to 20 HP out of nowhere. As Alex looks like he might have been the forefront of it. I mean, man, look at that. The man is just pelting him with so much arrows and just decimating his shield. By the time he even thinks about it, it's over and he doesn't have anything left.
Yeah, the repeating crossbow does a ton of damage, especially on headshots. When you get somebody locked down with the stun like they did there with the double grabs, and you're able to just continue to guarantee those headshots on to that player, you can melt somebody very, very quickly. Zaltoda, though, comes in with the bell, is able to push back here. Interesting decision that they haven't put the legendary armor on the monk player just yet, and they have it on the Yueshan, so maybe they're more comfortable banking on the damage coming out from their Yueshan, or they tend to use that Yueshan more as a front line here to defend the rest of the team, and maybe that's why he's going to be rocking the legendary armor there. But yeah, that repeating crossbow putting in absolute work there. Zaltodo very luckily still has his bell, is able to pop it immediately after the grapple stun goes away, and buys himself enough time to go ahead and slip away there and get a reset. 17 Jails AS gonna pick up OUG's SS, and it's gonna send all of OUG back to the lobby here in game number 2. Vent is continuing to pick up a couple of eliminations here. That's gonna be their 4th elimination of the game. We're gonna see Aces pick up out as Rizu also over on the kill feed here, and that's gonna be Ace's third kill of game number 2 here. A lot of these teams putting in work. KZ with another 7 eliminations on the board, and off the back of that first game, finally moving up into the top 16, but still have a lot of work to do if they want to guarantee their qualification for the bi-weekly final here, as many teams still hungry and close behind the likes of KZ. They're gonna have to keep putting points up on the board if they want to climb a little bit higher and guarantee themselves a spot into that bi-weekly. YZG up top, J Team here. Much slower pace J Team here this game, as they are playing that Transformers comp this time around. They have picked up 5 eliminations for themselves, and they are just kind of slow rolling it here. They have also picked up a ton of loot that's very, very good for their team. ZK unfortunately still on that blue armor for himself. They haven't been able to secure a second set of purple armor. Eagle able to pick up a set of legendary armor off of that particular box, but Eagle was rocking blue armor up to this point, so unfortunately there's not going to be another purple there for the likes of their to Mulk to go pick up. They're going to be stuck waiting for that last set of armor, but at least their transformers have the loot they need to be as effective as possible. Taking a look here to 17JL. Again, we're going to see a lot of this monks with cannons here. It's because they're able to build so much rage so fast with them by throwing those cannon shots down into the middle of a team and hitting multiple people and getting multiple procs from those rage building glyphs. KZ behind the rock here, just holding on for dear life while that zone starts to push in. They're going to be pushed out of that hiding spot and trying to find a space to call their own here. Funnily enough, we saw this very similar ending circle last week, where it's one of the few areas here on Holoroth that favors these monks, right? It's a much more open area. There's still a lot of little terrain here, like a lot of little rocks and stuff that you don't see so much of on Morris Isles, but it's still much more open comparative to the rest of the map here than we're used to seeing. Vince's Pixel here trying to get the grabs out, is able to get on Jai Liu, who's going to be forced to de-ult, and unfortunately too much range damage coming out. He's not able to de-ult fast enough and pop the bell, so he's going to get eliminated right there. And then EWG Sanzi also going to get eliminated. Ventus Yu going to go down next here to a massive cannon shot from 17JL's AS. The burn tick actually going through their frost core and picking up the elimination. And man, things are starting to pop off here as we are zone 5 getting ready to collapse onto zone 6. Only 24 players left alive. A much faster paced game than game 1, Dobby.
Much faster pace. Let's see if they can keep the same fast pace as they keep the energy slowly. Columbus is closing in here as Rain looks like he's going to be able to catch Liu in this next space here. Ends up getting immediately pelted by bow shots here as the cannon's going to come through like an absolute rocket. It's no longer a cannon anymore. It's a rocket as Rain. He's going to go for the repair. And it looks like one of them on the other side here looks like he might have claimed and hit a massive hit onto... It looks like it's going to be one of those spaces here. Now more and more things are going to start coming in here. Let's see if Zhao is going to be able to find this out as well here. Even with all of this space and this momentum, let's see if they can be able to figure this out. As Zhao might be able to find it. Going to be able to go for the repair on his cannon. See if he's going to play it to the best of his ability. He's still been able to do so much within this space, though. Let's see if he can maximize even more opportunities than what he already has done before. More and more. Azai going to be able to try to find it. Struggling to try to see if he can get anything with that gold shield ready in his back pocket. Trying to make the momentum happen here. See if he's going to be able to figure this out. Nice cannon shots. Trying to see if he can ricochet something. It looks like now EWG on the outside, right up top though on this tree line. Gonna have to start moseying in, which means they're probably gonna find somebody to fight. YZG trying to get some massive damage onto Alliance, and they're hitting the marks. They're hitting those shots. Mubai ends up getting grabbed and beautifully timed though, able to get the bell right before he hits the ground here. And it looks like Mubai is gonna lose that next one though, as J-Team's Eagle's gonna be able to grab that one and immediately call it. I actually thought Eagle grabbed the next person though. He did so well though. It looks like he's gonna try to see if he can go for another grab as well here. Just trying to time it right here. So close to grabbing one, but Mentality has already popped his Terracotta Warrior within the time frame right before he ends up getting grabbed here. So he has the opportunity. Meanwhile, AS getting a beautiful throwdown onto Xiaonan as he's going to demonk as well here. As Xiao is going to pop his second monk of tonight. Ends up grabbing ZK in the draw fronts of all of this madness though. Ends up getting the throwdown, but no, ends up missing it as he ends up getting hit, and he ends up dropping him, but not this time. He gets the first one, and he gets the next grab. Zai Liu's gonna claim that one onto ZK and get the beautiful finish off of one of those eliminations. Grabs J-Team's Eagle, ends up getting pelted and finished. He's gonna get the next elimination onto Eagle here, but he ends up getting absolutely dealt and finished by so many post shots from all over the place. The repeating crossbow seems to be a massive MVP ranged weapon of tonight so far.
Yeah, the repeating crossbow really coming back into the meta fairly heavily. You know, me and Moxie talked about this last week, right? How much utility it really brings into these particular monk comps and how much damage you can do locking somebody down like that. The cannons have been favored pretty heavily and are going to continue to be favored by monk players, but to counteract the likes of the monk players, those repeating crossbows come in super handy here. We're gonna see 17JLS Monk up here, as well as their team pop that Temi ult. They're gonna grab onto CXD. 17JL really trying to set themselves up to be the victors here. They have 10 eliminations currently. The only team with all of their members still left alive here in this lobby. They pick up Alliance's Mentality. Mentality goes super low. They're able to pick up that elimination as well. And look at this. They're not using any of their ults or anything. AS just gonna go ahead and demonk here. He sees everybody on the backside of that one particular rock. He's not gonna be able to get any grabs out of this. So they're just gonna move to start trying to find a situation where they can get the Monk back up, back the cooldown coming in. XCG up top here actually still has all 3 of their members. I miscalled that, and they are trying to come in and make it happen now as their Monk is back off of cooldown. We're to see the Varja form come through, but Jiaonan not able to land the grabs just yet. Now gonna be on the receiving end of the Flamer. Picks up 17JL's AS, but he isn't able to find, no, he does find it, the second grab onto GU. GU goes down. AS still alive though, and the opportunity for him to Monk up gonna be coming back very soon. J-Team's Lee getting caught out here as the last remaining player here for J-Team. Lee just trying to hold on for dear life, wants to continue to put as many points on the board as they can. Benchu on the backside here. Jiaonan is still here. It looks like the likes of 17JL is actually down. No, their Monk is been eliminated. They are down to their last remaining player here, holding on for dear life. XCG looking to be our MVPs here as now they find EWG Zhao Liu and pick up that elimination, and it's only XCG. It's all going to come up XCG here in the end. They're able to pick up enough eliminations in that first place to just slide themselves into first place for the overall MVP as well. And they also, if I'm not mistaken, they were the ones who picked up second place in our first game. So XCG really continuing the trend of domination here in our 3rd day of trios for our 4th bi-weekly derby.
Even with that though, XCG really able to do what they need to for game number 2 on Holleroth here. I think the balance of really going through all of these teams here, fighting it out, being defensive, but also not trying to get caught up, because it was a very open circle for this final circle here. The only real safety that you really had was towards the middle. And sometimes you don't really need to be in that middle. That middle can be a very bad place to be within this area here. And obviously that was the main section for this final circle here, but XCG with beautiful grabs down and really doing massive damage though with the throws and the slams, really kept keeping up the amount of rotations they really could have towards the final circle here. And especially with Zhao being that Monk at the very end here. I mean, he grabs AS who had the Flamebringer. I think the Flamebringer really being able to hold that and getting that control was massive, because that Flamebringer could have been a really big damaged game here, but being able to grab that, shut that down, and make it a lot harder for them, especially with their heals too, because once you get into those final circles here, you got to start with full shield. You got to start with full heals. If you don't, it's going to be a lot harder for you to really get these eliminations here, because you really don't have the space. You don't have that moment of safety. You don't have that moment to try to heal up at all here. But XCG really controlling the entirety of this final circle and doing that crowd control justice by just absolutely handling these 1v3s and just making sure that no one really has an opportunity to separate XCG. And that's how they ended up being victorious at the end.
Oh, yeah. You know, they come in, they're one of the few teams that still has all 3 of their members left alive. They have their Monk able to come in and shut down the only other team that had all 3 of its members left alive. And most importantly, shut down the key member of that team, shut down the Monk before he had his own opportunity to Monk back up and come in and make something happen there. AS very close to his Monk coming back up. Like you said, that Flame Breath coming in, but he's just able to grab him out of it because of the location where he's standing. And immediately, because they practiced good diligence and patience in the mid game, if you notice, they had gold armor, gold weapon on their Monk, and that makes a huge difference in the amount of damage that you can take and the amount of damage you deal when you pick up the double grabs. It looked to me like they didn't get the kill onto AS when they did the slam, because when he picked up AS had full gold shields and full health, but because he had so much damage, their teammate turns around, takes one range shot onto AS, and just that little bit of damage was enough for them to be able to get the kill with the slam because of that gold weapon. and it's able to rock the final circle there for XCG, who walks away with 12 eliminations and a first place finish for a 24.2. EWG not far behind at a 23.8, and 17JL not far behind that at a 22.5. But as soon as we jump to fourth place, we're start talking about a 10-point difference between those top three and fourth through six here, who get a 12.2, 12.5, and a 13.2, 12.5, and a 10.1 respectfully across the board here. Our top three teams each walking away with 20 points. Pretty big game for the likes of XCG, especially considering they were a second place finisher in our first game and also walked away with 20 plus points. So they already have put 40 points on the board for today.
Oh, and it's very close too in between top three. Very insanely close. Even with that though, that's that looks like that's a 1.6 difference between 1 through second. It looks like that's a it looks like a 1.4 difference. 1.4 difference between second and third, 1.2 between first and second. Between third and fourth, that's at least 2 points. But still, that is a massive point difference though, knowing that those placement points are going to be the deciding factor in who gets first, second, and third. Coming in with their second MVP, Lixing Hen, coming in with Soul Slash, Advanced Heal, Group Heal, Soothing Boon, and 2 melee resist Soul Jades with a repeating crossbow damage of 7,200 damage. The repeating crossbow was a massive beneficiary for these last 2 games, and especially in game 2 coming in. I mean, I saw people get absolutely decimated and destroyed. If you was not paying attention for those couple of seconds, you went from full shield to basically half health, and you look and you go, where's my heals? What happened? All of a sudden, I'm in the middle of a fight. I'm actually not even in the middle of a fight. I'm just standing up top trying to see what's going on. Obviously, like,
yeah, those crossbows coming in absolutely massive in this particular game. And you know, I'm not surprised to see it. We saw a lot of comps running the monk, right? And that Varja very, very susceptible to something like the crossbow. And if you're able to pick up that venom tip soul jade for the crossbow, it is huge. You're talking about a massive amount of damage you can pump out on monk. We typically think of like, okay, hey, if I want to do a bunch of damage to monk, I want to do that flame breath, right? But the repeating crossbow just pumps out the damage so fast. And you know what else is getting ready to come very fast? Game number 3, after we throw to a quick interview with our girl Jaeger.
Hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. And now I'm standing with our 小南 from the team XCG and let him say hello to our audience. Hello 小南，先和大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是叉自己小南。
好的，再次欢迎你来到我们的赛后采访，再次恭喜你们拿下了本场比赛的最高分。So first of all, congratulations, you guys get the higher score in the game 2. And I know at the end of the game, it's really like bravo that the key you guys can won this game is because your golden like double grab at the end of the game. So I would like to know, so how your team communication at that time and how can you did that so excellent? 那首先再次恭喜你们这一把可以拿到这个最高分，而且这一把拿到这个最高分最关键的一个点就是你的这个金手双抓，对吧？拿下了这一波，现在特别想问一下，现在自己双抓完之后感觉怎么样？并且这一波当时队内你们是怎么沟通交流，队友怎么跟你打的这个配合呢？
双抓嘛，还好我就抓住机会了嘛。因为当时就一个满面队就 AS 就是当时那大佛刚变小，如果是我起大的话，他必须得死。就是当时我们就说，就是必须得把大佛清了。
怎么找的这个机会呢？
就是 AS 那边应该是被爆了，然后他开大了，他开大之后。然后他变小的时候，他风男给对面给风男给了个自保大，
对，
然后我们等到风结束之后，我们开个大佛大去清场，就主要就是为了杀这个驼，因为杀了之后他拉不起来嘛。
对对对，是的，是的。好的 ，So actually at the end of the game, because there's only like 17 JL, they also have 3 opponents are there. So we watch their ultimate. After AS used his ultimate of Monk, and after that Mooch's ultimate, so we just go there and I use my ultimate of Monk and have the double grab at that time. So for my feeling, I just think it's okay. So because you know now you you tell me it's not like too excited for the double grab. So seems like you are very familiar with the hero Monk. So I would like to know like how many times, how long every day you train in the Naraka and have very excellent performance by using the Monk. 那我们也提到了，其实刚才小南跟我说，这一波拿了这个双抓，自己心情还是就是一般般，就还可以，对吧？看得出自己对于这个天海的一个控制能力啊，包括熟悉度已经非常高。那么能不能给我们透露一下，自己平时在打永劫的话，会花每天啊训练会花多少时间去练习这个大佛的双抓呢？
以前有练过，可能是。第二双周的时候玩的，最近就是我们教练给我们布置任务都是单排击杀，单排击杀比较多一些，所以说大佛这个就是没怎么练了。
没怎么练，那最近在练什么英雄呢？
最近在练风男跟霓虹叶。因为这两个英雄在这个比赛里挺关键的。
好的，好的。So actually for me, I trained Monk for like several weeks ago, like for the season 2, it's like the first double week and second double week. And recently, I'm trying more times on the Viper and Wu Chen because it's very important hero in the game now, and they are very strong nowadays in the Trios game. And the Tamuch in the game, he is very strong. Okay, so also because we just like set the Tamuch, and you know nowadays Tamuch is really, we can see a lot in the game, and I think it's a little bit like counter the Monk. So I would like to know, because you are using the Monk, so how you like counter and fight with Tamuch? 那我们刚才其实也讲到了特穆尔嘛，那最近其实比赛当中啊，我们看到特穆尔的出现几率是越来越高。某种程度上来说，其实特穆尔它是有一点点 counter 天海的。那作为一个天海的玩家，你自己觉得在打这个天海的时候，你是怎么去应对特穆尔的呢？
反正一般如果说特穆尔该封的话，我们一般有月山交个吼，交一个战吼的话，我们先出风，这种因为出风的时候月山会保护我们出风，一般一个风压应该对我们天海来说没什么作用，
没什么压力。
对。
好的 So actually, because the Tamuch is ultimate, and we can use Yue Shan's ultimate to like avoid the control of Tamuch. So actually, most of the time we just used Yue Shan's ultimate to avoid the control, and so it won't be too pressure for me as a Tianhai. OK， 好的，谢谢小南接受我们今天采访，也再次恭喜你们。OK， 小南 ，Thank you 小南 for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
在那些和你分开的时间里，我骗过我自己，以为能忘了你。圆圆的脑袋，大大耳朵，粉色又笨拙，跑步像陀螺。你都想牢记，总是出错。想要做好事，弹中炮火。但是我找一下屁股的位置，我找到一个红叶。
敌人
来了，躲树上的，可能躲在洞里面。
走吧，先假装走，先假装走，别再走了。
我想进洞看一眼。
你看，龙还有20秒。
洞里面躲了，就在洞里。
OK， 我手撕你们追。
就是
躲落日寺里面了，我估计。我想消费一下。
我也想消费。我这有撕药的声音，我这儿撕药，我这儿。来，我这儿撕药的声音就在我周围，我出去，但是我不知道在哪儿。我真听见人打药了。再找一下，我说下面。我在比你，就他，炸死你！我炸 杀死你！给我下吧！杀死你！给我下！滚！你可以，这波你关键，你的鼻子像狗一样，关键。吃药了，只找了3分钟，走。
我死了，你们继续操作，两个堵了。
拿了个身份证，哦，我选那下狗。没事。
你第一选武田。
有花。
有点搞笑。
哦呦，真的假的？哦，
别滚吃了。
钱滚。哦，踢吃花。啊！真的假的？太离谱了！哎呀！哇！
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to the Naraka Blade Point Pro League Season 2. We're in our third day of trios in our fourth bi-weekly. I'm your host and your caster, the Runekeeper. Joining me, as always, is my main man, my right-hand man, Dobby Air. But I've got a very special message for somebody out in chat today, somebody very important to the Naraka Blade Point community. And I want to wish a very, very happy birthday to our boy Creatives. Creatives, thanks for always being a great member of the community and doing a lot for everybody. And I hope you have a very happy birthday, my brother.
Creatives is good people, man. That's good people right there. Not only is that good people, that's a good vibe. That's a dangerous character, dangerous player too. At the end of the day too. So definitely always keep your eyes out for the homie Creative here. As we're gonna be going through our next question here. Which ultimate was Alexei Tumult carrying in game number 2? Was it V1, V2, or V3? Cast your votes. Winners will get a DM. And you will be getting something very, very nice.
Yeah, those legendary weapon skins. Oh yeah, those come in nice in game. We all love a little bit of gold in our pocket at the end of the day here. And again, you got to answer A, B, or C. Is it V1, V2, or V3 coming out from the Temi there? This is subtle. This is going to be a difficult question because the differences in the Temi ult are very, very subtle. Unless you're paying attention really closely, you're not going to see exactly what that is. But speaking of see what it is, we're going to come back for game 3 very shortly after a quick video.
现在目前来说的话，还没有磨合完全吧，只能说还差点很多东西，真的，这是实话。然后今天拿大分，可能就是状态都拉满了，然后刚好运气也眷顾我们。对，我觉得这个双周可能就是最有希望拿周冠的一周吧，就状态稳住，就是平时训练也保持住，然后下周随便拿个几十分，然后到周决可能就应该是前序积分最高的，然后所以说希望应该是最大的。然后最后一个双周也希望能拿个周冠来证明一下自己，就也不只是证明自己，证明一下方 plus 吧，因为方 plus 之前也没拿过周冠。对，就希望定个小目标，拿个周冠，然后总决赛加油，目标也是第一。
Fun plus Phoenix coming in very, very hopeful, keeping the confidence alive as obviously we'll be locking in for our game number 3 here. But even within that, though, they still want to keep that confidence coming in. It's FunPlus Phoenix already is doing a really great job so far with these games so far. I mean, obviously the first set of games they had for their trios ended up in 100+ points. I think it was the max points that we had seen so far through all of our weeks of playing trios. I think thus far in a single day worth of games, and to be able to see that where they were able to get that elimination and finish it off, making it look good. I mean, it's like you said, they only need like 30. I think you said 34+ points for them to actually win.
Yeah, they're really not that far off from the number of points that they need to be in that first place position. And then if they just play consistently, nobody's really close enough to be too much of a threat to FunPlus Phoenix. So they kind of are, I don't want to say they're on easy mode today, because they do have to play accordingly to that strategy, right? Like they need to come in, they need to have that consistency going forward. And there is a way to do that, right? You play aggressively in the early game, you get to that mid game, and you still you play smart through the mid game. You can test Moore's blessings when you can, but you don't overcommit to fights, and you just need to make it to that kind of top 7, top 8 range with a couple of kills under your belt to continue to put points on the board. And that's all you realistically need for yourself and your team to be able to end the week in first place and use that first place to come into the bi-weekly with a massive advantage for yourself.
Well, absolutely. But I mean, even with that, I feel like you still have that massive advantage coming in with a 111 or a 114 coming in. I mean, it makes it so much harder really to come into this and go, hey, you know, you do have the advantages, but how can you make it even more of an advantage knowing there's still so much space, especially in trios where things can kind of get a little bit hasty, but still, they still haven't been able to make it work here. So let's see if they're going to keep that same momentum within these next couple of games here, because FunPlus Phoenix has still been a dangerous team so far, even with the consistency in these last 2 games here. Let's see if they can keep that same energy as we lock it in for our game number 3.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see if FunPlus Phoenix keeps it going as we move throughout the day. And, you know, realistically, they can even have one bad game and still doing it just fine. But hopefully they just keep that consistency, make it to that top kind of 8 situation and make things happen. XCG is the team I really have my eye on, though, as they took second place in game 1. They took MVP here in this game, and they've been playing very, very consistently this season. As we take a look, they're going to be running that Monk comp back here onto Morsal that we like to see. FunPlus Phoenix, I love this. I really love the double support Monk comp coming out from FunPlus Phoenix here. We just talked about what they need to do is make it to late game, right? So they're going to run a purely late game comp. They can play aggressively in the early game because they do have that safety net, but they don't have to play aggressively early if they don't want to. And then if they make it to late game, they've got a comp that serves them very, very well here with the Wu Chen and the Kurumi to be able to double support their Monk and make some noise. I love this coming out from FunPlus Phoenix. And look at this, more Takeda's coming back in. We're gonna see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Takeda comps aggressively coming out here on to Morsal, and I love to see the Takeda coming through. Still seeing more of that classic Matari Takeda come through, not any more of those Viper picks like J-Team ran, but I have to appreciate the fact that we get to see Takeda at all here for trios. But Dobby, tell me about this map. Look at this.
I mean, it's looking pretty good within this section here. It looks like Ventus and one of the other teams is going to be landing in Celestra. It looks like they'll have the whole section of the tower and Immortal Temple to themselves here. It looks like XCG, YZG, and one of the other teams will also be landing at least towards Alchemist Cottage here on the far left side here near Victim's Haven. Looks like 4 people are going to be landing near Moonlit Courtyard, at least on that right side section here. A lot of the very X-axis type of landing zone, the way people have been landing here. The only 2 people are only in different areas. One person's near Deserted Graveyard, and another player is at least somewhere near a lot of the huts near Sigma Mine, but not at Sigma Mine. And I think it's going to be very interesting to see how they land and where the loot, what type of loot that they're going to be getting. I'm very surprised by some of these landing zones here. I don't think they really pick some of the best spaces, at least in my humble opinion. But obviously they end up getting some decent loot here, and they try to do a decent amount of stuff here. So, hey, maybe they know something I don't, but as of right now, it's still very interesting to see how they try to find any type of decent loot in these areas here. Meanwhile, Cuckoo and Zyliu immediately starts to go in and starts going for the next fight already off of the rip here, as the rest of the team comes in and helps finish off the rest of AOW's. Cuckoo, Bingtao, the rest of the team trying to see if they can create any type of momentum here, but Mikasa and one of their other players here for AOW is just struggling to try to find their footing. AOW really, even though AOW's done a great job of really lasting towards the end of the circle here, they really have had a hard time in the very beginning of these games here.
Yeah, you know, unfortunately there, Cuckoo kind of caused that for his team, right? His team's trying to back up. They're trying to use the ranged weapons to create that space as they continue to back away and look for some better loot, because they really only had the one set of armor on Cuckoo, and Cuckoo thinking, okay, I'm the only one with armor, let me push forward, maybe pump some damage out onto this player, and that'll create some threat so they at least reset and give us a better chance to back off. Pushes forward while his team continues to move away, so there ends up being a miscommunication, and then he gets caught out by himself, and the rest of their team just walks forward and blitzes him out of existence, and there's nothing he can really do about it. So it's super unfortunate for the likes of him. And now we turn our attention back to EWG right now. Yiran, the team that actually cleaned that up, they're trying to cover so they can resurrect Zhao Liu, but the problem is his monk form is going to run away very quickly, and now they are able to catch out at least one member here, it looks like, of 17JL, but it is a 2v3 situation. Yiran's going to go down. Sanzi, the last remaining member, in the face of all three members here from 17JL, not going to be able to do a whole lot. Trying to pick up at least one elimination for the team before he's forced back to the Soul Altar. He's not able to find it just yet, as they are pretty heavily sticking to him in a group, and as soon as that transformation comes up, he goes down. Ladies and gentlemen, speaking of going down, take a look to the right side of the screen. There's an outfit trial card here for the Maple Snow outfit for Viper Ning. If you want to try that outfit out, go ahead and lock yourself in on this. This trial code can be used 100 times. This is not a one and done. So 100 different people have the opportunity to get this. Just go ahead and claim this over in the Naraka promo code in the actual app itself. And again, 100 people can go ahead and lock this down, secure it for themselves. So you've got plenty of time. Get in there, get the code punched in, open up Naraka, and try yourself out a new outfit here on the house, as it were. Right, Dobby?
That's kind of interesting, knowing that you can do that 100 times. I actually didn't know that was even possible within this space. Now, I think they're going to be able to do even more than that with this. So let's see where we're going to be able to go through with the rotation, as now L-double-X is going to be able to try to see if they can find any type of momentum to see if they can help them at all here. See if they can figure this out. As now L-double-X, KZ, and the rest of their team has been doing a pretty good job here, really keeping that consistency very, very high for these games here. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum going here. And meanwhile, Mentality. Oh, Mentality, beautiful timed parry. Coming in, gonna be able to shut that one down here as he's running away from the cloud, trying not to get caught up, but it looks like he will find the first one. As, oh my goodness, he just ends up getting decimated. He did such a decent job though, trying to balance off that 1v3 here. Did a pretty good job here. It could have been the start of something absolutely beautiful, but it looks like it's just not going to be enough here as AOW, the rest of the team, back up alive. Second chance for everything. Scale Rush comes in from the Great Sword. Now they were able to come through for these. It looks like they're going to be trying to find any type of rotation they have. Both have purple though. Purple shield. Looks like they came off a lot better than what they started with. So let's hope that it's going to be a lot helpful for them within the ending games here as Q9 getting hit. Bauda, Axio trying to keep the pressure on the Q9 here. Bauda, I think, wants a little bit of payback. I think Q9 got him in an elimination in the first game. And I think Axio is looking for some payback currently here as he immediately walks in right in front of the immediate strikes, though, as the rest of the team comes in trying to dice and slice. Meanwhile, Gua immediately comes through with that monk and immediately monks up. trying to see if he could split them up. It looks like Q9 and they might try to get away here. Baldo does want that energy though. The question is how much are they going to want to commit to it? Doesn't look like they don't want it.
Ooh, Q9 really in a pickle now. They do find J-Team's Eagle here and pick up the elimination, but now they're stuck between XCG and Baoda. They had positioned themselves really well to push away from Baoda and keep Baoda from coming in onto them, but unfortunately waiting in the wings here was XCG, our MVPs from last game, and they are able to sandwich them together. Baoda now coming back in as well. We're seeing Xiaonan pick up AXO. Lots of range shots going down onto AXO before the slam comes out. Only the blue weapon here, so you can see the Xiaonan's not doing a lot of damage with that singular slam. He's going to need to try to find the second grab here, but he's not going to be able to. The Matario making it very difficult for him to find the opportunity to look for a second grab even. AXO coming in here now, going to try to use the dagger to buy some space, going to be forced to pop his bell here off the back of those wisps coming out, and just wants to buy himself any space that he can as he goes low. But XCG going to be able to wipe up the scraps here from Baoda. That said, Q9 had the opportunity to move out, take a reset, come back in. Gua finding himself in a sticky situation off the back of a huge hit from the spear, trying to find a little bit of a reset. XCG does have one of their ultimates, and Ventus shows up for the third party and is going to drop a Bane's Breath into the middle of this fight. XCG, Q9 need to get out of here. This Bane's Breath and the zone stacking on top of each other is going to make it nigh impossible for them to win this fight, as we see two members from XCG go down to Team Ventus here in the likes of this Bane's Breath, and that is going to be it. Actually, all three members from XCG are down. They're going to be sent back to the Soul Altar early here in game number 3, as Ventus takes the lead with 9 eliminations.
Even with that coming into it, let's see where the rest of it is going to be at here. Because now more and more of it will be added towards the end of this space, as Ventus will be able to push in here outside of the circle here. There's still so much space. So many areas, though, that could be looted. Look at all of the area, though, that hasn't really been touched. Meanwhile, Ventus leading the games with 9 eliminations so far here. KZ running it back with 5 so far. XCG eliminated, but with that resurrection, leading them with 4 eliminations. 3 shared from EWG, 17JL, ASE, and OUG. Q9 as well. Immediately seeing the fight coming in from AOW. AOW needs to win this fight. If they get eliminated now, it's game over for AOW. And they go back to the lobby with one elimination, and that's something you definitely do not want to do in this game, especially in the halfway mark of our 6 trio games that we have here. Meanwhile, Pingtao claims the elimination off of JSE. Looking pretty good as Pingtao is going to clutch up the next elimination here. Coming in. Beautiful time to get those 2 eliminations here. And AOW is still alive and ready to fight the next fight.
EWG trying to take an engagement here, but we're going to see that Wu Chen ult come out, as they now have the opportunity to resurrect Sanzi, but need to be careful as we see NAD coming back in off the back of that Wu Chen ult, looking to pressure back into this fight after EWG has spent both of those ultimates, and they've only had to trade 1 to get out of the fight. Yiran going to start taking range shots from down range, not able to find a grab on anybody, going to be forced to take a ton of damage. No armor as he comes out of the Monk ult as well. NAD 40 IWNL following up with a Yodohime ultimate of their own. NAD still multiple ultimates in the tank. The Wisp going to come out and actually cancel out the Yodohime ultimate after the protection from the first slash there. Very, very well played from the likes of EWG's Zhao Liu there. J-Team coming in for the third party as well is going to find Yiran completely separated from the team, though, and that's going to be it as Yiran is eliminated. EWG doesn't have their resurrections anymore either, so they need to be very careful as Zhao Liu, the last remaining member of EWG here in this game, turning now to the likes of KZ, Q9, and Alliance, all going head-to-head here. Q9 has not had it easy as they continue to to walk into the third party after third party. And speaking of not having it easy, that is going to be them sent back to the lobby off the back of yet another third party here in game number 3. OUG coming in for the fourth party here onto KZ. This fight still breaking out from earlier when it all started with Q9 at the edge of the zone and we saw that Bane's Breath come down. We're gonna see now as Flower just gets completely eliminated here by Alliance as well. KZ stuck between a third party and a fourth party between the likes of Alliance and the other team who showed up as well. OUG up top here with double legendary weapons, setting themselves up pretty well. We're gonna take a look here at Team GD. Moving across the map with the Draco Storm here, looking to make some noise. As we get a chance to look at the overall leaderboard, FunPlus Phoenix has moved all the way up into second place already. They have a pretty nice point lead here, but EWG, who's been performing very well, slowly catching up to them. They still need another 5-6 points to be able to move up into that first place position. So FunPlus Phoenix looking to have a good game here. They need to have that one pop-off game to really give themselves any sort of a buffer here so that they can just play consistently for the rest of the day and still do very well for themselves. NAD off the back of that Draco Storm, which no longer exists for them, continuing to push out. Or no, sorry, not NAD with the Draco Storm, GD with the Draco Storm continuing to push onto NAD. NAD trying to create some distance here, but not going quite the way they want. Don Quang looking to capitalize heavily on this Draco Storm, coming in with the dagger, trying to lock down the members here of NAD. He's going to find some huge damage onto one of them. Doshi's going to go very low as well. 40 IWNL popping the ultimate, just trying to buy as much time as they can before this Draco Storm goes away. But 18 seconds, a long time. NAD, the Wu channel, going to buy them more and more time. 10 seconds left ticking down here on that Draco Storm. Doshi very, very low though. GD looking to start taking a reset here as they know they're not going to have that safety net for too much longer and they want to continue to push into this fight. And there it is, no Draco Storm left for GD. They're going to have to come in just off the back of their ultimates and start picking things up. They are able to pick up 40 IWNL though, and this leaves NAD in a bit of a pickle as now GD comes in with the Matari ultimate. They're able to pick up the likes of Zhao Jin here and to pick up Doshi, and that's going to be it as GD is able to eliminate NAD and pick up their next 3 eliminations here in game number 3.
Even with that though, CXZ hitting some massive damage onto the massive Monk ult, and it looks like CXZ is going to claim the elimination off of FunPlus Phoenix's TXJ here. Leo by himself, a definite difference in what we have seen before. And it looks like FunPlus Phoenix is going to be by themselves for the entirety of this last game here, unless FunPlus Phoenix comes through with a surprising finish and comes through and maybe is able to pick up their teammate towards the end here. I don't think the circle take necessarily is too hard here, so they might be able to pick them up maybe here, and that could be absolutely massive if he does. But let's see if he has the possibility to. As it looks like Alliance is low. Oh, Lucky gets caught in a beautiful timed. Oh, beautiful timed little sand tornado though. Looks like he's gonna be able to shut that one down here. Does a pretty good job of being able to slow that down. Meanwhile, Alliance and the rest of the team is gonna go uphill here. Trying to get a little bit towards the high ground section here. Meanwhile, they might be running into the next team here as oh no, it looks like they ran into Leo. FunPlus Phoenix is Leo solo by himself, has to get out of the bad situation. So many people around him. His mentality is gonna find Leo and get the finish with the bow. Unfortunate coming in from FunPlus Phoenix, trying to keep the game alive here, and sadly just isn't gonna do it. That is so unfortunate coming in. That is absolutely tough coming in. That's so hard. They've been doing so well here, and sadly, they do get claimed and they do get finished. Even with all this momentum here, sadly, it's just not going to be enough.
Look, it's not that bad for FunPlus Phoenix, right? They still are sitting on a ton of points. They're still only a couple points behind first place right now. First place isn't playing today. They don't have the opportunity to put points up on the board. So for them, this is pretty easy. If this is their one bad game of the day, they're doing fairly well. Typically speaking, teams have at least historically one bad game, no matter how dominant of a day they're having. So Fun Plus Phoenix takes this. This is their one redo. You know what I'm saying? They're like, all right, cool. We had a bad day. We had a bad game this time. We'll just come back. We'll pull it together for the next game. Fun Plus Phoenix, not really one of those teams that's been super momentum-based this season. Last game, that was definitely an issue for them. If they had a bad game, it typically carried over into the rest of their games here in Season 2. That's not been so much the case for them. So a bad game here doesn't really suffer for them too terribly bad. YZG here looking to come in and try to contest some of the loot that's left in this box. EWG loses a member as well here and is forced to back off. AOW shows up, KZ shows up, and all of a sudden EWG finds themselves in a very, very poor situation. Sanzi just trying to get away from all of the action now, keep their hopes of playing alive as all of these teams descend down. AOW's Mikasa goes extremely low. Ping Tao trying to create some distance as well. YZG shows up. It is an absolute bloodbath here on the edge of the map as all of these teams descend, looking for the scraps of that Moore's Blessing and looking for teams to pick off in easy third-party fashion. AOW able to get all of its members out. Mikasa able to get that reset they were looking for, and they are just more than happy to keep moving. Sanzi does come in, and they're able to get the resurrection charm that they wanted from that Moore's Blessing and get out because of all the craziness that just transpired. They get their teammate back in. They're forced to go into the zone to make it happen, but it is only zone 3, so the tick not so bad. They're going to be easily able to get their teammate back in and keep things moving. KZ's LXX here, our MVP from game 1, very, very low. Forced to use that ultimate to buy himself even a little bit of space here. Now trying to use that ultimate on the back of his team's Tumult ultimate here to keep locking players down. And he is able to help Cuckoo. LXX pick up a Mikasa here from AOW, but the rest of AOW now trying to lock down all the members of KZ in this 2v2 situation. Cuckoo going very, very low though, and KZ's Reign able to pick up that elimination, and now Ping Tao, the last remaining member here. 17 Flower, super low, but they're not going to be able to capitalize on it as we're going to see Ping Tao get eliminated, and KZ comes over to pick LXX back up as they pick up another 3 eliminations for themselves, moving to 9 eliminations here in game number 3.
I think they will be able to make it happen though, as KZ and them will be able to push on in towards the circle here. Meanwhile, GD, XCG, and YZG nearby. So is Balda here. So he is going to try to see if they can create some type of fight contention here, as GD is going to be caught at least one by himself here, and that's K. K looks like he will be able to split off and get away here, as Balda's going to try to see if he can hit some repeating crossbow shots towards them, and it will stop them. As K will be found by Balda, as Balda is going to be able to shut down K here. GD trying as hard as he can to keep the game alive, and sadly it's just not going to be enough. They will be eliminated with 4. Or wait, no. They still have somebody alive. Or was that the... no, that was their last player. That was their last player. As GD does get claimed and finished in this space, as XCG will be able to go forth with the rotation. Oh, a bull gold repeating crossbow and gold shield. Oh boy, that's gonna be annoying. I'm gonna be honest. That thing has been absolutely pelting and destroying so many of these players. It's been absolutely ridiculous. If you see a repeating crossbow, get out of the way, because you will lose a lot of shield in the process.
JL Toto, YZG up top in the rock here, looking to come in and pick up some of the scraps from this Moore's Blessing. 17 JL also in the wings nearby. JL Toto going to be the one to push forward and make it happen. He's got his ultimate available there, so he does have an out from nasty situations. Don Quing almost eats not 1 but 2 Bane's Breaths back to back as he moves up and finds a place to take a reset here. The last remaining player here for Team GD. No stranger to being solo. Don Quing playing, of course, both solos and trios for the likes of GD. Maybe he can make something happen here in these final moments. We are zone 4 getting ready to collapse onto zone 5 in the next 45 seconds. 30 players left remaining alive in the lobby, Dobby.
Absolutely insane coming into this lobby here. They really have done such an amazing job of really trying to keep the game alive here. More and more of it able to figure it out, as now we'll be able to push in on it. Oh, ZU gets absolutely destroyed, but he is popped up top though. Ends up getting eliminated. Ends up It looks like Bowda's Apple does get eliminated as well here. Bowda's Axiel by himself is gonna have to go up top, play for the shield here as YZG is gonna be able to keep this alive here. Oh, Axiel's gonna try to see if they do it again. Immediately gets hit by a parry, and 17JL ZU will be able to claim the elimination, does what he can. The bell comes through from Aziel, as Ziao ends up getting caught from the Tumult. The Tumult is starting to become such a massive helper in claiming these eliminations and catching people. It's almost as worse as the bubble, the water bubble from Valda.
It's worse than that, actually, right? So like the water bubble, any damage you take, you immediately, the stun ends, right? But the Tumult Sand Wisps, if you take physical damage, it knocks you out of the Wisp. But if you take a range damage from a ranged weapon, it does not knock you out. So these players can turn around and pop 2, 3, maybe 4 musket shots off before you come out of that Wisp, if they have the wherewithal, which is why when those Wisps lands, it is so deadly. We see players disappear very, very quickly as soon as they get knocked up into those Wisps. OUG's SS coming in here to pressure on to Zhao Toto here from YZG, and YZG is going to see themselves lose Zhao Toto. Meanwhile, 17JL's ZU gets eliminated, and that's it for all of 17JL as they are sent back to the lobby. Team KZ here really setting themselves up for success. I do believe 10 or 11 eliminations under their belt already, all 3 of them still alive and just dominating the circle. J-Team here trying to have a game much better than game 2. Unfortunately, only able to pick up 1 elimination thus far. Game 1, they had 11 eliminations and survived to the very end, and they've been struggling here ever since. That particular comp they put together, serving them very well in game 1, up until the point they get caught out in a third party in the mid game and lose 2 of their players, and the aggression has slowed down drastically for the likes of J-Team since game at number 1 here. They need to find a way to get their feet back underneath of them. KZ here with 11 eliminations, moving themselves up to 14th place. They were just barely into 16th place. So KZ really climbing the ladder today off the back of that first MVP. They moved themselves up into qualifier, and now they've moved themselves up into 14th place. And one of the beautiful things here is they can't really be knocked back down below 16th place unless the likes of Ventus and OUG both absolutely pop off for the next 3 games. So KZ really in a comfortable position where it feels like they've already secured themselves a place in the bi-weekly final. Now it's just a question of, all right, how many points do we want to be able to bring over to that bi-weekly final? And KZ is hungry for it as they're trying to claim their 2nd MVP of the day here in game number 3, Dobby.
Absolutely trying to, as XCG, I haven't seen the back-to-back though, as XCG definitely one of the players to do it in this space. OUG trying to keep the game alive here is a new wave, and Double S making their team claim 5 eliminations, 2 for each other 2 as well here. OUG with 9 in total, KZ with 11. XCG still has a lot of work to do though. 4 eliminations under their belt, making the game score 5.3. They're gonna need to pop off and get a couple of massive eliminations from some of these teams in order for them to really catch up to where KZ is right now, because KZ looks like they want to get a back-to-back right now, and their momentum is looking really good as TJ is just going to miss out on getting hit by that bow from far, trying to keep the game alive here. See if WG with that swarm. Yeran trying to see maybe he could do something as well here. See if maybe they're going to be able to take the time and figure this out.
Yeah, that swarm coming in handy there for the likes of EWG as they threaten the space. We saw TJ there utilizing the hyper armor from the blue there to avoid the wisps from the Tumult, just moving around the wisps, the tracking wisp there, giving chase, and TJ realizing the situation, able to play smart so he doesn't get caught out there. And we're going to see many of these teams forced down, and a lot of fights break out as OUG, KZ, and the likes are forced off the top of the high ground here as the zone collapses down onto zone 6. OUG coming in, Alliance's move by, gets eliminated. KZ, 17 Flower gets eliminated. Alliance's mentality eliminated as well. OUG able to pick up many of those eliminations as well as Team Ventus. KZ down to 2 members left remaining alive here. They need to find a way to get the resurrection off onto their Matari if they want to bring that full team to bear here in the final circles, because we are now all the way deep into Zone 6. Hopefully they can use that Tumult hold and find the opportunity to get the resurrection onto their player there, because they desperately need it. J-Team looking to lock something down here. KZ's LXX going to get picked up by OUG as well. KZ's Rain, the last remaining member of the team. It looks like the Matari is going to time out very soon, and Rain does not have the opportunity to push in, drop the ult, and try to make something happen here, as too many of these teams nearby. He's just going to find a place to hunker down and try to play for placement here, as they already have 11 eliminations under their belt, and the higher they place, the more those eliminations are going to count for. But OUG ties it up with 11 eliminations, cleaning up the likes of Team KZ and most of Alliance as well. And there it is. We are going to see both those teammates time out for Team KZ. So KZ down to just their Tumult. Rain just gripping up underneath this little awning here in the very dead center of the circle. As long as nobody really finds him out here, he's doing pretty well for himself. J-Team's Eagle going to go ahead and monk up here, trying to cover for Lee, but we're seeing not only the crossbow coming out for J-Team, I do believe that's Venom Tip coming through as well. So Lee, Eagle, not in a good position. ZK also just getting grabbed up by Xiaonan there. ZK re-grab. Now Eagle, the last remaining member here for J-Team. J-Team only one elimination of the belt, no place to go. Eagle, 1 HP in a dream, walks through the Temi ult, but gets picked up by Yiron from EWG, who picks up the double slam and picks up the elimination onto Eagle. Is going to find another elimination and grab onto Jinyu. Yiron goes very, very low, trying to demonk at the edge of the zone. Is going to get picked up by Ventus's WX98. All of these players just holding on for dear life as we are into Zone 7. 56 seconds left remaining here in Zone 7 before there's nothing left, no place left to hide. KZ's Rain stuck out in the middle where he does not want to be. He's going to pop the Temi ult here, just looking for an opportunity to get a reset, but there it is. Ventus Zhu going to pick up that elimination. XCG Xiaonan grabs a couple of people, gets a slam down onto Alliance's Lucky, looking to make it happen again. Here it is. This is typically what XCG does. They play these late game comps, they get to the end game and they pop off. XCG gets another elimination. On to OUG now, gets another elimination. Or no, sorry, doesn't quite get the elimination, but gets a ton of damage off the back of a slam. XCG now on the receiving end of some pain as they try to cover Xiaonan here so he can get his monk back up. But unfortunately, there's no coverage in the world that's going to save him here from Team Ventus as they all come in and blitz him down. He gets a nice parry, but then gets picked up by Team Ventus. And as Team Ventus takes the lead with 14 eliminations here, OUG down to 2 members. Nobody here to monk up for them. It's just going to be their Wu Chen and Viper. They're trying to lock the space down, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to as Ventus comes in. They secure OUG's SS. Now it's EWG, Sanzi, and one remaining member for Ventus. Actually, now it's just Sanzi. Sanzi trying to lock anybody down, pick up elimination, and they can't find it as Ventus picks up 3 more eliminations and takes first place with a huge lead. I do believe this is going to be the most kills of the day and a first place finish. Ventus easily walks away our MVPs for game number 3.
Even with that, still gonna be able to lock that in though, as it's gonna be raining green for Ventus, claiming the 3rd game of our trios today for our season 2 of Naraka Blade Point Pro League. Still looking good towards this. Ventus gonna be able to make the claim and get the finish. Looking good towards this. OUG really thought that OUG really had a good look towards the final section towards this. XCG though, just getting caught in a bad middle circle though, surrounded by Ventus and GD. That was just throwing out so many long sword hits and just decimating the teams here. Obviously, Xiaonan being major and getting some eliminations with his monk ult, and also not only that, but doing it in style as well here, as he was able to get the finishes and was able to make it look good all within the spaces here. But sadly, Ventus just doing way more, and XCG sadly just didn't have enough, but they did end up getting some massive eliminations, more than 8 eliminations for XCG. But Ventus gonna end it with at least 14 eliminations for their game. Ventus played a hell of a game. OUG also as well played really good for their games as well here for the final standings of this game. So it's going to be interesting to see where OUG gets placed, but yeah, they did a pretty good job.
Oh yeah, look, I mean, Team Ventus here played very, very well for themselves. I think they're going to walk away with 16 eliminations. OUG also did very well. For a while there, it actually looked like it was going to be KZ coming to that final circle. They had 11 eliminations. Their team was full up. They had been playing hyper aggressive all game. And then all of a sudden, that positioning, they took the high ground, right? Which is always a great mentality to have, but you have to think about where that high ground is in terms of the circle and where that next circle is coming in. Unfortunately, that high ground, not in a great position for them when that next circle came in and pushed, and that push pushed 3 or 4 teams off top together, and all 4 of those teams had to go at it for that tiny little amount of space. It would have served KZ better to rotate early and try to find some space where they were only going to be the target of 1, maybe 2 teams, instead of all of a sudden you're coming from the top, everybody down below turns their attention to that, plus you have the other 3 teams besides you collapsing on top of you. OUG is able to take advantage of that, picks up a ton of eliminations off the back of KZ and Team Ventus. Ventus is able to get themselves back up clearly afterwards, though, because OUG turns its attention to chasing down the stragglers from KZ. In that particular moment, OUG positions themselves rather poorly towards that left side of the circle where they don't really have a lot of cover, and it is Ventus who is able, off the back of the work put in by XCG. XCG comes in and they monk up. They start putting points on the board. The problem is that XCG hadn't put enough points on the board up to that point.
Behind. They're too far behind.
So when they get eliminated, they don't have as many points as they really want. Ventus able to capitalize the second XCG's ult goes down, takes that space from them, uses that space to be able to turn around, clean up most of OUG, clean up the stragglers, clean up KZ, and off the back of that, string together about 16 eliminations, take that first place from everybody else, and Ventus coming in very cleanly here in this game in the final circle, plays it very strong, gets a ton of points. Oh, wow, you and me are both wrong. You said 14, I said 16. They strung together 18 eliminations in first place, almost a 20 bomb, walking away with a 33.8 game score here for game number 1. OUG off the back of 11 eliminations, only to be walking away with a 19.5, and EWG only going to be walking away with a 15.8. KZ not too far behind third and second place, though, only 0.5 points behind third place and only 4 points behind second place. KZ, even though they do go out a little earlier than they would like, still able to string together quite a good game score for themselves. And then all the way at the bottom, unfortunately, this is a poor game for FunPlus Phoenix. They only put together 1.6 points. Now they really need to come back and finally find that good game we've been talking about they need to have all day, so that they can then play relaxed and just have those consistent games. Off the back of this is the one bad game they can really allow themselves to have. They need to come in and play very consistently and find that opening during one of these next 3 games to be the dominant force that walks away the MVP.
Still, even with that, though, AOW sadly down low, though, with that 4.9. FunPlus Phoenix all the way in 15th place with a 1.6. I was really looking forward to seeing FunPlus Phoenix really try to pop off here, but sadly, they ended up getting caught in some situations you definitely don't want to be in those earlier rounds, though, as the Takeda will come out and be the claimed MVP of this game, and that goes to our first MVP of this player from Ventus, ZU. 14k damage, almost 15, 10 eliminations, 8,700 healing, advanced heal, abyssal aurora, katana stab, longsword stab, soothing boon, and a melee resist soul jade with 5 eliminations before rebirth. So he was popping off for Team Ventus before he even got to the point where they even needed to go through the rebirth with those 4 assists as well. ZU being a major helper here with this one, but obviously seeing the Monk V3 being a special selected skill for selected skills for ZU, absolutely being massive for these games here. I mean, they make it look good. They make it look good towards the final game here, and ZU finally getting his first MVP of Naraka Blade Point Pro League.
Yeah, ZU's got to feel very, very good here off the back of this game. Ventus did very, very well for themselves in locking down the final circle, and it shows how important positioning really is, right? Because KZ up until that zone started to collapse down, was the force that looked to be coming in and taking, you know, this game. They had 11 kills together. They had the gear together. They were positioned, or well, they weren't positioned okay, but they had done very well for themselves. They had positioned themselves in terms of gear and things very well. But the problem was the physical positioning on the map for them led to their downfall. And then OUG, who was the one who capitalized on that, ended up making the same mistake and is eliminated here. But you know who doesn't make a mistake? That's the wonderful Jaeger, who we're getting ready to throw to a quick interview before we come back and lock in for game number 4.
Jaeger don't miss.
Hi everyone, sorry, welcome back, and this is Jaeger, and welcome to post-game interview. And now I'm standing with TJ in the interview room, and let him say hello to our audience. 好的，再次欢迎天骄来到我们的这个英文流采访啊，先和观众朋友们打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 OneTask 的天骄。
好的，再次欢迎你，也再次恭喜你们在第3把拿到了最高分啊。So first of all, congratulations, you guys get the highest score in the game 3. And today we saw that the Takada in your team have really excellent performance. And I would like to know how TJ comment on this hero right now. And also because our casters also like comment on Takada before, like he is the strongest hero, can apart the assistant from the opponent. So how you comment on this hero? 那首先，其实今天我们看到队内的这个武田在这一把是打出了一个绝佳的发挥。我们也看到，其实最近啊，这个武田他的上场率也变得越来越高了。天骄自己怎么评价一下这个英雄？
英雄就是打架的话是非常强力的，他有比冰女更好的拆火，然后比冰女更容易的去激活，就是没那么吃操作。
好的好的。So in my opinion, I think Takada is the most strongest hero on one-on-one fighting with the skill of the hero, because he is stronger than the Justina Gu, and also he is very strong at apart assistant from the opponent. And also because I want him to comment on how Takada can apart the assistant from the opponent. So let him do a comment. OK， 那刚才其实我也问到啊，就是我们的解说其实之前有评价过，说武田其实目前是我们当前版本最强的一个拆火英雄，不知道这一点天骄自己怎么看呢？
就是有比拆火更强的，就是直接让对面没目标可打，就是无尘嘛，无尘转走啊，他算是就是如果说不算无尘的情况下。算是拆火最强的，
但也就像你前面跟我讲到，其实无尘你觉得更多的像是一个硬拆火。
是的，
相应的还有哪个英雄呢？
相应的风男嘛，盖风，就是武田他虽然说能拆到就是近战嘛，
对，
但是他很多远程他是拆不了，风男也可以拆远程，但是近战需要去稍微上拼一下，也是差不多的效果。
好的好的。So actually it will apart to 2 situations. Like first is like the soft apart assistant and the strong apart assistant. So maybe like Wu Chen and also the Temuj, they are like strong apart assistant because their ultimate one can transport and also another can use at the melee weapon and also the ranged weapon attack. And for the Takada, it's more like he can apart the assistant from the very very close opponent. So maybe more like the melee weapons damage at the time. Okay, so also because like today in the game 3, we saw that at the beginning of the game, so your team is also very aggressive and have like just at the beginning of the game, you already have the 9 killing score in the game. So I would like to know how you guys did that. 那也可以看到这一把其实前期的时候，你们队就打了一个非常高的伤害，前期就拿了9个头，这个是怎么做到的？
这个就是你如果你想拿这么高几拐分的话，你先要去打嘛。我们就是见到一队，我就说 我想打，然后我们就去打了，打了就打赢了。
对，
就这样。
也是为了拿到一个更高的分数，对吧？
是的。
好的。So actually for the higher score in the game today, so at the beginning of the game, we just watch if there's teams are already there, so we just go on and fight. That can give us more killing score at the game. 好的，谢谢天骄接受我们今天的采访，再次恭喜你们。Thank you TJ for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
Có thể là như vậy nhưng khoan đã, chúng ta sẽ đến với điều combat hấp dẫn hơn đi khi mà Bamboo đang làm cỏ cả map thi đấu này rồi. Bất cứ một vật thể di chuyển nào cũng đều đang bị phóng ra về bên phía của Bamboo. KB nằm tâm nằm và đó là triple kill chỉ trong một nốt nhạc dành cho Bamboo mà thôi.
Là Nguyễn Duy Khánh, em đến từ đội tuyển Bamboo Shoot, biệt danh trong game của em là Snack, em thuộc vị trí support ạ.
In game của em là Nbpl Esports, tuyển em đang đánh là Bamboo Esports.
Mình là Ngô Gia Hùng, in game là Ibin và đang thi đấu cho Bamboo Esports VN. Là chắc là phấn khích anh, tại đây là giải đấu kiểu giải đấu lớn nhất, lần đầu tiên em tham gia nên em rất là phấn khởi và muốn thi đấu ạ.
Em đang cảm thấy rất là hồi hộp giống như năm ngoái. Em nghĩ là một phần là do kỹ năng cá nhân đến từ từng thành viên và bọn em đã phối hợp lại với nhau rất là tốt ạ.
Mình tham gia giải đấu lần này để phát triển bản thân là chính.
Nó sẽ là một từ ấy ạ. Em nghĩ nó là rất quan trọng. Bởi vì kiểu nó sẽ ảnh hưởng tới những con đường em bước tiếp về sau này. Chứ cá nhân của em sẽ cố gắng đạt thành tích cao nhất có thể.
Khu vực em muốn thi đấu là Trung Quốc, đội em muốn thi đấu là Esports đã từng vô địch một giải và em ấn tượng với điều đó.
Dạ em nghĩ lợi thế lớn nhất của team em là thường xuyên được tập luyện với các team mạnh của khu vực Trung Quốc ạ. Dạ chắc là do tụi em chiến anh này. Em coi giải của bên khu vực Trung Quốc thì họ đánh về cuối game á, còn tụi em thì đánh từ đầu tới cuối luôn. Tụi em thích đi đánh nhau.
Em đã tham gia giải chung kết thế giới năm ngoái rồi ạ. Điều em đối tiếc là những người đồng đội đấy giờ em đã không chơi cùng nữa. Dạ, đội của em sẽ chuẩn bị một tinh thần tốt nhất có thể và cùng với đội của em đang chuẩn bị rất là kỹ càng cho cuộc chung kết thế giới lần này, và với cá nhân em thì sẽ chuẩn bị cho mình một tinh thần và một phương pháp để khai nhất có thể. Em sẽ nói là hãy cố gắng tiếp tục hơn trận đấu trước nhé.
Đầu tiên tham gia thì em chuẩn bị sức khỏe thật tốt để thi đấu tốt rồi. Muốn nâng cao khả năng của em thì
khả năng cao là vị trí của AZBON trong pha này sẽ nhìn những người đồng đội của mình nằm xuống mà thôi. Bot không trả lại được bất kỳ sát thương nào cả, nhưng Ferry là tốt. Một tình huống Ferry đôi và bây giờ hút cho mình cái bao cát sủi ra ngoài, thay đổi vũ khí có về cho mình là một cây thương tín.
Dạ thì team em không có gì nói, team em kiểu đụng là chiến thôi, nói ít thôi nhưng mà làm nhiều anh.
Em không muốn nói nhiều, em muốn thể hiện thôi.
Xin chào, tôi là BIWEEKLY4, caster đến từ Việt Nam. Bamboo Esports đã có một khoảng thời gian đáng quên trong giai đoạn 2021 và nửa đầu của 2022 với nhiều biến động, phong độ trôi sụt cùng thành tích không khả quan. Đó là một hồi chuông để cho Bamboo có một sự thay máu toàn bộ đội hình của mình, và may mắn là nó kịp thời trước thêm vòng loại chung kết thế giới 2022 để đưa họ trở thành đội tuyển mạnh nhất của Việt Nam. Với những cái tên trẻ như AZBON là nguồn sát thương chính của đội, tướng tủ của anh ta đó chính là Timus, Ibin tướng tủ đó chính là Wuchen, Snack theo thiên hướng đó chính là support, cùng vị tướng nổi bật của anh ấy đó chính là Matari. Snack có một bề dày thành tích đáng ngưỡng mộ khi mà tham gia vào trong kỳ chung kết thế giới 2021 ở trong thể thức TRIOS, Á quân tại thể thức solo Asian Challenge, cùng với đó là Á quân ở trong vòng loại chung kết thế giới Việt Nam 2022. Đây sẽ là một tuyển thủ có nhiều kinh nghiệm thi đấu, cùng với đó là một cái chỗ dựa tinh thần dành cho các tuyển thủ còn lại ở trong đội. BIWEEKLY Esports đang là đội hình trẻ nhất Việt Nam thời điểm hiện tại. Và cái sự đột phá của bọn họ sẽ là thứ mà chúng ta trông đợi tại giải đấu lần này.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Naraka Blade Point, where we're back with 3 more games for our trios. That's right, we still have 3 more. We went through 3 exciting games so far of our trios, and we still have 3 more left as we're going to be able to lock this in. We have Ventus winning our game 3. We got KZ winning game 1. And who won game 2?
Game 2 was XCG.
XCG coming in as I'm accompanied by my main man himself, RuneKeeper TV, ladies and gentlemen. And as we're looking at it from the roster here, from all of our games, it looks like the roster still got a lot of work to do here.
Oh yeah, look, there's a lot coming in. GD struggling today, only 6 points on the board in 3 games thus far. They've fallen pretty far down on the list. Ventus, however, just barely holding on to 16th place right now. They were just under that earlier, so the fact that they've moved up into qualification range is great. KZ's moved all the way up from I do believe 18th to 14th place off the back of some very, very big games for themselves as well. Taking a look at J team, struggling to make it happen today, has dropped from 8th place all the way down to 11th place thus far. WBG, JJHRD, just not able to play today, holding on to those 9th and 10th places respectively here. And then taking a look at AOW today, only 17.7 points on the board. Kind of a disappointing performance given their 71.5 point day for their first outing of trios during this bi-weekly, which was an absolute massive day for them. And then taking a look here at the board, Fun plus Phoenix being surpassed by XCG and EWG down into 4th place. You know, they just needed to play consistently today, and that game cost them dearly. So they're going to have to come back and have a pretty big pop-off game, as XCG's been able to put 60 points on the board already today, just shy of their 74.8, and they've done it in 3 games. XCG has been in 2nd, then 1st, and then 3rd. So respectively, they've put points on the board every single game. An average of 20 points a game is huge for them, considering Fun plus Phoenix put up an average of 18.5 when they hit their 111 point game last week. So if they can continue to keep that average, EWG can easily not only take 1st place, but climb so high, none of these other teams are going to be able to do anything about it. It's been a very, very good days of ups and downs. Fun plus Phoenix really now the one who has it to do. They were so close, they just needed to play consistently throughout all of their games today. Did not play consistent here in game 3 as they went out super early. Now they're going to have to come back and they have to find that pop-off game during these next 3 games and play consistently in the other 2 games if they want to have a hope of taking that 1st place slot and coming into the bi-weekly with the massive advantage. And speaking of a massive advantage, if you want some cool cosmetics, namely a gold weapon skin, now's your time to answer the question: who got the final kill in game 3? Was it either A, XCG, B, Team Ventus, or C, Team OUG? I hope you guys were paying attention. Go ahead and get your answers there in chat. The first person to guess right is going to get a little whisper here on Twitch, so make sure you're watching your whispers so you can get yourself some goodies.
Even with that as well, still, I think we know the answer to which one got the final kill. I'm not going to spoil it, though, but also don't want to look wrong either.
Look, I mean, I know the answer. It's a very, very easy answer, but I'm not going to spoil it, give it away either. I'm going to let chat earn it for themselves here today. You know, just crazy games thus far. If you know who won game 3, you know the answer to that question. It's super easy. But hopefully you guys were able to lock in some answers, and somebody's going to be walking away with those legendary weapon skins, because man, you know we all about some fancy cosmetics here. You got to look good while you styling on your opponents in Naraka Blade Point. So when you recording those clips and posting them, you're doing it with fashion. Our boy Dobby over here knows all about some fashion. He's looking fly as heck tonight. He's got the orange on black with the orange on black headset, and of course that chain rocking around his neck. My boy Dobby looking good.
I didn't even think I was matching with my headset. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, you actually brought that up. I didn't even think about that. That's crazy. Sometimes just accidentally come up with the coordination like that. It looks like we're gonna be looking at 17 JL here within the next split. Let's see if we're gonna be able to figure this out. Because now things can only get better here. Let's see if they're going to be able to lock this in, figure out what's next here. Love to see how they're going to be able to put this together here and lock this in with an average kills of 6.3, 26,000 damage. 17 JL really coming through with that one for sure. Let's see if they're going to be able to figure this out. Looks like we're taking a look here. XCG down in Lexington hanging IHQ. XCG definitely has been a top team so far within this one. They've definitely shown that they are one of the best for sure.
Oh yeah, look, they've been a top 3 finish all 3 games today. Game 1, they were literally just a breath away from that MVP. They take MVP in game 2. Game 3, they take that second place spot as well. They continue to put a ton of points up on the board, and it shows. Look, their average kills on the way up, their average damage on the way up, their average number of ranking points on the way up. XCG playing very well this week, and a team to be watching. You know, I say very well this week. They've played much better this season in general. You know, XSG and XCG were 2 teams in season 1 who had very similar play styles, and though XCG played well, they were kind of just overshadowed always by XSG's performance, who performed a little bit better. Now that XSG has disbanded and they're no longer part of the league, XCG has the chance to shine, and they've really been shining this season with that word that everybody in chat hates when I say, that being consistency, and XCG has got it in spades. Speaking of which, XCG coming in with a interesting pick here with the Viper, Wu Chen, and Yodo Hime comp. We haven't seen too terribly much of today. A couple of teams going to be running that comp as well, and still more Takeda coming alive as people figure out how easily he fits into some of these comps. Very strong early to mid game comp, right? You're able to put points up on the board that early to mid game. It suffers in the late game, but as long as you've put together enough points in that early to mid game, and you can survive late into the late game, you can still rack up a ton of points here. This is a great option for teams that are not looking to have a huge pop-off game, but are looking to have a consistency game. They play aggressive, they get kills aggressive early, and then they just take it straight into the late game. But Dobby, tell me about this map, brother.
I'll tell you exactly what's going on here, as it looks like the spread is going to be a little bit different here. It looks like Bauda, EWG, and a couple other teams are going to be headed at least near towards Wreckage Plains here. Looks like Alliance is going to be inside the very center of Wreckage Plains, and 3 teams headed towards Shadow Jade Mine here in the very center of it. Rarely do we really get a chance to see that many teams headed towards Shadow Jade within these circles here. Really doing a good job of making sure they can get within these spaces here. So let's see if they're going to be able to find it within these areas, though. They're doing a pretty good job. Let's hope that they can find it.
Look at this, KZ keeping the aggression up. Already picked up 2 eliminations as we just started. Picked up their 3rd elimination, a squad wipe, on to Q9 already. First 3 eliminations of the game going to Team KZ. And again, they're playing that Takeda comp. They need to play aggressive early to mid game, and that's exactly where they've been succeeding. We're to see GD pick up a kill here on to Xiaonan from XCG. GDK picking up another one there as well. And now 17JL's AS on the move, trying to avoid YZG as they come in. The rest of 17JL a little further away, but now coming in. The question is, will they be able to clutch this out? As unfortunately, we're going to see AS go down as they were caught out just a little bit too early. No armor left to their name here. YZG now in a 3v2 with the likes of 17JL. 17JL not really in a great position here as they lose Jiu as well. Now they lose Benchu. All three of them sent back to the Soul Altar. There's going to be YZG who picks up 3 eliminations for themselves off the back of 17JL as they keep things moving. Team GD down below also with 3 eliminations under their belt, popping the bell, trying to find anybody. Ace up top, trying to hide themselves here and not be caught out by Team GD, looking to pick up some of that loot here from Shadow Jade Mine. GD going head-to-head now with OUG. All 3 of them caught out in the Sandstorm and the Sandwich here as GD begins to get pummeled by the likes of OUG's Wade. We're seeing Takeda pop the ult, trying to use it to take control back of the neutral here from Wade. Wade, though, going to come in. We're going to see another Wisp catch out multiple people. Ace sees the opportunity to come in and capitalize on it. Comes in and picks up Don Quing, comes in and picks up Kakaishi, and continues the hunt here as they find OUG's Wade. And man, they are absolutely locking it down. The rest of OUG coming in. We're gonna see the Monk ult come through. Ace more than happy to come inside, just escape that. Alex gonna pop the Viper stun here as OUG tries to separate, get away. They're gonna get a huge stun here onto SS as they throw the meter dump out. The F comes out, but it's not enough. Ace gonna pick up another elimination here, their 3rd elimination of the game as SS goes down from OUG. OUG trying to keep it alive here. They lose their Monk transformation as ZU attempts to cover here. They pick up Ace's Alex. Ace just trying to keep this 2v2 alive. Now OUG is going to lose track of them though as the Wu Chen ult comes out and Ace gets to walk away with those eliminations for free.
Walking away for free? Can't walk away for free with that amount of momentum. Can't even allow that space to even be had, knowing that it could be free like that. You got to be careful in those situations. You definitely don't want to be giving out free like that. Even in those spaces, still have to be careful those. Now, even working towards the rotation, it looks like Jin is going to be able to get the elimination off of Wade. Wade really sadly getting picked off there in that space is Jin doing massive damage though with that dagger being absolutely dangerous, but so is Xinyu's dual blades as the dual blades are going to be able to catch Jin in a bad situation. That corner is going to be able to keep the rocking. Meanwhile, the spray will be able to come through. Nice little finish, and it looks like the little small tornado of that sand is going to do enough just to keep him alive just a little bit while longer. Now they're going to be able to work towards the rotation here. Jin, how did Jin survive that? Absolutely insane.
Yeah, Jin goes into a huge armor swap there and turns that fight back around. Ace played this fight so well. The third party, absolutely massive for them as they come in. The fight starts to flip on its head. The Wu Chen pulls them out. They get the full reset and push back in onto OUG, who only were able to take control of that fight because they burned so many ultimates so fast. Knowing that, Ace just comes back in and immediately starts to take control of the fight off the back of them Wu Chening away there, basically getting away for free and then stepping back in. We're going to see Ping Tao coming in, trying to drop the tactical nuke, and drops it on all 3 members of YZG. They're going to come in and pick up a couple of eliminations off of that, but NAD coming in, trying to lock them down as well. AOW going to pick up 3 eliminations here, but now they need to be careful as NAD's there. They're able to turn around, clean it up onto 40 IWNL as well, and pick themselves up 4 eliminations to tie it up for first place with 6 eliminations here. KZ with 6 eliminations as well, but their respawns gone. They're looking for a place to respawn as we speak. Ace with 6 eliminations as well, but they also have their resurrection still available. These 3 teams putting in work. Alliance is Lucky coming in now, trying to shut down the likes of AOW. Cuckoo getting caught out, takes a ton of damage and is eliminated, but now returning the favor. Ping Tao coming in with an ultimate of their own, looking to lock down. Even a single member is going to catch out Alliance's Lucky. The F3 coming out though from Alliance's move by, going going to save Lucky. The Wu Chen ult comes in, gets them away. Ping Tao can't even take a second to breathe as Ventus comes in for the third party now, as AOW on their back, and once again a massive parry is going to send Ping Tao back to the Soul Altar here. Ventus loses Jiu though as Alliance comes back in off the back of their Wu Chen ult, and Ventus now forced to keep it moving here as they go top side because they do not have the ultimates to turn back into this fight with Alliance, and Alliance has much better gear. Turning now to take a look at KZ, who just spawned themselves back in and have already lost LXX.
Already lost LXX. That's definitely one of their playmakers here. You definitely can't be losing some of your big names, though, when you're in the middle of these fights, though. Still going to be able to try to see if they can find the rotation all the way through, as XCG is going to quarter KZ's reign and claim that elimination and get the finish. And doing a fantastic job of it. Let's see. They're going to be able to continue that and keep that same momentum going, though. Making it look good all the way towards these ending rotating spaces here. And also making it look good, too. Now, EWG. Opportunity, though, really to be in any other space. Meanwhile, YZG, CXC, and Moonlit nearby. QGG unknown. Looks like he's probably nearby here. Trying to do some snaky cheeky. Trying to keep the game alive here, as it looks like they will be splitting off. Alliance also as well in a very similar situation here. ASE, AOW with 6 eliminations leading, and sadly ASE officially eliminated from these games. Looks like even with the circle spread here, the rotations are all over the place here, as everybody is now in all rotating sections. It's not really anybody or a whole lot of people in one section here. Everybody has space all over. It's good to see.
Yeah, we're 45 players still left alive. Zone 1 now collapsing onto Zone 2. Things going to slow down just a little bit as many of these players look to secure those first sets of Morris Blessings coming forward here. A lot of teams either going to push in and try to contest those or move away from them as they just allow players to take them for free and then play keep away basically while they wait for those buffs to burn out here. Fun Plus Phoenix trying to contest one as we speak. Pick themselves up that Vermilion Birds might, but need to be careful as XCG waiting up top for them here. XCG with 3 eliminations under the belt. Fun Plus Phoenix moving pretty slow this game with 0 eliminations to their name while playing such a hyper aggressive comp. They need to find their way in to this game, as again they have fallen behind today after coming in with an 111-point day for day 1. Fun Plus Phoenix needs to lock down something here, and they're gonna lock down all of XCG almost immediately as they get separated. NiHQ, the last remaining member here, but they are not gonna last very long as all of Fun Plus Phoenix is pressuring in onto them, and now Fun Plus Phoenix free to secure the Morris Blessing as well. Take that Vermilion Birds might and go hunt down another team. They pick up their first 3 eliminations of the game here. They pick up some purple armor and a purple flamer this early into the game is going to be huge for the likes of Team Fun Plus Phoenix. And we're going to see VVV here. They're going to patiently wait for as long as possible. They're going to wait for that timer to tick all the way down so that they can hold on to that buff, hopefully into the next set of Morris Blessings as they come up. We're going to see Team Baoda doing the same here with the Mystic Might, just waiting for as long as possible before they take that buff. Team GD over here cleaning up some of the members of J Team as they come in and pick up some much needed loot off the back of that Draco Storm that they were able to secure early on. They're going to take this loot and move out very quickly as they look to hunt down their next set of teams, holding on to that Draco Storm for another 60 seconds.
Another 160 seconds, actually. I mean, GD has the 60, but 230 seconds coming in. One from Vermilion's Bird Might from Fun Plus Phoenix, obviously just starting it up. 150 coming in from the Mystic's Might. Now they will be able to go forth with this rotation and still be able to figure this out. See if maybe they're going to have the opportunity to figure this out here. Now be able to go forth with this rotation. Let's see if maybe they can take the time to figure this out. Still figuring out where they're going to be actually rotating this and seeing what they can do here. As Pinktown and them is going to be able to back out. They see the Morris Blessing sadly already looted. Unfortunate though, is won't be able to really find anything good out of this. As it looks like GD is going to get a bounty on EWG here. Uh-oh. I always love a good bounty find. Starts up some drama. You know, Draco Storm coming in. Looks like GD is going to be the one to capture it. Let's see if they're going to be able to find this out, as OUG is going to be able to go through the rotations. Even with all this time, though, there's still more space. So question, if you had to pick one thing that you would like to have full in your inventory, would it be your weapon slot, your soul jades, or your items?
It's item bag all day, right? Soul Jades are great. The extra stats are phenomenal, but at the end of the day, you have to have resources to burn. Typically, you want your Soul Jades and your item bag to be full. Weapon slots, not super important yet. It's nice to be able to have at least one extra in the back pocket, but having full weapon slots, why do I need to carry, you know, a full inventory of weapons? I'm clearly gonna use the main ones that I have here. I'm hoping not to get parried. If I get parried, having one extra weapon in the back pocket's good enough. And, you know, the ranged weapons are nice, but I can just carry repair kits realistically and not have to have a bunch of extra range weapons in my back pocket. As we see here, speaking of range weapons, this is clearly what AOW wants full here, is that ballista. Ooh, that monk just barely at the 100 meters there. AOW trying to lock them down. The monk forced to move into the zone because otherwise they will be in range of that ballista. Apple gonna go very low here. Q9 gonna be picked up by the members here of Team GD. They're gonna pick up quite a few eliminations, moving up to 7 eliminations. AOW's Pink Tao gonna just come in here with the bow, Apple gonna get shot with the bow, and then AOW's Pink Tao gonna follow it up for the elimination. Balda's Rizu trying to get down to Axio here, but unfortunately might have just given himself away as he's forced to back off because he sees that Axio is going to be stood on by the remaining members of the team here. Trying to come to Apple now, but still in the zone here, and AOW waiting in the wings, just on the edge of the zone. Balda not really in a great position here, just trying to fight for what scraps they can realistically get their hands on at the end of everything that they just went through. 17JL here going to pick up J-Team's ZK on the edge of the zone. 17 here with their first elimination, not doing too hot here in the game, and J-Team's Lee forced to keep it moving through the zone here, as they do have a rebirth charm, but this is going to be the nearest soul resurrection altar for themselves. They're able to get Eagle back into the game. The question is, will they be able to find a resurrection charm and get ZK back into the game? Lee and Eagle need to move very, very quickly. As we see here, Eagle pushing back towards ZK right now, either looking to get some loot or potentially try to resurrect them if they can. Eagle fighting for it, but Lee low on resources, forced to separate. Look how far apart J-Team is right now. They are very, very vulnerable. If anybody pushes towards that side of the map, it could be the end of J-Team as we speak. Taking a look here at the top of the order, EWG and Fun Plus Phoenix still fighting for those positionals. XCG unfortunately getting eliminated this game. That consistency that they've kept through the first 3 games going to be impacted a little bit here by game number 4. Fun Plus Phoenix literally 0.1 point behind them right now. I don't see them not overtaking EWG in this particular game, as they are still alive and well. We're taking a look now as Aces, they secure a Morris Blessing here. The Wu Chen coming in to cover them, and we're gonna see J-Team ZK eliminated by the zone before he can even get back into the zone. This is gonna be rough for J-Team. We're probably gonna start seeing dueling resurrections coming out from J-Team as they try to get ZK back into the game here as we keep moving forward. Team Ventus here trying to cover this Morris Blessing here with the Wu Chen ult, with the F3 from the Yodo, as well as the Viper ult, and it looks like they're finally able to lock it down, Dubby.
Let's go. You love to see the lockdowns, though, as We'll be able to work towards what's next, though, because they're able to do it right. Maybe they're going to be able to figure out what's next here. Still be able to see it all. As now 17JL is going to be able to keep this game alive here. Let's see if they're going to be able to figure this out. As now ZU up top, watching around with the rest of them as Fun Plus Phoenix is nearby. ZU is going to decide to back out. Decides, nope, I do not want this type of all teammate energy here. He will be able to back out and get out of Dodge's way here. Meanwhile, 17JL's Bin Chu has those triple bows. Trying to see if maybe one of them is going to strike and or stick. Even within this area, let's see if they're going to be able to find anything.
GD's Donkwing up top here with the pistol, looking to trade some shots down below on to AOW and find some space for their own here. Ace chasing down the last remnants of Baoda's Rizu here. Looks like Rizu separating from the team so that their solo member can stay alive. Yeah, Apple gonna keep things moving far away. Moving towards this Moore's Blessing, looking to see if there's a resurrection charm left alive in it here, and it looks like he might actually find one. So yep, there it is. He does pick up a resurrection charm. Needs to be careful though. There's NAD waiting nearby at the resurrection altar, so he has to play very carefully. Ace there, Ventus there. He can't push onto this altar too soon, or it's going to immediately cost all of Team Baoda. He needs to wait for these teams to start engaging with each other and find a decent opening without getting caught out, mind you, as all of these teams are so close to keeping him from bringing his teammate back or keeping Baoda into the game here. We're going to see now he is able to push over and resurrect AXO, and it looks like the attention has been taken away as these teams continue to chase one another down, Davi.
Unfortunate coming in. Looks like ZU is going to be able to find the strike, though. Looks like he's able to get it. Massive damage coming in as Zaunen does get eliminated by WX98. Looks like I see that payback. Ventus, NAD eliminating them last game here. It looks like they were finally able to get that payback that they wanted. Love to see when they're able to get the finish. Not only that, but also get it done, too. As they're still able to rock it down. Let's see if they're going to be able to figure this out, as now things look pretty good towards the end of this phase. They will be able to knock it down. As it looks like the Viper's going to come in with a beautiful stun. Mubai and Lucky getting J-Team elimination. ZK and Eagle catching them within the Viper's eye. Bane's Breath surging all the way around. Is gonna have to be careful there. CXZ will get chased here, and they will have to fight this out, but it doesn't matter. His mentality will get caught up by a very bad stretch of the circle, and it looks like the circle of the Bane will be able to catch one, and it looks like it catches one of the other players as well here. CXZ ends up getting absolutely drilled and almost finished. So dangerously low by the Bane's Breath there. The time of the tick couldn't have been any better within this space. It's a good thing that they do have it to where the Bane's Breath would be timed, because you imagine a small circle and someone pulls a Bane's Breath out.
Oh yeah, you know,
massive damage all around.
It's really hard to see Bane's Breath late into the game, though, here in Immortal War. As those shops disappear, players typically are forced in situations where they need to use them early on in the Pro League. This is actually probably the latest Bane's Breath I've seen in a hot minute here in the Naraka Blade Point Pro League, here in Zone 4, almost on to Zone 5. You don't typically see them pass Zone 1 and 2, right? You'll see a lot of teams rush out early, try to get those Dark Tide coins, secure those Bane's Breath, use those Bane's Breath when they get in a bad situation, and to basically be able to recover. J-Team's Lee here gotta be pretty scared as he sees multiple members from 17JL just coming through here, grappling nearby. He's solo on his team. Pretty scary stuff. Turning over to Fun Plus Phoenix now, looking to secure yet another Bane's Breath for their team here. going to be opening up that gold set of armor the team desperately wants. We're going to see the Viper come in. We're going to see the F3 come out. We're going to start seeing those Wu Chen's Fs come out, and they pick up an elimination there onto EWG. Unless Phoenix can aggressively push it back up onto this box, I think, realistically, and start securing it. Oh, some bow shots coming down. There it is. The F3 from TXJ going to buy them this box. Is nobody else really going to be able to come in and do the thing. They're going to drop that purple armor there. TXJ needs to get a hold of that before they get out of there. Unfortunately, they are not going to. VVV gets the upgrade. TXJ trying to slide back in and pick that up. EWG Zhao Liu going to be on the receiving end of what I do believe to be some musket shots here, and has got to keep things moving pretty quick. OUG waiting in the wings there, but Zhao Liu now looking for the opportunity to come in with a massive Viper nuclear missile, but jumps into another Viper ult and gets stunned out of their own. Zhao Liu right now has got to be so angry with themselves. They see the Viper, they jump down, they don't realize that that Viper is ulting, and end up completely wasting their ult for no gain. They are beating their hand against the desk right now, mad with themselves over that play. Luckily, it does not cost them too poorly. They're able to reset and immediately get out of there, but man, that has got to be the worst feeling in the world, Dobby.
Got to be a tough one, really putting in all of this effort only for it to just, I mean, I think the only thing that's worse than that is just getting your kill snatched up by somebody, especially putting in an insane amount of work just to try to get the elimination, and then you just end up getting taken by something else. Definitely don't want to in a lot of these situations here, and sometimes that can be really, really hard, and that's definitely one of those really tough situations to be in here. Now it looks like Fun Plus Phoenix's Triple V is trying not to get caught by TXJ. Looks like the bow immediately comes through here, putting a lot of damage on one of the players, as the Wushin is going to be able to take them out. Arms gets thrown by Wade. OUG's Wade's trying to find anybody to get the snatch up on. Trying to see if they can catch anybody slipping within the space here.
Really smart here. They're going to drop that legendary musket there for Wade. And as much as he wants to hold on to that cannon, right, he's going to take the musket here, because even if it's a ranged weapon, if you swap to it before you monk up, you still get the bonus damage from having a legendary weapon in your hand, right? So as much as he would love to have that cannon so he can faster build up rage, that legendary musket is something he desperately needs so he can make the most of his grabs going into the final circle. As we take a look here at Ace, doing a little bit of swapping as well, getting ready for that momentum into those final zones. Zone 6 getting ready to collapse on, and it looks like Ace going to make the smart decision here to start rotating on the left side to move towards where Zone 6 is going to be, so that they don't have to worry so heavily about the rotation as the zone starts collapsing. They're pretty close to that space already, and anybody who then tries to push in and contest them, they actually have the advantage. Smart plays coming out from Ace there. Team 17 JL though, Zhu getting a little caught out by multiple range shots here. Their Wu Chen going to come in with the Fs, trying to buy them a little bit of a space. The F3 coming down from AS as well, but Ziyu, man, absolutely getting pummeled at range there. EWG gonna get picked up here by Fun Plus Phoenix as they pick up their 5th elimination. Ping Tao trying to come in with the Viper ultimate. TXJ trying to buy them some space with the Yodo Hime, and it looks like Ping Tao not able to lock anybody down. TXJ putting in huge work with his Viper ult, but now Ace's Alex coming in with another massive Viper ult, and will they be able to capitalize on it? TXJ throws the F3 down before the short stun hits so that they have some protection, is able to keep things moving, keep themselves alive. Ace not able to capitalize on their Viper ultimate either in all the chaos going on here, as Zone 5 is almost fully collapsed down on Zone 6. VVV coming in with the Viper ult here and looks to be capitalizing on anything. Unfortunately, the only person they catch is Yueshan, who's immune to the CC during his ultimate, so they're not going to be able to capitalize or follow up on it. Ventus goes in onto a team, is able to pick up AOW's Lao Yu. Ace's Jin picks up Fun Plus Phoenix's TXJ, and all the brawls continue to break out here. Ace with 10 eliminations under the belt, really coming alive here in game number 4, setting themselves up for success. I say that as Ace's Alex gets picked up by OUG's Wade, but the Wu Chen ult gonna take them to safety before Wade can get the slam off. Ace keeps all of their members kicking and alive at this particular moment. GD not far behind them with 9 eliminations. AOW currently in 3rd place with 8 eliminations under their belt. out. And speaking of which, you see OUG come in and pick up that last elimination onto AOW and send them back to the lobby here. Ping Tao picked up by SS off the back of the legendary Katana Soul. Jade 17JL's AS coming in here with another huge Yodohime ultimate, trying to lock down anyone from Fun Plus Phoenix. Is able to pick up the elimination onto Leo with it as well, and that's going to be it as Fun Plus Phoenix and their entire team gets eliminated, and they are sent back to the lobby as well. Ventus setting themselves up for another potential victory here. The back-to-back, if they can lock this down, they come in, they're about to pick up NAD's Doshi as well. That's going to bring them to 7 eliminations and 3rd place currently, tied with Team Alliance. Ace down to 2 members, 10 eliminations. GD holding on to all of their members, 10 eliminations as well. Ventus, though, really sitting in a good situation here, has got good gear and holding on to a good side of the circle as we get ready to collapse down onto Zone 7 fully here. They do not have to push out in any of these other teams. OUG's Wade going to pick up Alliance's Lucky, and that's going to be it for Team Alliance as they are also sent back to the lobby here. OUG's Wade going to pop that legendary ult on the Monk here. The Varja coming out with legendary grabs, legendary armor, going to start putting in work. Benchu picks up EWG's Yiran, and Yiran is going to see all of EWG sent back to the lobby as well. Wade really looking to start landing some of these grabs out onto anybody looking to potentially pick up the 17JL. Does find ZU, is looking for that second grab. The Viper stun getting ready to come out though before he can get the stun. He gets stunned into the zone. Wade gonna take a lot of damage here. Ventus is TJ trying to create some distance. ZU trying to lock the lobby down here. Gets a huge stun. Does not get to pick up any of the eliminations off of it, but finds a little bit of a reset. The last remaining member here for 17JL holding on for dear life as those Wisps come in, going to use the hyper armor from the blue to buy themselves some time. We're going to see TJ from Ventus go down. Ventus WX98 gonna pick up ZU though. GD's Don Quinn gets parried by ZU and is going to keep it moving. OS from OUG coming in with a massive meter dump from the Nunchucks, gonna be putting in absolute damage there, but not able to pick up the elimination. GD's Don Quinn trying to return the favor with a set of Nunchucks of their own. OUG trying to lock this space down as they're the only team with 2 members left alive, but every single time they push forward they take more damage. SS goes down. Wade finds the opportunity to get another ult off here, and this could be huge. He finds the ZU from 17JL and is continuing to try to make it happen. OUG monked up looking to make it all here. Ventus WX98, he gets grabbed here. If he can get another grab, this is going to be huge here. This could be the double elimination. He doesn't find the grab though. WX98 going to take a little bit of damage. Wade focusing down onto Ventus's WX98. Ventus just trying to stay in the game. Goes to go topside. Gonna come in here with their F, trying to buy themselves some aerial. They do not want to go down. There's one F getting a little bit of healing. Now we're going to see 17JL ZU trying to lock it down with the Viper ultimate. Is able to get the stun, but then gets eliminated by the zone. It's Ventus WX98 versus Don Queen. He gets the parry, comes in with the riposte, but the wind wall going to be too much, and it's going to come up. No, it's going to come up. Ventus is WX98. If I'm not mistaken, Ventus takes the back-to-back MVP.
Unbelievable. Ventus keeping that game alive here for the very end. Even towards all the way with the spaces, though, Ventus will be claiming a back-to-back dub for our trios. Absolutely insane coming into this. Ventus really showing forth why they are a dominant team here and show that they are the best, signifying a back-to-back game. Absolutely insane coming into this. Ventus really showing it off. Look at the excitement and the hype coming in from WX98. He's like, look what I told you. What did I tell you? Coming through with I told you. What did I say? What did I say? I love to see that type of energy coming in as they will be able to clutch that up for the double here. Seeing the back-to-back, we love to see it. Ladies and gentlemen, though, we're going back to Holleroth, though, in our next game.
Yeah, this is
things are going to get interesting.
I was gonna say, this is a huge game for Ventus. Ventus struggled day 1 here in week 4, right? They did not put a lot of points on the board. They were in the bottom 8. They were at risk for being eliminated from the bi-weekly final. Their last MVP brings them up into 6th place, so they qualify for the bi-weekly. Now a second MVP, they're surely going to shift more spaces up, and every space they shift up, the better opportunity they have to potentially walk away the winner of the bi-weekly final, because they're going to bring more of those points over from the week. And they really, really needed this after struggling so hard during day 1 of our 4th bi-weekly.
I mean, even with that one though, Ventus has been Ventus hasn't necessarily been struggling too badly. They had like one necessarily bad week that wasn't really like in their favor, but they have been keeping consistency in some way. But with these pop-off games like this, if they really have an absolute insane game, they really could be within that top like we usually do see them in. And Ventus is definitely one of those teams where we can see them make that momentum happen though. But for WX98, going to be able to clutch that up towards the very end here. Absolutely insane ending for Ventus, seeing that back-to-back. I know that confidence is very high going into it. Now let's see if we can get a 3-peat, huh?
Oh, absolutely. Look, I would love to see Ventus come in and lock down the 3 MVPs. We haven't seen one all season, to my knowledge. I think we only saw one during season 1 as well. And I know Ventus, again, they were in the bottom 8 today, right? They were at risk of not even qualifying for the bi-weekly final. How huge would it be for them to come in today and rock the back-to-back MVP and skyrocket up into the top 8? Ventus would be absolutely losing their mind. I know they are right now off the back of a second dub here. They played this circle very, very well. WX98, regardless of whether he walks away the MVP or not, is the MVP in my heart. He had to play this final fight as a solo player so well. You see him go skyward. He uses those grapples to get up there. He resets his skywalking by throwing the F while resetting his armor, gets another grapple down, does it again, is able to come down. That parry at the very end is what brings Ventus their second MVP. He's able to parry GD's player. Look, because they both go out in 1st and 2nd place respectively with 13 eliminations, but because Ventus came out on top, WX98 clutches out the MVP for them with a 25.8 game score, 13 eliminations to tie it up with GD. But GD, because that parry, he was able to step through the wind wall from GD's Tumulk with the riposte, which does enough damage to buy Ventus the victory by a single storm tick. It all came down to that parry in the end. I love seeing games go so clutch. Ventus does an amazing job. Ace also does an amazing job up towards the final circle there. They're able to keep one player alive as well and go out in that 4th place. They take a 16 game score. OUG takes a 15 game score. AOW and Alliance tying it up with a 10.1 game score each. What a great game. Love to see the back-to-back coming out from Ventus, and I would love to see the 3-peat.
Oh, the sloppy, the absolute insane repeat coming into this. Going to be able to lock this in and make it look good. 25.8 Ventus. That's a massive score coming in from them as well. GD coming through with a 23.8. GD, a team that we haven't necessarily been talking about too much here. Even ASE too, very big surprise coming in, 10 eliminations, 16 from that. Sadly, Fun Plus Phoenix with 7.7 points here, putting them in 8th place for their games here. But WX98 with another first time MVP, ladies and gentlemen. It's almost a full sweep of MVPs. If they end up winning again and their other player gets an MVP, that's going to be a full team getting an MVP for the day. Oh, yeah. We've never seen 2 teammates getting an MVP for the day, let alone seeing the entire team get an MVP.
Can we talk about the fact that WX98 playing the support for the team as well walks away with the MVP, right? Huge clutches coming out from WX98 in this final circle. He played it so well. Every single decision he made, from using the F to reset his skywalking, to making the decision to grapple up top when he saw somebody up above anyway, when the Viper ult started to come out, and then from there, having the wherewithal to land the parry. Every single decision that we saw WX98 make here made it so that they were able to clutch up this back-to-back MVP. Team Ventus desperately needed this as well so that they were not at risk of dropping back in to that bottom 8 position. 2 games to go, and the question is, can our boys here from Team Ventus make it happen for the first time all season? Will we see the first three-peat of season 2 of the NBPL, Dobby? I sure hope we do.
Oh, I definitely think we are. Especially with all of the momentum coming into these next couple of games. We still have 2 more games left. We're heading back to Holleroth for our trios games. Things are only getting better and better and better as we're locking in more of these games here. And I'm really excited to see how the rest of this goes. There's still more extra areas that we still have to hit though, but Vents is coming through with a double, not only with the MVPs, but also a double win here. If they end up getting one more and we see their other player end up getting an MVP, that would be absolutely insane coming into it, and I cannot wait to see what happens. But for right now, as we're gonna get ready to head back to Holleroth, Jaeger, do your thing, girl, take it away.
Hey everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome back to the post-game interview. And now I'm standing here with our interviewee and let him say hello to our audience. Hello， 先和大家来打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是温塔斯战队的小鱼。
好，欢迎小鱼来到我们这个赛后采访，再次恭喜你们在刚才这把比赛获得了最高分。So first of all, congratulations that you guys get the highest score in the game 4. And I saw you like just are not very excited, but at the end of game, so we know there's a roar in our lane, and I would like to know why. At that time, what happened? 那首先啊，要再次恭喜你们。然后看到，其实现在小鱼站在这边啊，怎么感觉现在好像就蛮平静的这个感觉？但是刚才比赛结束的时候，整个场馆啊，今天是发出了一个，就大家像怒吼一下。大家那个时候是为什么大家都会这样子那么激动呢？
因为微信酒吧活到最后一圈，然后那个最后4个人是1打1的情况，
对对对。
然后那个红叶开了 V2，然后那个微信酒吧就往毒里躲一下，然后他们就另外2个人就毒狼就被晕了嘛，然后酒吧就 K 了一个头，然后最身后就2打2不是1打1的时候就酒吧挣了个刀，关键的正刀吃了个夺魂，然后最后吃了个花。
好的，大家都这么激动，你看起来还有点平静啊，有点感觉像酒吧对你们来说是基操的感觉是吗？好的 ，So actually at the end of game, like this end of the game is more like the solo game because there are 4 teams and every team have 1 player still alive. And at that time, the Viper used the ultimate and control like everyone in the game without the 无心酒吧 because he just run into the shadow and avoid the control. And after the ultimate of Viper, he just like killed 1 people and have more killing point. And then he parried weapon. At the end, when on the one-on-one fighting, he just parried the weapon and then won the fight. So that's why there's a roar here in the Shanghai. So okay, also because today we saw in this game 4, you just like at the beginning you like lose the beginning fighting at that time, and then you got reversed, but you still got the higher score in the game. So I would like to know how's your like mind and way to like operate to the end. 那其实这一把我们在看到也不是说完全顺利的啊，在一开始的时候我们其实看到 Ventus 你们在落地架其实是失利了，然后是进行了一波返魂。那我特别想问一下，返魂之后你们的这个打法思路是怎么样，可以让你们稳稳的运营到决赛，并且拿下这个最高分呢？
因为我们第2个圈的时候拿了一个青龙，拿了青龙之后就是抓了一个人嘛，然后装备提升一下，就直接玩到决赛圈就占了个好点。
是最后是狗到决赛圈的还是怎么样？
就是相当于运营到决赛圈嘛，就哪个点好站哪个点，然后就站到最后了嘛。
好的。So actually, after we just failed at the beginning of the game, after we reversed, so we just tried to get the Draco Storm at that time. And when we have the buff, we just killed 1 opponent. And after that, we just operate and always to find the good position for our team and operate to the final circle. That's why we can get the highest score. OK， 好的，谢谢小鱼，感谢你的分享，再次恭喜你们。Thank you, 小鱼 for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
didn't get the dub, we still bounce back harder than hard. We ain't going down without an L. We coming back next year to kick some tail.
You love to see it, so let's see if maybe they're going to be able to claim this one as well within the space. As it looks like King and them will be able to push in here. Booby, try hard, trying to see if they can do something. Is able to get a massive elimination here. Let's see if they can close this out and go for that finish elimination. It looks like they will be able to, cornering them inside. As it looks like they will be able to pick up.
Hello everyone, my in-game name is Pooby from Team Conquerors.
Hi, my name is Jared, better known as Tryhard, and I'm from the Team Conquerors.
Hi, my name is Jacob, also known as King in Naraka, and I'm from Team Conquerors.
Beautiful timing though, dangerously low. Ends up getting the grab. Can he grab the second? Looks like he might try to see if he can throw it down. And yes, he does. He's able to get the elimination off of Abe. Gets the second grab. Can he get the third? No!
Qualifying for the Naraka Blade Point World Championships feels great. My new team and I have put in a lot of work these past months to prepare for it.
After qualifying, I feel great. I haven't really taken everything in yet, but I'm happy that all of my hard work and my practice has paid off.
Imagine putting the 3 most individually talented players on NA on a team. You give that team good chemistry, good friendship, and good communication. And that's why we qualified. We didn't come this far to come this far. Even though our goal was making the World Championship, this is only half of the battle. So we didn't come this far to come this far. Our work is only going to get harder, and we're only going to put more time into it.
I'm paying the most attention to China. I think that just overall, their players are very strong, they're very competitive, and they have a lot of tournament experience, and I think that's why they're the strongest.
With the time left before NBWC, we will practice daily. We watch VODs and constantly paying attention to the Nbpl and the meta shift.
We're just going to continue to practice and stay up to date with the current meta in order to be prepared for what's to come.
By Pooby going off, ladies and gentlemen. Claim game number 5.
I would say that our region is much stronger this year, so I hope the other teams are prepared.
Watch out for Conquerors at the Naraka Blade Point World Championship 2022.
What's going on, everybody? My name is Creatives, and I usually cast all of the NA scrims and some of the tournaments. Let's introduce Team Conquerors. That consists of King, Pooby, and Tryhard, aka Jamal Johnson. Starting off with this team was newly formed a couple months ago with Tryhard and King being the duo. Now they brought in Pooby into the mix. Pooby being the monk that he is, he brings in a lot of support for his team. Every time Pooby monks up, he confirms 1 to 2 grabs. And we've seen it in the past scrims and past tournaments. King usually being a Yushan in his past roles, now swapped on over to being a Kurumi and filling in more of a support. Now moving on over with Tryhard. Everybody knows how much of a disgusting player Tryhard is. He is our only double qualified player as well, and Tryhard just provides that firepower. We've seen Tryhard win 1v3s before. He's just there to do his job, and it's just slay the enemies. With this team being as newly formed as they are, they have showed a lot of potential in the past scrims and tournaments, and this is definitely a team you want to keep an eye out for sure for winning Worlds.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to the Naraka Blade Point Pro League Season 2. We're 4 games deep of our 6 trio games for our 4th bi-weekly, and today will determine the 16 teams going into the bi-weekly final, our last bi-weekly final of the season. Where is the season gone, Dobby?
I mean, it is gone down to the wire here, as now we're getting close to Repshaw's. A lot of hesitation and a lot of no more of that. It's going to be absolutely crazy, but we still got one video to show you, and we'll be right back with game number 5.
我们现在团队磨合的挺好的，但是就是一些 个人上面的问题吧，个人上面就是有些小细节需要注意。主要还是可能我的小细节可能得多注意一点吧，因为我3排打的少。进周决的，不得进总决赛的话，那就是能进的话肯定是最好，不需要扛那么大压力。然后没打进，那没办法，那只能去打那个复活赛了嘛。这个的话就是主要就是，毕竟我是算是一个新人的身份打了3盘嘛，然后可能还没到崛起的时候吧，该来的总会来的。
Only the times will surely come in as we talk to one of our other main players coming through with this. There's still more madness coming in for our next games here as we're going back to Holleroth here. And Holleroth sure is going to be a very fun game, but now we got another question for everybody here. Who lived to the last game in game number 4? Don Queen, WX98, or ZU? Put in your votes in chat. Winners will be chosen and send DMs. You will get something really, really nice coming into this.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We're gonna love to see you guys walking away with his gold legendary weapon skins. As we move forward here, though, game number 5 going to be very interesting. We are heading back to Holleroth, as you said, Dobby. And man, it's been a very interesting day across the board. Ventus really coming back alive here during this week after a poor performance during their first day. I'm excited to see the potential 3-peat. We haven't got one all season, and it's quite literally the last possible day for it to happen, Dobby.
It might be the last one, though, so that means that, like I said, all that desperation needs to go away. Now it's time for you to just push in, keep the W key action very, very high, and you have something to prove. Tonight is the night to prove it.
Oh, absolutely. Ventus clearly with a lot to prove as they came into today in the bottom 8, potentially going to be disqualified from competing there in the bi-weekly final, but finally able off the back of their first MVP to move up into that top 16, and then off the back of this MVP to almost guarantee their position being able to compete into the bi-weekly final. The question is if they are able to win another back-to-back, how far up the ladder will that move them? Will it be enough to bring them in line so that they can take one of those coveted top 8 spots? If not, will it be enough to help them come into the bi-weekly final and have enough points to secure a position where they could potentially take the championship for the bi-weekly final? Only time is going to tell as we move forward here. We're taking a look at Team Aces here. Ace moving up off the back of that game in average kills, average damage, and their percent of top 5, which is unfortunately pretty low for them. 12%, really not cutting it here for Ace, as they need to be doing much, much better. Taking a look now to Team Ventus, our back-to-back MVPs. Or no, sorry, this is Team Alliance. I saw green and I got excited about Ventus, but this is Alliance. And unfortunately here, Alliance all the way down in 20th place. This is really weird for Alliance, because coming into the beginning of the season, Alliance did very, very well for our first 3 bi-weeklies. It surprised all of us just how well their coordination was and how many points they were putting on the board. They were making it into all the bi-weeklies. And now here in bi-weekly 4, they are struggling. And I hate to say it, this is the bi-weekly you don't want to be struggling in, right? Don't get me wrong. You don't want to struggle during any of the bi-weeklies and not make it to the finals, right? But this is the last one. This sets the tone going into grand finals, and it sets the tone going into worlds. And Alliance starting to fall behind is not the tone they want to be setting heading into that. Just take a look at Team Ventus here. Ventus able to move all the way up to 11th place. Surely if they take another MVP, they move into that top 8 slot off the back of this. I'd love to see the stats on the side to see how much of their average kills and stuff are going up, but it doesn't look like we're gonna get them. Let's take a look at YZG currently sitting in 5th place. YZG been a fairly consistent team, and their first day was very good. Today, they've been consistently middling, unfortunately. They haven't done a whole lot. They'll put up some early kills and then not quite able to follow those up with anything. They'll make it to like final circle, but then they just can't take control of that final circle and do anything with it. They get a couple of bonus points there onto their eliminations. thanks to the ranking points and the finishing and the multiplier, but it's not really been enough to separate them from the pack. So they're just holding on to 5th place now based on their performance from day one realistically. As we get ready to lock in for game number 5 and take a look at all of the hero selections coming through for these teams, Dobby, hopefully we get to see some very, very interesting picks as we are heading over to Holoroth. Look at that back-to-back green, Dobby. That looks sexy. Let's just go ahead.
That back-to-back green looks nice. It does.
Let's just go ahead and lock in that 3rd one, right? Ventus, come on, baby, you got this. Let's get the back-to-back-to-back. Speaking of which, Ventus is going to be running that more traditional or less traditional monk comp, coming in with the Tumult. I guess it's traditional at this point because more teams running that than they are the Kurumi. The Kurumi now being a pretty rare sight. We're going to get quite a few Takedas coming through here in trios. Pretty common sight in solos onto Holoroth. Not very common sight into trios on Holoroth. We're going to see Q9, GD, NAD, and EWG, as well as AOW now, all running that Takeda pick here. Cuckoo needing to be very careful here. This is going to be his 4th game running Tumult, and they are going to start to be dangerously close to their hero point selection based off of the number of picks that they have made on that Tumult alone. So Cuckoo gonna have to start changing up that play style coming into our very last game, because this Temi is gonna hurt them in terms of points for the hero point selection here, Dobby.
Absolutely. I said before, people have been risking some of their points here to get some of those extra little picks off of the board here. I always said I didn't necessarily think that was probably the greatest idea here, but to see them risk it for the biscuit is very, very interesting. So let's hope that maybe it's worth it for them in the end to risk it, knowing that they can get some massive points on the board. But we're not even on our last game yet, and people are already risking points. What is going on as we look forward towards the next circle here? We're going to lock it in for the remainder of these maps. Let's see, in terms of Holoroth here, the very middle section, Bauda, XCG, and a couple of other teams is going to be all within that very center zone here. Top right up in snow. Infermio Village is going to see a fair share of people here. And it looks like Alliance is going to be near Jim's Armory. Alliance 17JL. It looks like J-Team also will be at Matab, all within that space here. But it looks like that center castle, Plum Castle, still going to be a pretty stacked space here as we immediately look in for Alliance is lucky, getting 1v3'd immediately from GD. GD not even giving Alliance an opportunity to even find a weapon, let alone finding anything else to try to give them any sort of opportunity for a fight here. Alliance just gets the first one and ends up getting picked off here. And you definitely don't want to be that person within these spaces to get found and picked off within these fights.
Yeah, no, not whatsoever. GD, though, aggressively pushing on to Alliance's mentality. He's caught out from the rest of his team here. There's nothing he can do about it as the 3v1 violence takes place. GD going to be picking up some armor off the back of that, as well as their first elimination of the game. Over to Plume Castle, where the thing's really kicking off. YZG, CXE coming in hard here on to the likes of XCG. Ling XN going to go ahead and be eliminated here. And YZG already with the double purple armor stack off to a massively huge start here. Baodao going to use that Wii channel to get out and get Arizu back into the game here, but they need to be very careful as all of them are very low and they are sans any type of gear that they need. GD picking up another elimination here onto 17JL's AS and looking to find a third as they continue the chase after Ziyu here. Kakaishi leading the charge with a little bit of that ult charge left, and Ziyu wants nothing to do with his energy whatsoever as he is a solo player left alive. These guys burning grapples after grapples. Ziyu continuing to keep it moving here. Kakaishi able to keep track of Ziyu ever so carefully. He goes for the bush, thinks twice about it as he hears the grapples over. Said Ziyu sees OUG, needs to actually just take GD to OUG here, but it doesn't look like he's going to get the opportunities. They finally catch up with the grapples, coming in hard here, and Ziyu going to be picked up by GD for their 5th elimination here in game number 5.
Even with that though, WS still coming through, trying to see if they can keep the rotations as the Katana comes in, ends up getting hit. Double SS getting absolutely destroyed though by Don Quinn. Don Quinn not giving him an opportunity to really do anything here. Is now Double S really is going to be able to find this out. Let's see if they're going to be able to make 4 towards the rotations here and see if they can go with something here as Don Queen does find the eliminations here. Don Quinn being a massive MVP for GD here as Wade gonna try to see if he can keep this alive here. Zinyu doing the very same thing as one of them gets hit by a massive bow shot. Wade keeping the defenses high though with a parry. Even within all of it though, as Wade ends up getting absolutely blitzed though as the Justina forces the Arctic Wraith to come out. GD's K gets carried by Zinyu and gets the finish, and it looks like he's gonna get the double. As OUG's Wade is gonna be able to shut down Don Queen. Could have been a massive opportunity though for that 1v1, but sadly wasn't enough as he will get claimed, he will get finished here. Meanwhile, AOW in a different situation though.
Yeah, Funkless Phoenix coming in hard here. AOW picking up the elimination onto Leo is going to make this a very difficult fight for the likes of Funkless Phoenix as TXJ gets blitzed down quickly, followed by VVV as the Temi ult comes out and just completely shuts down any sort of momentum that Funkless Phoenix had going into that 2v3. AOW picking up their 8th elimination of the game. They are on fire already, playing this hyper aggressive early comp. They need to keep things moving and start looking towards those Moore's blessings, as in the next 30 seconds, Zone 1's going to collapse down onto Zone 2, and we're going to see those start to come through and spawn, and AOW wants to keep moving with this hyper aggressive momentum that they've been able to put together for themselves. 8 eliminations is huge before Zone 2. That's almost 3 full teams eliminated by AOW already, and I know they're feeling good right now. YZG moving across the map here, looking to head towards Plumed Castle potentially and find some of the scraps left after those teams engaged with one another as they keep it moving up that direction here. Now over to KZ, who's off the back of a respawn yet again here. KZ struggling ever since they picked up their first MVP of the day. Ooh, excuse me. Struggling ever since they picked up their first MVP of the day. Bao also trading blows with OUG.
Let's see if they're going to be able to rotate this out though. Meanwhile, the Bane's Breath coming through. Bauda keeping it alive here, wanting OUG to come back like, come here, come out and play. But obviously they're not going to come out and play though, as OUG just wants to keep them around here.
OUG trading shots with Bao here, not wanting to pressure into that Bane's Breath, knowing it could potentially be theirs. Now pressing into the fight after they kicks XJ Lai very low. OUG also going to see SS go very, very low. Baoda's XJ coming out here with the massive ultimate, looking to lock somebody down, but doesn't catch on to anybody. And XG going to be forced to back up, look for the reset here, as we see the continued assault from OUG coming out from the Matari, locking down Rizu, doing a little bit of damage, but nobody able to really lock and secure a guaranteed kill down just yet. YZG coming in for the third party, trying to keep the opportunity open, as OUG is still very, very low. OUG, no Wu Chen to be able to just pull out of the situation, so QGG going to keep the aggression moving, Dobby.
Even with that, let's see how YZG still is going to be able to figure this out there, as he does get the hits though on OUG here. OUG has been a nice little thorn on YZG here. I feel like YZG will be very happy to get rid of OUG out of this game so far here, as it looks like they are going to push in on Zinyu here, keeping the same aggression and that amount of momentum onto them, as it looks like Zinyu and Wade will get claimed, as the Viper comes out, is able to claim Ryu, and Bauda also gets claimed as well within this finish here. Beautiful parry comes through. QGG is able to send AOW's layout way out of the section of this map here, as it looks like Rizu does get claimed though from the elimination. AOW, oh, massive bow shots getting hit to YZG, as it looks like AOW is ready to push in for the elimination and the kill. They want to keep the momentum very loud and wide, as the Takeda comes in with a nice little bit of some damage here. Immediately getting hit by the right click here. Dangerously low though. AOW's Leo is going to try to keep this alive here. Has to be very careful. Could be bad for both parties here, as it looks like YZG, looks like they lost one of their players, CXZ, and they will be able to pop the Wushin and get out of there.
You know, YZG backing off, looking for the reset now, as well as we turn our attention to Ace going head-to-head here with, I do believe, GD, going to be forced to back off with the Wu Chen ult because of the supremacy of the Ballista up top here. GD looks like they were able to secure at least one elimination there as well. Ace going to lose Jin now as they teleport into the likes of Fun plus Phoenix, and all of Ace immediately eliminated. Super unfortunate for Team Ace there. They back away from Team GD using the Wu Chen ult, only to find themselves in the clutches of Team Fun plus Phoenix, and that's not a place that you want to be. GD holding on here, 7 eliminations thus far, looking strong this game. They have seen their resurrections go to the wayside though, but since then able to put together quite a significant amount of loot for themselves. Ventus here looking to pick up their 2nd elimination of the game as they try to lock down KZ's LXX, a solo player caught out here for Team KZ, and that is going to be it as LXX gets eliminated. Looks like he still has a resurrection though, but I still think he is the, oh no, he doesn't have a resurrection. 17 Flower is still alive here. So he was not solo, but he was by himself there as he gets cut out. Flower just looking to go topside and decides, I just want to wait this out and see how much extra placement we can get here. Because man, it has been a struggle today. J-Team going to secure one of those Moore's blessings that come up here as we moved into zone 2, and is going to be picking up that Vermilion Bird's Might. Probably going to hold on to that for just as long as they can. Bowdaz AXO here going to come in, pick up the buff, pick up the gear, and pick up a resurrection charm as he goes to try to find some potential to get his team back into this. He does have a resurrection altar nearby. Nobody here besides them, nobody coming to contest that. It's just kind of free for Team Baoda right now. Fun plus Phoenix, VVV getting caught out by a huge scale rush here from the likes of Team GD as they continue to bring the pain. Kakaishi going to get knocked back by the rest of Fun plus Phoenix TXJ, but Kakaishi with the ult going looks to continue to pressure this fight to the best of their ability. Is going to get grappled out now, slightly separated from the team. Don Quing going to come in and cover. K shows up as well, and we need to see GD here needs to be very careful. They don't have their resurrections. VVV pushing into it. We're going to see Don Quing go down, and the rest of Team GD needs to find an out from this fight now as they do lose Don Quing here, and they lose their best potential cover for picking somebody else back up. 17 Flower, meanwhile, going to be caught out by Pixel as Pixel picks up their 3rd elimination of the game, and it looks like GD is going to separate off into 2 different directions so that they can't be tracked and lose both of their players together, and maybe they'll be able to regroup and find a resurrection charm, get themselves back into this game. But thus far, GD 7 eliminations under their belt, lose Don Quing, and are going to be forced to look for that resurrection charm, Dubby.
Even with that though, looks like J-Team with the Bird's Might, Battle with the Mystics Might as well here. AOW still somehow able to keep the game alive here. AOW has really been struggling to try to find any real opportunity to get some of the finishes the way that they want to here, and sadly they've just been struggling to try to find it here. Let's see if they're going to be able to get it going though, because they've been really struggling with it. Just have not been able to get to the spaces the way that they need to though within these games. So let's see. They're going to be able to put it down though, as J-Team's going to be able to go forth with the rotation though. Widespread here. Doesn't really need to be at least close towards each other here as Rizu and the rest of the team. Bauda. XG sadly eliminated. Doesn't look like they have enough though for resurrection, as it looks like they might try to scramble here and see if they can find some stuff.
Oh no, they already have
never mind.
charm.
They already have one. Massive pickup. Okay, full team Bauda's back in the game. Meanwhile, Sanzi is going to be also within the space though, as GD, sadly, Kakaxi is going to get found, finished, and eliminated. EWG is going to be able to shut that down before there's even an option to try to do something as well here. Gets to finish the way that they want to here and is able to shut it down. Makes it look good as well.
Yeah, really unfortunate there for Team GD, because I think Kakaishi might have had enough money to actually buy back their teammate, which is why they came here. Oh my goodness, Sanzi just picked up a legendary set of nunchucks and a legendary greatsword to go with his legendary katana. That is a legendary weapon for all 3 members of his team. EWG just set themselves up for a huge potential game. One legendary weapon in Immortal War is huge as is. A set of 3 for your entire team is massive. Ventus here going to ult up Pixel in the corner, and luckily the hitbox actually going to push him outside so he doesn't get stuck in the corner. But here, you know, we're in Plume Castle, a lot of spaces for people to hide here. YZG Zao Toto going to be on the move. Luckily, some of these corridors a little bit bigger. Pixel can move himself inside. Zao Toto does get locked down by the rest of Team Ventus as they're able to come in and pick up that elimination here. But YZG trying to keep things moving with that momentum. The Yodohime trying to avoid being grabbed out here. Almost picks up the elimination onto Zhu. QGG thinking about leaving their teammate behind, but Alliance waiting nearby, coming in for the potential third party, just waiting as YZG continues to back off. Ventus might be on the receiving end of some pain from Team Alliance here. There it is. We're going to see Pixel completely caught out. He's got the bell, but he doesn't have Monk for a hot minute. Picks up a huge chunk of ult percent off the back of that charged Katana Slash there. Is able to regroup with his team before Alliance can pick him off. And this is huge for Team Ventus if they want to stay in this game, because Alliance coming in for the third party could have been an absolute disaster there for the likes of Team Ventus. YZG off the back of the third party is actually able to capitalize, come back in and pick up Zhao Toto as well and keep things moving. EWG Sansi's gonna find Baoda's XG and pick up that elimination, as well as the rest of EWG continues to give chase to the stragglers here from Team Baoda. Baoda with 1 player left remaining alive. EWG happy to pick up a couple of extra eliminations. As XO continues to run, Yiran continues to try to give chase here to AXO, but he's getting so far away from the rest of his team here and is risking it on the back of a 1v1, as you can't even see the remaining members of Team EWG here. Yiran really going off cuff here and needs to be careful, because here we go. We've got XCG, J-Team waiting in the wings here as Balda tries to run Yiran into them. Balda's AXO playing very smart here. EWG needs to put a leash on Yiran to pull him back in, because he has gone off the reservation, Dobby.
He's gone off of it more and more. Let's see if they're going to be able to rotate. Keep this momentum happening, though, as AS is going to be able to claim the double elimination, and he gets the third, a full elimination squad wipe from Fun plus Phoenix. Oh, man, we haven't actually seen that amount of momentum so far with a full team wipe from a Monk in a minute here. Usually you're at least able to catch 1 or 2, especially within the space. Sometimes you might get a little bit more, but sometimes it's really hard to get the entire eliminating team here. But the fact that he was able to do that, absolutely massive coming into this. And he was able to shut that down and make it look good here. You love it to see how he was able to do it and make it look good all within the space here.
GD, the last remaining member here for Team GD, caught out, unfortunately, just trying to stay alive. Pops Matario, but gets grappled down, forced to run the teleport, gonna throw the grapple again, and it doesn't look like NAD is just gonna let him get away with this. He misses a grapple opportunity as well, and NAD continues to close the gap, finds another grapple here, but NAD's not gonna let him get away here. He's gonna go down below, needs to find some place to hide. The roller's gonna come on through, he's gonna keep it moving, they're looking for him. He needs to just like get up top somewhere, hide. Is NAD all the, oh my goodness, he runs out, almost ends GD here, and now gonna run into 40 IWNL. I have no idea what K's thinking here. Why did he go back out in the hallway? Why doesn't he grapple up top and wait to see if NAD comes looking for him? Runs out, gets hit by the roller, risks losing the entirety of the game here to Chance, goes back in, and maybe he's looking to make something happen here with the roller, but I don't think it's gonna happen. 3 players locking him down. The roller just comes through, cleans him up. 40 IWNL claims the kill, and K, what are you doing? You were down here. They didn't know you were here. You run into the roller and then run to the side. There was plenty of places you could have just chilled and hid down there. Man, GD, I don't know what you're thinking, and I think you just cost me 20,000 channel points.
Oh man, the absolute unfortunateness. You owe me. Unfortunate coming into this saying, hey, I can't be able to make it. And it looks like now they will be able to go through, though, with that spread. Let's see what happens, though. Because now they will be able to go forth with more stuff here. Let's see if they can keep this magic happening here. Looks like Double S is gonna need to start pushing into the circle, though. He's dangerously low, as it looks like the Draco Storm, the last of the Draco Storm being used by 17JL here, trying to keep the fight alive here for a little while longer, so that way they can claim this elimination. Meanwhile, the Takeda trying to see if they can do anything with it. That gold longsword, trying to see if he can do anything with it. It looks like he's gonna be able to dip out of here, trying his best to get, oh, and he ends up getting snatched. He ends up getting absolutely snatched, and he gets finished and dusted. Unfortunate. Coming in, oh man, he actually looked like he was about to go right through the door, and the thing, and the monk said, yoink, that's mine, boy. Slam, finished, and he's gone. That's tough.
Yeah, very, very tough indeed. OUG now taking on the likes of XCG. Currently looks like a 2v2, but I think XCG has all 3 members left. One of them hiding somewhere. Jinyu coming back down, trying to help SS here. Gonna get some huge dagger downs onto Nye HQ, but it doesn't look like it's gonna be enough. OUG a little scatterbrained here, it looks like, his SS not really utilizing the terrain to their advantage here. So we're going to see that first scale rush come out from SS. They're very, very low, need to take a reset. Oh, bow shots coming in. They're able to get at least 1 pot off here, but they're still not with their teammate covering them. Jinyu's up top across the way. They've split up. I'm not sure what's going through the mind of OUG's SS right here, but clearly he's feeling the pressure right now as he makes quite a few player mistakes, and it looks like he's going to be forced to split off here, and maybe he's hoping they chase him down to try to pick him up and they get to keep their team alive here. But it was a 2v2 there for a while. They had an opportunity to do something with it, and SS just didn't pressure with his teammate. It's very, very unfortunate for the likes of OUG. Alliance coming in now for the third party, looking for an opportunity. We are zone 4, getting ready to collapse onto zone 5 in the next 25 seconds. We have 23 players left alive here in game number 5 on Hollow Rock as NAD pushes across past the Thorny Roller. We're going to find now YZG finds out XCG's Nye HQ. And here's the thing, again, XCG only had 2 players left alive. It was a 2v2. They could have, only opportunity for them to take a fight. Oh no, we're gonna see Ventus eliminated here by NAD as they push in. J-Team gonna be able to secure that Moore's Blessing, get that legendary armor and that legendary weapon as well, while NAD cleans up the likes of Team Ventus. And you know, I say unfortunate, I really wanted to see Ventus get the back-to-back, right? But Ventus being eliminated there might have just gotten me my channel points back, Tuppy.
Oh my God, it looks like you might. How did you end up losing your points and then you might get your points back? You tell me how that works.
Well, look, GD had enough eliminations under their belt that they were still in first place, but I didn't expect Ventus, our back-to-back winners there, to just go out eliminated there with only 2 kills, seeing as their whole team was still alive. But apparently, they took a fight that was not to their advantage and get eliminated.
They said, yeah, you gotta go. Not today. Not today, buddy. Unfortunate coming in though is Ye-Rod. Oh no! Oh no! Ye-Rod had the opportunity to escape, ends up landing short, and because of that, the team ends up taking him out and getting the finish and shutting him down. Really unfortunate. He actually had a massive opportunity to get out of that, and he was not able to let that happen. Crazy coming into this is now might be able to go through with the shutdown. Let's see. They're going to be able to figure this out here. 17JL AS has been doing really good so far here. Let's see. They're going to be able to figure this out.
AS coming in heavy here, trying to lock it down, but NAD up top taking complete control of this zone here, as the zone looks like we're going to get our final zone. Oh my goodness. It's a perfect circle around the Thorny Roller. Trap kills galore, Dobby. As
no
NAD,
shot.
Look at this. It's literally a perfect circle around the Thorny Roller.
Oh,
and it's going to
goodness.
push into the backside.
Someone's going to get hit by a Thorny Roller. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. I'm ready. I'm ready.
I'm absolutely ready to see this. Look at all these Soul Jades. YZG just rolling Soul Jades like nobody's business over here, looking for any advantage they can get coming into the end game. As they look at this, YZG's QGG with triple legendary Soul Jades, Dobby.
So many Soul Jades that are gold here. absolute advantages that could be had in many different opportunities here. Let's see if they're going to be able to figure this out here. Could be really good. Could be a massive advantage for them. So let's see if they're going to be able to figure this out here. Taking the time to be able to put some more stuff though. Lee gonna be able to come through. See if he's gonna be able to hit something though with the gun. Looks like he's gonna try to see if he can hit some shots here. The question is he connecting anything though? It doesn't look like it is Lee. Looks like he's gonna get shots ricocheted back. Looks like there's more of it gonna be happening though, as Leo is gonna be on the rotation side, trying to climb up here, using some of their cannon shots to try to get some of that. Oh, looks like, oh, I thought someone almost got hit by it. I'm waiting. Benshu popping the bell, using it to his advantage to know where everybody is though. Benshu cooking and waiting. Whoa, lucky. The massive Soul Jade though, that could be massive. The fire coming in from there. Great sword. See if they're going to be able to go through with the rotation. Look at all of the cannon shots ricocheting up top here, trying to catch them up top here, but not able to though. NAD has the opportunity. They have the advantage. They have the stretch, so they're not going to be able to really get anything out of this though.
Yeah, NAD's been holding on to this top spot for a hot minute here. Finally looking like they're going to get pushed off. We're seeing this zone collapse, and still Thorny Roller all over the place on the backside of this zone. These players need to be really careful because if the zone pushes in, it makes it pretty hard to see what's on the outside of the zone. I could potentially see somebody getting caught out by that Thorny Roller, and God, do we love to see the trap kills coming in through Dobby. They're absolutely glorious. Alliance's mentality over here on the run. NAD's 40 IWNL also trying to keep things moving here inside this ultimate, as they did get evicted from topside. Look at this. He finds this cute little spot just to start taking pots here and get the full reset for himself. Unfortunately, Doshi has got to keep things moving while he takes that reset, but I don't blame 40 IWNL for not going out to help Doshi while he's trying to get his own reset off as well. Doshi comes in and gets knocked off as he tries to get a pot down. Again, Alliance in the corner, going to be on the receiving end of a cannon with a Rupture Gale Orb, doing a ton of damage to all three of them. NAD going to be forced off of their little spot as well. Many of these players not trying to move into the roller, and it looks like we're going to see a zone right to the very edge of where this roller is going to be moving forward. Hopefully that roller, no, there's no way. Dobby, if I'm not mistaken, zone 7, the roller is going to be going right through the middle of it.
Oh my goodness. So you mean to tell me we're almost guaranteed to see something?
Yeah, look at this. Oh my good golly gee, that roller is going to be right through the edge of the zone in the corner there. We're seeing now NAD, the last player, 40 IWNL, caught out by the likes of YZG as they pick up an elimination, and we go down to our top 5 teams here. The roller coming through, CXC almost getting caught out and getting hit there. J-Team's lead coming in with the Viper roll, trying to lock some of these teams down. Alliance is lucky, having the same idea. Luckily, none of those players getting locked down there in where the roller is going to be. Lucky on the receiving end of some big pain, though maybe not quite as lucky as he thinks he's going to be. CXC coming in with a Viper roll as well. 17 JL's bench, going to be eliminated. That's going to be it for 17 JLs. Now we're down to your top 4 teams. Zone 6 collapsing on to zone 7 as we speak. Okay, maybe the roller not quite where I thought it was going to be, unfortunately, as the zone does come up to the corner here. But how cool would that have been, Dobby, if we had gotten it smack dab in the middle of the final zone here, and these players were going to be forced to play around it. Unfortunately, it does move topside here. We don't get to see our Thorny roller kill, but it breaks out as YZG. CXC coming in with a massive Viper roll, locks down J-Team's ZK into the zone, gets J-Team's lead on the edge of the zone as many of these teams come in trying to capitalize. Eagle looking to make something happen. I do believe picks up Zhao Toto as well. J-Team trying to hold on. YZG looking to be the dominant force here. Wait, did somebody just get picked up by the Thorny roller out in the zone? Was that J-Team ZK? It was! ZK goes down to the Thorny roller!
Absolutely insane. The Thorny roller actually becoming a beneficiary matter here as Eagle ends up getting hit though. from the Yotahime ulti, the timing coming in is going to be absolutely massive and super helpful for them, though, as it looks like now they will be to push out and send them out of circle here, as AOW is going to be able to clutch up a game number 5 for themselves here. AOW struggling so hard throughout these last couple of games to finally get a dub here. And ladies and gentlemen, they did it.
Look, congratulations to AOW, but you know what? I'm Team Thorny Roller, Tommy. Coming in.
Unbelievable. Can we get a replay though on that roller? I'd love to see that.
Yeah, ZK gets forced out into the zone there, right where the Thorny Roller is on the edge of zone, and just walks straight into it, unfortunately, and goes bye-bye for J Team. You love to see the Thorny Roller coming in, securing some eliminations here when we're on Hollow Roth. It's one of my favorite things to see, is players going down to the traps, especially when other players cleverly position them to knock them into the traps.
Absolutely insane coming into this, though. AOW with that dub, a well-deserved one, too. They've been really struggling with this one. I feel like Ping Tao is going to be our MVP, though. Am I wrong? Yeah. Ping Tao might be our MVP.
It's going to be either Ping Tao or Cuckoo off the back of that. Both of them performed extremely well in that final circle. And honestly, the whole team deserves an MVP, right? I mean, they are walking away the MVP. They walked away the winners for the game here. They performed very well. All 3 of them still up here in the very end. They just locked it down, had a good time with it. AOW able to take it back from YZG. YZG going to be in that 2nd place position again, though. And again, that consistency for YZG has been huge today. Absolutely massive for the likes of them. And it's going to keep them positioned really well going forward into our last game of the day, Dobby.
Even with that, though, it's still going to be interesting to see who's going to lock down our last game here. Now the desperation is setting in more and more and more. Who's going to really try to qualify here for our finals, for our trios here? Like I said, it's not really about the 1st and 4th place for finishers. It's about the ones all the way at the bottom that's just enough to qualify. Those are the ones I'm paying attention to. Those are the ones I'm paying attention to. That's why I'm looking at players like AOW, obviously Fun Plus Phoenix is in top 5, but some of the other players down low here, pay attention to them in terms of who's actually going to be the ones that qualify and who bumps somebody out, actually. Who's going to get bumped out of that spot? Somebody's got to lose.
Yeah, look, if you're sitting in 16th place going into game 6, there is so much emotion in that position because you know there's a team just below you who's trying to take that spot from you. You do not want to lose your spot in the bi-weekly final.
No, you don't.
By 1 position. It's the worst feeling in the world. And that's why, you know, Ventus on the back of that first MVP walked into 16th place and they were like, yo, we're not going to walk into the last game in 16th. We're going to take the back-to-back MVP, skyrocket all the way up to 11th. And now Ventus is sitting in that situation where, yeah, obviously they don't want to have bad games, but even if they put no points on the board, nobody's going to be able to bump them down to 17th place, right? It's not possible. So they're sitting much more comfortable than they were after their first MVP, having that back-to-back dub. They would love to come in. I would love for them to come in and take the back-to-back and get the 3rd MVP of the day. We haven't seen it all season. It would be great to round out the final game of, not the final game of the season, because we still have this bi-weekly, but our final regular game of bi-weeklies, right? Of the bi-weekly season, because then we go into our bi-weekly final, which isn't a regular game. Then we go into repechage, and then we go into grand final. So it'd be nice to round it out for our final bi-weekly showing with the back-to-back MVP. It would be super cool. I know Ventus would feel really good. It would bump them up going into the bi-weekly final as well. They would feel a whole lot better. And thank goodness I don't lose my channel points because GD was able to put enough kills on the board before Ventus was eliminated to hold it down here. But AOW walking away with 14 eliminations, 1st place finish, 27.4 points. YZG 16 eliminations, going to be walking away with a 27. Only 0.4 points behind that 1st place. And J Team with 8 eliminations going to be walking away with a 15.8 in 3rd place, Dobby.
Absolutely insane here with these points coming in. He's going to be able to get some nice shutdown moments here. Makes it look good towards the end of these phases here. Now, only got a couple more left here, and we have 1 more game left to go. As now things, I feel like, at least for this final game, is going to be interesting. Ladies and gentlemen, like I said, we're headed right back to our main map that we all know and love here. And I think this is where things get a little bit interesting. And I think now we're going to be able to see who's really going to be able to hold it off to the very end here. And who's going to be that #1 placeholder up top. I think it's going to be good.
I mean, again, it's going to be all about those teams that are in 16th and 17th place. They're dueling just for a chance to survive, to make it to the bi-weekly, so hopefully they don't have to go play in repechage, right? It's the last place you want to be. We're going to see who our MVP is here, and it's going to be locking down. You called it, Dobby. It's going to be our boy Pingtao for our first Matari MVP. His third MVP of the day, 25,000 damage, 5 assists, 20,000 damage coming from cannons, Dobby.
Jeez, coming in with a scatter shot, phantom step, focus slide, target lock, desperation, and assault. 20k damage. That means only 5k damage came from any melee weapons that he had. All melee weapons were the only things that did damage. The rest of it was nothing but cannon damage coming in. Pingtao clearly showing that he's got the aim and he's got the timing to do it, because good Lord have mercy, who puts up 20k damage for a cannon? Huh? Who puts up 20,000 damage for just a cannon? That's a little bit, that's insane.
You know, this is why that Rupture Gale Orb and cannons is so good. If you can land that shot into the middle of 3 people, instead of it being 150 damage on 1 target, it's 3 targets you're hitting with that 150 damage, right? So now all of a sudden you're looking at like 450 damage from 1 cannonball. If you can land multiple of those cannonballs into a team of 3 players, that's 450 every single time you're hitting it. That's the same damage as a Tarka Fireball, right? It's just 50 damage shy of that. It's a ton of damage getting pumped out there, and that's only if you've got a purple cannon. If you got a blue cannon. If you got a purple cannon or a legendary, you're pumping out even more damage, right? So coming in and those tight spaces where there were so many teams looking to cluster together to find a little bit of safe space, they were just able to pummel them with the cannon on repeat. They had the repair kits to just keep bringing that pain, and that's how you end up with 20k damage with cannons. Cannons really one of those ranged weapons that a lot of players kind of count out, and you shouldn't, because you can pump out so much damage so very quickly with it. But you know who's getting ready to pump out a great interview for us? Jaeger, before we get ready to come back and go to game number 6.
Hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. And now I'm standing with I'm standing and congratulations Team AOW get the higher score in game, and let him say hello to our audience. Hello， 酷酷先和大家来打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 AOW 的酷酷。
好的，欢迎酷酷来到我们的这个赛后采访，再次恭喜你们。So first of all, congratulations, they get the higher score, and also because there's a very interesting things at the end of the game. So we know that Sony Roller is like joining the game today with us players together, and I would like to know. You just told me that you can get the Choice Roller and MVP. So I would like to know why that you guys like just fighting near it and let the Choni Roller have so much damage. 那首先我要说，这一把特别有趣的点，也是我们之前几乎在比赛里面没有看到。我们这个铁骑车是在最后的时刻参与到了我们的这个战斗当中。其实刚刚酷酷我跟他聊天，我们也聊到，他说这一波要给铁骑车一个 MVP， 所以特别想问一下，为什么会让铁骑车拿到这么高的一个伤害呢？那为什么这波站点最后大家都选在了那个地方去进行打架？
对，因为这一把火罗国是红神刀偏多一点，
对，
然后所以打架就偏频繁一点，然后决赛圈的人数就较少，所以导致个别的队伍就比较物资比较偏肥，然后所以导致他们物资一肥，我们就很难晋升，所以导致踩的点位就比较少，对。所以很多队伍就集中在那几块区域。
正好又是在中间，又有个铁骑车的轨道。Okay, so actually because like game 5 there's too much hero combo, which is the Viper, Wuchen, and Yodo. So it's like we fight a lot and very aggressive at the beginning of the game. So that's why at the end of the game we don't have too much team and opponent. And also because some of the team, because they fight a lot at the beginning of the game, so they have very good equipment at the time. So maybe we can't like just use the melee weapon to do too much damage. We can just use the ranged weapon. So after that, so because of these reasons, we don't have too much position to choose in the final circle. And also in the final circle, there's a Training Roller's way in the middle of the game. So that's why Training Roller have very high damage in the game. Okay, so also we saw today, actually the MVP we give to the Matari in your team. So I would like to know, Cuckoo, how you comment on this hero nowadays in the Trios game. 那今天其实我们也看到，实际上哈，我们的这个 MVP 最后是给到了你们队的一个迦南。对，那我特别想问一下酷酷，你自己怎么评价迦南这个英雄目前在当前版本中3排的一个表现呢？
迦南这个英雄本来他的技能啊，以及大招、奥义这些对于团队的帮助，除了能直接躲令魂炎的晕，就是帮助其实不是很大。所以更多方面是靠个人的一些操作来弥补一些英雄上面的机制，就灵活的机制嘛。对，所以应该是更靠个人操作一些。
好的，好的。So in my opinion, I think Matari is a very flexible hero because like her ultimate is more like to avoid the control of the Viper, and so it don't have too much help to the team together. It's more depend on personal skill, and our Matari is very good at personal skill. That's why he can have MVP in the game. 好的，谢谢酷酷，再次感谢你的分享，再次恭喜你们。Thank you, Cuckoo, for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
Morris Blessing with Draco Storm has descended, and the long-awaited NAD crowd has come to claim it. Just as Morris Blessing was about to unlock, the NAD trio was blown away by an explosion. Who was sneaking around in the dark? It turned out to be XCG's NiHQ, who was sitting on a high platform manipulating Ballista. Poorly conditioned NAD had to retreat in suffering. In the end, XCG cleverly utilized Ballista and easily captured Draco Storm. Ballista is a powerful strategic weapon that has been around for a long time on Morris Isle. In the current meta, the Ballista has a range of 100 meters, and the crossbow it shoots will cause a 4-meter radius explosion to the target location with a damage of 600 and an incendiary effect that burns the target subject by 40 points of HP per second for 5 seconds. Furthermore, if the crossbow arrow hits the target right in the head, its base damage will double. In addition, crossbow arrows are affected by attributes such as long-range resistance and general damage reduction. Finally, here's another tip. Ballista's crossbow arrows also receive a bonus from Desperation. We can choose to set up the Ballista on the plane or a high platform, which has a better view and a more comprehensive striking range. So wisely using the Ballista on the high platform can play a significant role in a game. Before shooting Ballista, we should open the map and mark a distance of 100 meters to get a good grasp of Ballista's range. Then, use the right mouse button to aim and let your prey have nowhere to hide. Although Ballista has enormous power, the maximum reserve is 6 rounds. A weaponry chest only contains 3 crossbow arrows, so the consumption of the weaponry chest will be massive. Special reminder that Master Tianhai's The Divine Bell can also reserve the shooting crossbow arrows. So, you need to be a bit more careful before facing him. I'm a little bummed there was no whale.
That's it. That's how we bring it in, Dobby. Dobby and his whale chat.
That's how we're bringing it in. I've been sitting here this whole time waiting for it and it never came, and I was very sad. Anyway, how you guys doing? Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the games. We're about to get ready to lock in for Game 6. I'm your host and caster, Nbpl, accompanied by Runekeeper, as we're looking at the standings for our top 9.
Whoa, we gotta go back. We need to see who's in. Whoa, we gotta back up these standings. We gotta see who's in 16th and 17th. We need to know. That's
we need to know who's just. We need to know who's just barely out of contention for qualifying.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, yeah. We YZG, EWG, Fun Plus Phoenix are top 3. We know this. We need
GG, XCG. We know this. We need to go back. We need to go back 1. We don't need to go all the way. We just need to go back. Technically 1, right? We just missed it. You showed us 2 seconds. Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
We don't get the standings. I don't see my whale. This is just so unfortunate.
Dobby, look, we're gonna see the standings when we get into game. It leaves us in suspense. We don't know.
It leaves us. That's true.
We'll find out. We'll find out the first time they show standings.
But isn't that our job to know?
Look, sometimes we don't know everything. Don't get me wrong. You and me, we've got predictions. We've got our thoughts about things.
That's true. I don't know.
We're gonna find out. We're gonna find out with chat. We're like the rest of chat today. We're gonna find out with them. It's a journey. We're on it together as we get ready to lock in for the game. We've got a question for you guys. Speaking of being on a journey, here's a journey we can't go on. We can't lock in answers for this, but you guys can for a chance to win some gold weapon skins. Which hero won MVP here in game number 5? Was it Matari? Was it Tumulch? Or was it Takeda? A, B, or C? Lock your answers in. Whoever guesses correctly first, make sure you're watching your DMs, your whispers, as it were, here on Twitch, because Naraka is going to shoot you some love over in those whispers. You're going to be able to lock yourself down some legendary weapon skins. And if you're going to be styling on people, you need to be doing it in style with those legendary weapon skins coming together here for the Nbpl. You guys get drops, you get questions you can answer to get legendary treasures. You guys get them special Nbpl avatars in game. Man, Naraka really be bringing all the goodies here on the broadcast, right, Dobby?
Absolutely. Even with what they've been doing so far here, it's going to be very fun to see how they're going to be able to lock this in for our last game. Naraka's been doing such an amazing job here, even with the production. And they keep bringing the production quality higher and higher. I keep saying before, every single week there's always a new trailer. Every single week there's always some new hype with one of their players. They highlight them, show them a little bit of love, and I love to see it. So I'm excited to see how the rest of these games go at the very end, as we have one last one to go for our trios. Ladies and gentlemen, are you excited? Because I know I am.
Look, you know what I'm excited for? Team Ventus. Oh, hey, look, KZ is in the 16th place right now. We got one answer. We know who's fighting to try to keep themselves alive here, and it's Team KZ. As we take a look across the board here, and Team Ace is in 17th place, just behind them. Team Ace, though, 7.9 points behind. They got a lot of work to do in game 6 if they want to unthrone KZ, and KZ equally still gets to compete and put points on the board. So it's going to be kind of hard for our boys here in Team Ace to make it happen. There we go. 17th place, Team Ace, locking it down. We get to see who our important teams to watch are. It's KZ and it's Ace. You know, KZ walked away with an MVP today. It would be so sad to see them not be able to go to grand finals after they got to put a huge MVP up and have a spotlight moment today, Dobby.
Even with that one, though, let's see about how they're going to be able to put this one together here, as it's only going to get a little bit better. And it looks like now things are going to get easier for sure. I think it's going to be fun to see how they're going to be able to rock this down, as now let's see how they're going to be able to keep the rotations very, very high for our final game here. See how they're going to be able to piece it together as Alliance with 19.8 in total here. Still going to be able to rotate and keep the momentum high. They need to push and keep the same energy for one more game. Meanwhile, GD in 19th. Found another one. 19th place. They're going to need to figure it out. They have to figure it out because this is their last game to do it right here, right now.
Oh, absolutely. GD, man, 14 points behind. These boys struggling. I would hate to see GD not get to go play in a bi-weekly final. Man, it would just be so sad, but they got a lot of points to put in, and if they do manage to make it happen, it's KZ they're going to dethrone. And I would hate to see KZ not to get to go after getting that MVP. So, a lot of wants here, and honestly, you know who I want? I want to see Ventus come in and win it. I want Ventus to get the back-to-back-to-back. They deserve it. They're hungry. They've been putting in the work. We're seeing it come through. Ventus is going to be locking in that Takeda pick here as well, trying to make it happen. Game number 6. J-Team rocking the classic J-Team comp here with the Wuchen, Viper, and Yodo Hime coming forward. XCG with a Takeda pick as well. Ace with a Takeda pick. NAD. All the boys bringing in some of those Takedas. It's nice to see him just generally coming into the meta, not just coming into the meta a teensy-weensy bit. And then just many of these teams willing to risk it for the biscuit and make points happen off the back of it as well. NAD doing pretty well. YZG, who's been super consistent today, looking to just lock this down. XCG coming in. It needs another good game if they want to take that first place positioning for themselves to be able to lock it down. Fun plus Phoenix needs to have an explosive game here if they want that first place that they should have had today, quite honestly, Dobby.
They should have, even within this space here, but let's see if they're going to be able to keep the same momentum very, very high here for our final game. So excited to be able to see what is next and how they're going to be able to put this together here, as now still able to look through the extension of this final circle here, as it looks like Alliance and some of the other teams are going to be heading towards Celestra, Ventus, and some of the other ones are going to be headed towards Artesian Grove, Zest Winery, Pull of Cleansing, Windfall George. J-Team is going to have Sunwing Rest all to themselves. XCG is going to have Stillside Temple all to themselves. Finally, teams are actually trying to spread out and go towards these major areas to pick up good loot. Finally, a game where we're finally able to see people maximize these so many large areas and give themselves at least some form of an opportunity to make it happen.
Kicking things off here, 17 and JL going in heavy onto the likes of Q9. LXY completely separated from the team here. Can't really do anything, as now LWH shows up. And I'm not even sure why Q9 is trying to come in here and make something happen, as they're down a member. They don't really have the loot. And we're going to see another team come in for the third party. I do believe that's Fun plus Phoenix looking to lock these players down. And maybe now Q9 can circle back and actually get the resurrection. And it sounds like that's exactly what's going to happen here, as we do see them get their player LXY back into the game here. Q9 able to just slide in off the back of a quick third party from Fun plus Phoenix, get their player back in, looking to grab some loot now as Fun plus Phoenix tries to continue the chase here onto 17 JL. Really unfortunate turn of events for 17 JL. They do pick up that early elimination, but the third party coming in here has really put a damper on their plans. Now the Bane's Breath coming down. 17 JL wants to lock down Fun plus Phoenix as long as they can here. They have to wait. The Bane's gonna come in. Zhu going to go down though, and we're gonna see Fun plus Phoenix take some huge hits here from AS, but they are gonna back out, and it's gonna be 17 JL who's gonna be able to secure Zhu back up, as Fun plus Phoenix wants nothing to do with that Bane's Breath. And we see Zhu go down behind cover here, so they're actually able to pick them up without having to worry about the third party and all of the range shots coming down. Q9 now coming in, looking to continue the fight on to Fun plus Phoenix, but hasn't found the opening they were really hoping for here, as they miss a couple of grapples. Some range shots coming down. Q9 needs to not really push in on this, quite honestly, as we do see the likes of 17 JL getting their full reset, able to push in from that Bane's Breath. If Q9's not careful, they can find themselves sandwiched between these two teams and be the first to be eliminated here early on. And it looks like now we're going to see the fight break fully out between Q9. TXJ gonna come in with the ultimate as well. LXY going low again and is immediately eliminated, and sure enough, it looks like 17 JL coming in from the side for the third party. This is exactly what I was talking about. I don't know what Q9's thinking. They come in here to pressure the likes of Fun plus Phoenix. Off the back of that, they miss the opportunity to push into the fight, and then instead of backing off and going, okay, hey, we can't overcommit here because there's another team that's really close by and we're going to be sandwiched between them, they overcommit, and that's exactly what happens. They get sandwiched on, they lose 2 of their members, and they end up giving extra kills to 17JL, who's able to lock down not only them, but the members of Fun Plus Phoenix.
Meanwhile, NAD and Doshi is going to be able to claim the elimination off of Lucky here, really trying to maximize any type of eliminations they can here within this space here, as JDG and OC are officially eliminated. Oh wait, never mind. No, they're not. That's just a little bit of the error they have for the thing. That's okay though, as KZ Rain is going to be able to find at least 1, possibly 2, possibly 3. Oh no, CXZ comes in and stops the entire team and gets a major stun, and it looks like they're going to be focusing on 1. The 1v3 comes through very, very clutch, but the rest of the KZ team comes in at a beautiful time to try to fight this out. The Night Storm comes in as LXX looks like he's going to hit a massive hit with the Yorahime strike. And it looks like they are going to be able to back off, as it looks like the F3 comes through. Kata comes through to get some nice damage. Beautiful, massive damage coming in off of that. And LXX ends up getting fed and finished into the set. Absolutely insane. Wow.
Doshi coming in here, going to use that old to knock Alliance's mentality away, but unfortunately isn't able to follow up with the nunchucks because they do hit them away there. Now Alliance gonna move up here, pick up some eliminations, and find a little bit of space as NAD continues the massive assault that they've started here, trying to lock down some more eliminations. 5 under their belt already. Mubai coming in with the Justina ult is unfortunately not able to catch anybody for the freeze. Finally does catch Doshi, but it's EWG who comes in and capitalizes on it with a huge charge left kick from the greatsword. NAD is gonna lose Zhaojin here, and now they're the ones on the back foot, and Alliance not able to make anything happen off of their own. Viper ultimate here, look to come in and pressure some of these bodies and get some of that loot. KZ coming back in, might make the mistake here. They have all their resurrections, actually. They were able to slide in and pick up everybody from their team, and now NAD finding themselves on the chopping block from KZ as the Yorahime LXX comes in and does another huge hit here. KZ is going to pick up their 6th elimination of the game, keeping things moving. KZ hungry to climb out of that 16th position up into 15th place, which they have been able to do here over top of JDG, so they're not at risk of being eliminated from the grand finals. JDG still holding on to 16th place, could easily be eliminated if Ace has a good game here, but it doesn't look like it, as Ace currently has been sent back to the Soul Altar. XCG coming in here trying to finish off the likes of J-Team's Eagle, trying to use that longsword to make things happen here. The parry coming in from Ling X10, but it bounces back onto the Yodo F3, and there it is. Eagle gonna get picked up as XCG picks up their 3rd elimination of the game. They're gonna be able to pick up Jinon and get things moving once again. Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't have a copy of Naraka, now is the time. Take a look at the right-hand side of the screen. You better open up Steam and start punching those codes away, because it's the last game of the day, which means it's your last chance to get a copy if you don't already have one.
Definitely want to make sure that you do get one. You definitely don't want to miss out on any opportunity, on having an opportunity to play this game. There has been so much growth within this community when it comes to Naraka Blade Point, especially within the pro scene, and it's only getting bigger and better, seeing new people join it on a consistent basis. So you definitely do not want to miss out on these opportunities here, as more and more of it's going to happen as a massive parry comes through. Looks like it was close to shutting it down though, as now looks like they will be able to figure this out though. Pushing this in here, LXY. Benshu coming in with the Terracotta Warrior here. Looks like they will be able to try to bog it down as best as possible here. Let's see if they can come through with the finesse and the finish here. And the timing coming in from the finish as Benshu ends up getting hit. He's gonna have to be careful. They might be able to finish this off though from the Terracotta Warrior, as it looks like Benshu dangerously low, as the LAA tools will be able to finish it off and get it done. Looks like they will be able to figure this out.
Q9 trying to come in and finish off AS here from 17JL. 17JL just trying to pick up an elimination. Unfortunately, the Wu Chen F going to come through and actually save the likes of Q9 here. Gua was so low, that F just buying him enough to survive the cannon shot coming out from AS, so that AS doesn't pick up another elimination. Team Ventus here now fighting with OUG. Ventus really wants to have another good game here. And they are. They're going to clean up 3 eliminations here, going to 4 points. Ventus doing very well for themselves here on the Takeda build. early into our sixth and final game of the day. Zone 1 is collapsing onto Zone 2, though. We're going to start seeing those Morris Blessings come up, and many of these teams start to position to try and secure those for themselves. It looks like EWG and GD bound off, potentially going to collapse onto one, NAD, and a few other teams moving to another. And then up north, I do believe one team going to be taking a Morris Blessing entirely by themselves for free. Now EWG on the rise here, fighting with GD, trying to hold on to a position to secure this Morris Blessings from themselves as they trade shots with one another. Things are going to get spicy. Only 39 players left alive here as we enter Zone 2, Dobby.
Ending it up onto Zone 2 here. Let's see if they're going to be able to figure this out. GD looks like shots are going to be ringing in here as immediately EWG is going to be able to find it. This going to have to force the scare off though with the Viper. Shield's going to be able to protect them, and so is the F3 as they're immediately going to get, looks like it's going to be a Draco Storm. They got a Swarm and a purple shield coming in. No, a Vermilion's Bird Might actually. I take that back. As or no, KZ is the one that actually has the Vermilion's Bird Might. I'm curious what type of which one did they end up getting out of that loot. Plus Phoenix Triple V actually ended up getting that as well here, as it looks like they will be able to whoosh in out of there and get all of that going.
KZ on the move here, able to use that Wu Channel to get out of that fight, maintaining that buff that they have here, that Vermilion Bird's Might. Q9's LXY trying to lock them down, but is going to be the one who gets locked down themselves, and all heck breaks loose here. Just a free-for-all brawl between the likes of Q9 and KZ. We're going to see LXY come in and connect onto Rain, Gone By, and them just trying to stay alive. KZ really needs to pick up some eliminations here, as they do have that huge Vermilion Bird's Might, and they want to make some use of it before they get eliminated and are forced back to the Soul Altar. They get to keep all their gear and stuff, but they certainly want to capitalize on securing that buff. We're going to see LXX here, forced to use the Yodohime ultimate to stay alive. Is very, very low, needs to be very careful. Q9 going to pick up Rain, now LXX, now they're going to pick up Gone By, and unfortunately, KZ goes back to the Soul Altar, and they don't make any progress in terms of eliminations moving forward, and unfortunately, they need as many kills as they can get here to hold on to that place so they do not get sent back down into the bottom 8. They want to compete desperately here in the bi-weekly final.
You have to play your heart out towards this final one. OUG doesn't even have any eliminations right now. At least Alliance has 5, ASE has 1, GD has 4, Alliance has 5, Bauta with 1 player alive has 2. So ASE and OUG is kind of slipping a little bit really here, as they still have a full team. They just got to be able to find any type of moment they can to strike to get that 1v5. Not easy though. Definitely not the easiest thing to do. Meanwhile, Kakaxi ends up getting fined. Immediately does get grappled, and they are going to try to see if they can find it, as Alex does end up getting stopped though. It looks like they are going to try to push it. Oh, Alex gets immediately dested by an insane strike of the longsword. Not giving them the opportunity though to try to push in and try to get any form of damage really on anybody here. Decides to say yeah. And he's getting to finish and dips him out. Meanwhile, GD trying to create that distance. Meanwhile, EWG on another section as they end up losing out on their next fight, as oh no, J-Team actually still finds them. That Wushin is going to be able to create the distance enough that they need to, as the Viper comes in, forces the move, and it looks like the Wushin is going to be able to do the exact same thing as J-Team says. That's what I thought. Meanwhile, J-Team looks like they're going to be able to try to go for a wide rotation, but EWG, it sees them and they're waiting for this opportunity. They're not letting them go.
Yeah, EWG has a little bit of a buffer here, right? They have that Vermilion Bird's Might. They can get those resurrections in, and as long as they keep chasing J-Team into the zone, they actually have a really big advantage here. J-Team going so low, they actually can't stop because Ji-Lu continues to push here with the grapples. We're going to see a little bit of the Fs come out, but not enough healing. Now J-Team's Lee going to find some healing. They do stop to get the pots, but Ji-Lu looking to lock somebody down is the one who now is on the back foot, as he doesn't have a lot of of HP, but the rest of EWG shows up. J-Team's Lee Eagle going very, very low here. EWG continuing to pressure. Are we in EU, Dobby? We don't see pros fight like this in the zone, and they're just going at it ham. Like they don't even care that exists. J-Team's Eagle gets picked off. Zhao Liu gets picked off. J-Team down to 2 members here. They do get all those eliminations, but EWG still in the game. They have that Vermilion Bird's Might. Man, what a interesting game we are getting here for Game 6. Fun+ Phoenix, YZG going head to head here. TXJ came here clearly to get the resurrection for VVV. Gets it, but YZG's waiting in the wings, and that's going to be it for Fun+ Phoenix as they're eliminated here from game number 6. Nowhere near as dominant a performance as they had in their day 1. And there goes J-Team. They die to the zone. They win that fight to EWG, but don't have the pots or any way to move forward and make anything happen there, as they are stuck in the zone and they get eliminated to it. They've got to feel bad. EWG picks up 1 elimination and effectively eliminates J-Team.
Unfortunate within this space, though, as it looks like he will be able to try to see if he can find somebody with that massive bow. Try to see if maybe he can create something here. As Jin is gonna hop down, decides to back out. It's leaving them with more opportunities to try to see if maybe he can make something happen here. Now we're gonna be able to go forth to the rotation. Let's see if they can figure something out here. Now they will be able to go down and figure this out here. Mentality and Alliance already in the far left corner here, really able to maximize their space and get that chest. Looks like they're going to be able to get that layout here and make it look really, really live. Let's see if they're going to be able to go forth and figure that out. They've done a pretty good job the last time. Let's see if they can figure this out.
Alliance here locking in to secure themselves a Moore's Blessing as well. Going to throw the Temi ult down just to go ahead and cover here. They're going to be picking up that Mystic Might, a couple decent purple weapons, some purple armor as well. Ventus also on track, going to be picking up a Mystic Might instead of purple armor, and a nice purple musket for themselves as well. Moving across to grab a couple extra loot as they see Q9 on the horizon. Ventus looking to potentially punch in and take this fight, as it is going to be their advantage. They have the Mystic Might, they have some decent gear. Q9 not really wanting to fully commit to that, trade some shots, but does not want to risk pushing fully in on to that team, and is going to back off here as they move away from the Moore's Blessing. They give up the contention of it, don't even want to go pick any of the extra scraps left behind, because they know so many of these teams waiting in the wings probably thinking the same thing. Team Ace up top here, fighting for an opportunity to make it into the bi-weekly final here. Currently sitting at 87.9 points. They need to beat 93.8 to edge out Team JDG, who doesn't get to play today, to make anything happen. We're going to see OUG push to the side here as they engage onto EWG. EWG, who pushed into the zone earlier to eliminate J-Team, even though they were the ones who died there. Vermilion Bird Might gonna keep them into the game. I say that as OUG blitzes down Zhao Liu, and EWG down to just Sanzi. EWG not very happy about the situation they've walked into here. Have to make the most out of what they do have left. YZG here with 9 eliminations under their belt, doing very, very well. The most consistent team of the game today, doing a little bit of shopping as we get ready for Zone 3 to collapse onto Zone 4. No more of those coveted buffs available here today. Those are all gone. As we enter Zone 4, we're going to start seeing those first sets of gold armor appear in those Moore's Blessings, Dobby.
Absolutely insane. Coming around this section here is Q9. Is going to be able to go with these rotations and keep it alive, as they will be able to figure this out here. Is Q9, you hear the bird?
Yeah, of course we hear the birds.
Those nice birds, the nice flapping. You love to hear it, as it's just absolutely calm and peaceful here on the Morris Isle. Because now looks like even with this, we're going to be able to go through with the rotation, so you love to see it. Excited for how they're going to be able to do this towards the very end here. Now things get better and better and better. Here we go. Towards this is GD. Dangerously close to where OUG is here. Looks like they could create the opportunity for them to strike. Let's see if they're going to be able to figure this out. I don't necessarily know if they will or if they are. ASE is thinking other plans though as they end up going up top though. See if they're going to be able to figure that out towards the rest of this cave section here as ASE is going to be able to find the rotations coming into this. It makes it look good all throughout the section. Meanwhile, Alex able to put forth and make it look good towards this. Alex, oh, end up getting blitzed so hard. He's going to have to go forward the shield. He ends up having that goal, which is going to be very advantageable for him as he does have those heals, and those heals are going to be super, super helpful. But oh man, that could be real bad.
Yeah, Alex going pretty low here. He does get that legendary set of armor though, and it looks like Ace able to keep it together here. They only have the one elimination, and they really, really just need a couple more points and a higher placement finish to be able to qualify for the bi-weekly final, and they want it so bad. You can taste it in the air as we see OUG's SS find Sansi out. And that's going to be it for EWG as they are fully eliminated from our sixth and final game of the day. Q9 just waiting around for this Morris Blessing to come through. They want to be able to lock down that set of gold armor for themselves as well. It looks like Gua going to be the one who really needs to slide in there, pick up that gold armor, and then swap it with the Viper. So everybody's at least got purple for their team here. KZ holding on, able to take that 15th place slot. Nobody looking to be able to dethrone them now as we keep going forward here. GD's Kakaishi with skywalking here. GD has so much work to do if they want to qualify. Not only do they have to beat JDG, who's in front of them, but they also have to beat Ace. And Ace is very, very hungry for it. Ace has already secured themselves a gold set of armor. They've situated themselves very well into the circle as we are zone 4, going to collapse onto zone 5 in the next 5 seconds. 30 players still left alive. YZG over here chilling. It's NAD coming in here with that Temiel, who's going to guarantee themselves this Morris Blessing. We're going to see 40 IWNL going to be the one picks up that legendary set of armor for the team here. Somebody picked up a Blood Ripper as well, Dobby, so we might see a little bit of chainsaw action going forward.
I would actually love to see that. That'd be a very interesting way to end tonight's games. If we see a little bit of some Blood Ripper action for the last game, it would be something that we don't usually see too often here, and it would be kind of fun. But we shall see, because you never really know towards the very end here. As now, seeing as they are going to be able to go through the rotations, let's see how they're going to be. See if they're going to be able to put this down. Kakaxi is going to try to see if they can keep this alive. Ooh, ends up slipping right through. Oh, I didn't know there's a little area you can fall through.
Yeah, there's a lot of little wacky spaces up here in the trees, Dobby, where you can just kind of slide through some of the terrain as you keep things moving. Ace still just holding on. A lot of teams just biding their time. Things really probably going to slow down until we get to zone 6 here, realistically, Dobby, as none of these teams want to go out right now, because this is the last game, the last opportunity to put any kind of points on the board whatsoever.
Looks like it too. Looks like the cannon shots coming through and ricocheting all over the place here, trying to keep it alive here. Have to be very, very careful. Could be not so good. We'll see how they'll be able to put this together, though, as now we'll be able to go through the rotation. See if they can figure this out, though, as Q9, 7 eliminations. Q9 needs to have a massive pop-off game if they even... I don't think they have enough. They won't have enough. Even if Q9 has like a massive pop-off game, I don't think that'll be it. Oh, meanwhile, CXZ ends up getting caught by a little small tornado. Not looking good, as the rest of the team is going to come through and help him. Make sure he doesn't get caught up. Look at all of the longsword slashes coming in, just making sure that if anybody comes in, they end up getting yacked.
Alliance here also, Alliance also fighting for an opportunity to qualify for the bi-weekly final here. You know, their solo player was able to do it yesterday by the skin of their teeth in Game 6. Let's see if they're able to make a repeat happen here. They've already picked up 5 eliminations. If they can make it to the final circle, maybe they make something happen, but so much verticality up here in Sunwing's Rest. It's going to be very interesting to see how this plays out with all of these players, all these trees, all the little tree houses going on here. Again, things really kind of slowing down. But the action about to pick up very soon as Zone 5 starts to collapse onto Zone 6. There's not going to be enough space for all 30 of these players to keep making things happen. As we move forward, they're gonna have to find a way to lock down some space and start eliminating some of these teams if they want to make it to the end game. And many of these teams fighting for any sort of hope to qualify for the bi-weekly final, where they'll be able to pick up some of those world points to see if they can qualify for the Naraka Blade Point World Cup coming up here in December, which I know everybody is so excited about. KZ over here, Rain, just taking shots nonstop. That musket chugging away every single chance he gets a second. Q9's LWH pushing forward up here. We've got a fight in the sky here. You know, it's like that scene from Star Wars, all the Ewoks up in the treetops, Dobby, hiding up here on the little platforms, fighting the stormtroopers.
Oh yeah, you definitely have to be careful though. Definitely does not want to get caught, especially with. You don't want that.
No, you don't want that at all.
Don't want that. With all the momentum coming into this, let's see if we're gonna be able to figure this out too. Looks like now they will be able to go through with that one. Gotta be careful towards the rotations as the sprays come in from the very bottom all the way to the top here. Definitely gonna have to pay attention and could absolutely be melted by so many things, but it looks like they're still able to hold their own though, as KZ and the rest of the team is just gonna try to keep the whoosh in and just keep the shields very, very high here. Q9 definitely does not like them, but KZ is gonna force it though. KZ is gonna force the push. It looks like it's gonna be do the surprise drop in though, says what's up, and it looks like K&M will be found going through the inside, slips through the inside of it. As Rain will be able to go through the rotations and keep it going though.
You know, I don't think Rain did that on purpose. I think they wanted to capitalize on that stun, but at that point, I love the energy, just keeping it moving. They're like, yeah, that was totally on purpose. I don't know what you're talking about. We're gonna keep playing. Oh no, GD loses Kakashi here. That's a huge blow for GD, as they needed to really pop off in this final circle to have any sort of chance to make it happen. And NAD looking to capitalize on another player for GD. The hopes of GD. No, GD's Wu Chen K comes in and is able to get Kakashi back into the game. Massive for the likes of Team GD here, holding on for dear life. They do not want to let go their hopes of competing in this bi-weekly final, as we turn our attention to Ace, who's looking to do the same, only a few points away from qualifying and kicking Team GD down into the bottom 16, or sorry, bottom 8, with no hope of qualifying anymore. Ace competing for their dreams. They want to make it here. They want to go to the World Cup. They do not want to disappoint, and they are trying so hard. You can feel it in the air. Ace giving it everything they've got, Dobby.
Trying to do as much as possible here to really come through towards the very end here. And let's see, as LXY is going to be able to pop a massive potential Viper ulti that could shut down the entire lobby, and it looks like it slows down the majority of it for a very split moment here. As now it looks like Kakashi also vibing and thinking about doing the exact same thing as Kakashi is going to claim an elimination. He claims 2. GD coming through with a massive elimination. 18. Oh, and it ends up getting absolutely finished and dusted by Alex. Alex making sure that he has no chance of coming back up here, as Alex is able to pick up 2. Ace in 16th place here. This could be massive for the rest of the team. Full squad alive here, as he's gonna go for the heals and get the full heal off. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're down to 7 players alive here. No, never mind. We're down to no, we are down to that. as the rest of it is going to be able to come in. Ventus Ziu is going to be on the tree, hiding inconspicuously. Doesn't look like he has any heals. It's Benchu trying to see if he can go for the heals, but Ventus's Pixel is going to be able to claim the elimination. Ziu, also another player, dangerously low here. Could get eliminated real badly. ASE, Alex just going absolutely insane. Hitting a double, shutting down and getting a triple. Getting 4 eliminations. This man is going off. Alex says, this is my game and we're going to win this. We're going to qualify, and I'm going to see all of you guys later shutting down the system as Alex is going to claim another elimination. Double S is going to do the surprise drop down here and does get 2, and it might be able to shut down the entire team of ASE, and yes, he does. NAD keeps the game alive here for the win, and NAD might be able to clutch this, but I think AS has done enough to qualify not only for next week, but also NAD gets the dub.
Yeah, NAD's going to take the dub here as they had a lot of kills, but did I not tell you, Ace was hungry, Dobby. They literally came in, they wanted it so bad. You got to remember, coming into Zone 4, they had 1 kill, Dobby. They were able to secure that legendary set of armor and fought their hearts out here in Game 6 in this final zone. Come in, pressure all of these teams, start picking up eliminations, and yes, they go down to the surprise of Viper ult there in the end, but you know right now, Team Ace is screaming from the rooftops because we see them slide all the way up into 15th place and qualify here today for the bi-weekly grand finals. This was it. They had it to do. It was one game that stood between them and glory. Now they get to at least go to the bi-weekly finals and compete. They don't have to look their coach in the face. They don't have to look their fellow teammates in the face and go, we couldn't do it today. I'm sorry. We're just going to have to watch the bi-weekly finals. No, they get to go and compete. And at the end of the day, first place is great. Those top positions are phenomenal. But if you were in contention to not be able to compete, and you find yourself in that situation where now you get to go compete at the highest level of Naraka, you have got to be so happy with your performance in that final game, Dobby.
I think even with that, though, they play that to the best of their ability. But Alex with that long sword. It's a 2. Does it again, gets 2 more. Does it again, gets 6. Is there anybody else? Does another set. Bah! Boom! I mean, at that point, the man is just dangerous. The man is just absolutely dangerous. As we're looking at the trios for the standings here. Oh, man. What a way to qualify, huh?
Oh, absolutely. Unfortunately, GD not able to bring it together in the final game here. They just get caught out time and time again, and I hate to see it. You know, GD, one of those teams we expect a whole lot out of. Bauda as well. GBL also. These are teams you do not expect to see in the bottom 8 not going to the bi-weekly finals. OC either. Like, you're talking about some of the teams that have almost always qualified for the bi-weekly finals, come in, they perform very well. They're generally like in the top of the pack, and yet here they are all the way down in the bottom, not able to make it. GD so close, 4 points away. If they had just been able to stay alive a little bit longer, picked up maybe 1 more elimination, they could be in that spot, but they're just not. They get bumped down, they get bumped out. KZ holds on to 16th just barely as the likes of Ace comes in heavy and hot because they wanted it. They felt that from start to finish. That game was Ace's game, and you know what? They don't walk away the MVP, but they're MVP in my book, Dobby. Look, they move all the way up to 12th place off the back of the multiplier there. They were in contention to not compete, and now they're all the way up there. KZ holds out just barely here in at 16th place, and man, NPG gonna be taking 9th place. Ventus down in 10th place. They don't get that back-to-back dub, but look, an 89.5 is a huge day for Team Ventus. They've got to be proud of their performance here today. You know, they came into the day with only 30 points and were all the way at the bottom. They managed to lock in 10th place, clutch up, qualify here for the grand finals. They get double MVPs back to back. They're feeling pretty good about the experience overall today. I'm gonna tell you who's not feeling good though. FunPlus Phoenix should have locked down first place today. You know, they had a 111-point day on their first day, Dobby. And they came in today, they had 2 fairly consistent games off the front of the day and then just struggled to do anything. They had like a 0-point game after that. Look at this, they're stuck in third here. They only put up 43 points today. Considering they did a 111-point day on day 2, coming into day 3, a 43-point scoreline is kind of pathetic for FunPlus Phoenix. I expected so much more out of them today, but it's going to come up YZG, who just plays super consistently across the board today. And you know what? It proves it. Look at the scoreline. FunPlus Phoenix had 111 on day 2, but YZG at that 80-point mark across the board every single day that they play. And a consistency is better than having a pop-off moment, Dobby.
Absolutely insane. FunPlus Phoenix getting third though. Pretty impressive coming in to these final games here. And yeah, we did it. Did it, Rune? We did it. We went through all of these weeks. We've got the qualifiers for the solos, got the qualifiers for our trios. Now we got Rep Shades next week.
Oh, look, we still got, don't get me wrong, we still got the bi-weekly final. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We got a lot of Naraka to come.
Final.
All right,
but
take a look
now
here,
we at least have a final though.
Oh yeah, look at this. Ace only 0.4 points away from taking the MVP. I feel robbed. Somebody give Ace MVP.
I think
look,
ASC should have it.
They deserve it. They were so hungry. Don't get me wrong. I don't want to not give NAD their moment in the spotlight because
I don't. I'll be the villain here. I don't. I want ASC to win that. ASC deserved that. They got robbed. That's all I'm gonna say. They absolutely got robbed. I'll be the villain here. If you want me to be the villain, I'll gladly take the title. ASC deserved it, and NAD didn't. I'm sorry.
Look, ASE they clearly wanted it. They wanted it so bad. They came in and they played their hearts out here in game 6. NAD, congratulations on the MVP, but I gotta give a little round of applause to ASE here, because you're talking about a team who's not done a whole lot this season. They haven't really looked super clean coming through, but today
that should have been Alex up here, man. I should have saw Alex right here, man. That's all I'm saying. Listen, Zalin with his first MVP, he had Dragon's War, 3 health jades, almost 10k damage, 6 eliminations, 5 kills. That should have been Alex. That's all I'm gonna say. That should have been Alex. You should have been talking about Alex. ASE Alex with an insane clutch of I guarantee you has more than 20,000 damage. I tell you that. I tell you that.
Xiaonan, congratulations on the MVP. Our second Matari MVP of the day. That's very rare. We almost never see Matari MVPs come through whatsoever. But I mean, yeah, no, look, congratulations to NAD walking away the MVP here in this game. But man, Ace, so much heart and passion from those boys in this last 6th game. You could feel it. There's no way you're watching this game at home right now, you guys in chat, I'm talking to you all right now, and you did not feel the passion from Ace watching them perform in this game. You could feel how hungry they were.
I'm mad.
And
I'm mad. ASC should have won. NAD, y'all got lucky. Y'all got lucky. That's all I'm saying. That's all y'all got lucky. Yeah, that's all I'm gonna say. And speaking of luck, Jaeger is gonna keep the luck intact and keep it alive as we have another interview. I'm mad. Jaeger, you go do your thing.
Hi everyone, welcome to the post-game interview. This is Jaeger, and welcome 40 to our post-game interview. Let him say hello to our audience. Hello， 先和大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 NAD 的40。
好的，欢迎40啊！恭喜你们刚才这把比赛拿到了最高分。So first of all, congratulations that you guys get the higher score in the game 6. And I saw 40 today. It's like after you guys get the highest score, but like your way to from the stage to the interview room, it's like not so excited. So I would like to know why. 那首先，其实再次恭喜你们啊！但是其实从舞台走到这边，我们这个采访的这个舞台哈，那个40看起来状态不是特别的激动，可以说一下为什么吗？
因为这把拿最高分也进不了周决嘛，所以说就没有那么激动，
有一点点可惜的地方。So actually it's a pity because although we get the higher score in the game 6, but it's like we didn't enter the BIWEEKLY final. It's really a pity, and we will enter to the Ripper charge in the future. Okay, so because like you said, you guys are going to have the Ripper charge, and I saw that your hero combo today, like you guys didn't like try before. So I would like to know how you guys consider this hero combo and how you plan to use by this combo. 那我们其实前面也讲到了一个复活赛啊，那今天看到你们今天用的这个阵容，其实之前是很少在舞台上面出现，你们自己也今天就最后2把用了一下。之前有没有考虑过这个阵容准备是怎么打的呢？
打法就跟之前嘉宾杀运营思路差不多，就没什么变化嘛。
是的。那今天这个阵容拿出来，其实是在为后续做一个准备和尝试吗？
是的，为之后复活赛做准备。
好的。So actually today our hero combo is Tamuj and Matari and Takada, and because we think we don't have change to go to the BIWEEKLY final, so we already prepare for the Ripper charge race. So our hero combo is prepared for the Ripper charge race, and also it's amazed us that it had very high damage today. Okay, so also because NAD before the race, they told us they will use Tarka today, but they don't use it today. So I would like to know why. 那其实就是 NAD 今天啊，也在比赛之前其实有告诉我们解说主持们，之前是准备好要用这个祭沧海的，为什么最后没有用？
因为玩火男是为了搞节目效果，因为我们俱乐部有刀一辉的存在嘛。但是想一想，还是为之后复活赛做准备嘛，因为火男毕竟上不了3排，有点困难的英雄。
是的。
对。
主要你觉得分析一下火男他这个上不了3排的原因是什么呢？
他会被很多英雄限制，他比较需要发挥空间，但是有沙男、特木尔、迦南、红叶、冰女这些存在，他没有特别好发挥的空间。
这么多的英雄其实都有点 counter 祭沧海。Okay, so actually for the Tarkazi, why we said we prepared this hero just because for a joke we would like to do something different in the race, because we have Dao Yuhui in our team and like we learn a lot from him. And why we don't actually choose Tarkazi in the race, because we think a lot of hero can counter Tarka. It's very hard to use it in the trios game. That's why we didn't use Tarka in the trios game. Okay, so also because we just talked about Tarka and also Dao Yuhui in your teams, so I would like to know, because you guys and Dao Yuhui, you guys are in the same team, and did you guys learn a lot from him, and also maybe from the Tarka hero Tarka or other skills, and can share with us? 那其实我们今天也刚才提到了刀哥和我们的40，然后大家因为是在一个团队，虽然是打单3排啊，但是一个团队有没有从他那边去学到很多火男的技巧，或者说其他英雄的技巧也可以跟我们分享一下。
我们平时也会有切磋，而且我本身个人也是个火男爱好者。
是吗？
对，所以说也跟火刀们有些那些副门主跟刀哥都有过切磋，都有研究过，学习过。
Okay, so actually for me, I'm also a Tarkaji's player. I love this hero very much, and also although Dao Yuhui and us, we are in solo game and trios game, we are different, but we talk a lot in the club and like learn from each other, and also I learn a lot from him. 那其实前面你也讲到 ，Okay, so sorry. Like we just said, you learn a lot from Dao Yuhui. So did you have any skill can share with our audience with the Tarkaji? 那其实我们也讲到了嘛，说你其实平时和刀哥学习到了很多技巧。今天有没有技巧可以给我们的观众朋友也分享一下，如何成为一个火刀门的玩家？
火男 可能更需要控精力吧。这个是火男想玩好火男的最重要的一点，控好精力。
好的，我觉得今天学到了很多啊。好的 ，So actually, in my opinion, I think the key point to use the Tarkaji is to control the energy in the game. OK， 好的，谢谢思玲，再次感谢你。OK, thank you, 思玲 for today's interview, and we will get back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Jaeger, for coming and giving us yet another wonderful interview. What a day it's been here. It's kind of sad, Dobby. It's our last regular day of the season. After this, it's a bi-weekly final. Then we go into repechage and grand finals. I feel like we just started season 2 yesterday, man. Where has the time gone? I mean, not only have we done this, we've also had Morris Cup, we had Shadow Jade Cup, we had the ASE finals, we had Asia Cup.
We had so
much. Yeah, so much Naraka going on in the last 4 months. We've got World Cup coming up in December. We're going to take a look here. Here are your teams qualified for the bi-weekly final. Glad to see Team Wolves in here. Ace definitely earned it here in this last game. Ventus as well, putting up the double dubs today. KZ able to hold on ever so slightly. YZG with the consistency, taking that first place. I want to see YZG come in and go absolutely ham in the bi-weekly final. I want to see YZG pop off, Dobby.
I want to see YZG pop off too. I want to see ASE pop off the way that they did. I want to see them actually come through with the amount of magic that I've seen today. But I think the one team I'm definitely going to be focusing on the most has to be Fun Plus Phoenix. Fun Plus Phoenix coming through and being an absolute dominant figure so far with these games. And it only took them one set of 6 games for them to be in the top 5. One day. It took one day for them to pop off. If you think that's crazy, I can only imagine what they would do if they actually had more time and effort to put in. Fun Plus Phoenix is going to be absolutely dangerous coming into these finals. I'm very, very excited.
Speaking of finals, you guys can join me and Dobby once again tomorrow for our solos bi-weekly finals. We're not going to be here for trios, but we are going to be here for solos. You get us back to back to back. You know, Team Ventus might not have been able to give us the back to back to back this week, but we gonna be here to guarantee you get you back to back to back, because me and Dobby always here. We got you covered with the Naraka Blade Point Pro League. We ain't going anywhere anytime soon, ladies and gentlemen. What a day it has been. Super happy. Look, I'm happy even just if I had been here for game 6 to see Ace go off the way that they did, because it's, don't get me wrong, I know all of these teams are very passionate. They come in, they play their hearts out, but Ace today was in such a rare form. It's one of those rare moments where you can feel the passion coming through in their gameplay. You can see how hungry they are, how much they wanted it, and it led to such a good game 6 for us to spectate here. And you know what, at the end of the day, I've said it before, I'll say it again, there is no esports like Naraka esports, because this is truly a spectator sport. Because if you're watching this, the act that gets pumped out here in the Naraka Blade Point Pro League is like no other. We keep it rolling from start to finish, and we love to here. There's no place we would rather be than with you guys and bringing you all of the amazing action here from Morsile, from Hollow Roth. Can't wait to see where the esports continues to go. Can't wait to see the new maps, the new heroes that come forward, the new metas that are created. You guys have been awesome. I do believe that's going to be it from me and Dobby today, though. We're going to go rest up because we got to come back. We thought today was crazy. It's a bi-weekly finals tomorrow.
Finals?
Solo finals,
stupid crazy.
Yeah, not only is it solo finals, Dobby, but it's the last solo finals before Worlds. So things are about to get absolutely crazy. So me and Dobby, we're gonna go get something to eat. We're gonna go rest up because we gotta come back for a crazy day tomorrow. You guys have been amazing. That's gonna be it for me and Dobby. We're gonna see you guys next time.